ones. And I know it's hard to pick like one thing to be most excited about for BlizzCon, but Dratnos, I'm going to make you do just that. The 2 days, honestly, are looking so full of events from beginning to end. There's so much stuff to do. We can take a look at it ourselves now as well. And of course, we have the return of the AWC and the Mythic Dungeon International esports live once again at BlizzCon. But with all of this going on, Dratnos, what are you looking forward to the most from it?
I mean, for me, the biggest part about BlizzCon is the fact that it's just this community event, right? Where you get to meet up with all your friends, all your guildies, whether it's from raiding or from Mythic Plus, get everybody gathered into one place. And I just think that is, it's really special. So that's the part I'm looking forward to the most.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And I think there's so much stuff that you can do that lets you do that, like hanging out in the Hearthstone Tavern, the March of the Murlocs. Wait, hold on. Dratnos, did you say you would do a Murloc impression yesterday? Did you say that? Thank you. All right. A little bit of
Perfect.
a preview that you can all expect for the March of the Murlocs. I mean, all of those hanging out with people, hitting up the hotel lobbies as well, or going to things like the Dark Moon Fair, the community night. I know there's going to be some amazing cosplays and some amazing art on display. So, I mean, it's going to be an awesome time, and I agree. I think the community makes it really special. But, I mean, BlizzCon is an experience that so many people talk about for years after attending. Tettles, for you, what do you think is the best? Or do you feel kind of similarly to Dratnos?
Yeah, I feel mostly similarly to Dratnos. I mean, I think that the community and like the friendships that I made over years is kind of the most important thing with BlizzCon for me. Obviously, I love the fact that the MDI is going to be back at BlizzCon. Huge deal. I remember it was at BlizzCon 2019, and that was so sick to be able to just watch the teams compete on the main broadcast stage and stuff like that. I thought that was also fantastic.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, Nagora, do you feel like the energy is like different when you're live with everybody in the venue?
Yeah, it's for sure insanely different, right? Like being able to just like hear people scream, like even though we are wearing like the headsets, so we can't actually hear that much because otherwise we wouldn't be able to actually see what's going on. But we can still just feel it, right? So it's absolutely incredible to have that energy.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I can't wait to feel that energy with everybody there. There's going to be so much to do. But as we were saying, they keep mentioning BlizzCon is like coming home. And I really feel that energy myself. So get there, get home, see all these people that, you know, we want to see. We can't wait to see you, but that I know you're dying to see too with your friends or guildies. So as a reminder, BlizzCon tickets, if you missed the initial passes, they will have another batch going live on November 18th. So again, we'd love to see you there and to be able to hang out and do some really fun stuff celebrating games that we love. But while we have less than a year to wait for BlizzCon, we have no wait at all for more MDI. It's happening now. So getting back to Group C, Tettle's top 5 plays are making their return. And I know you have some fantastic picks today, so take us through them, Tettles.
All right, welcome back to Tettle's Top 5 Plays, where we got to go over the most interesting and most important things that happened yesterday, TM. And at number 5, we have Cousins and Es Impossible saying that they don't care about the spec variety rule. With the competition level of this Group C weekend, teams are having to make very difficult decisions. And one of those difficult decisions that's being made is, what are you doing about your spec variety rule? And, you know, determining when you actually swap to what you believe to be your main composition versus playing it out for the future days is something that's going to be very difficult for these teams to figure out. At number 4, we got Mandatory, and they have pulled the Thanos mob, the Dune Crawler, the Burrowing Creeper at the end of Eco Dome Aldani in this 22. Now, it didn't wipe them, but it's very rare to see this mob actually come into the fray. You know, you see it on screen right here. We got the rain. We're very sad here. A brutal series of events. Mandatory were able to sign that key, but it was quite scary. Something that was also quite scary here. At number 3, we have Cousins full committing onto Avanax. You see how many Starved Crawlers they have, and as long as the Alarm Shrill and the Gossamer Onslaught doesn't hit you while the boss is enraged, it's okay. Now, you do see Clap Machine have to commit Wall here and block the Tank Buster from Avanax. Yeah, I think it was a great commit. It was still a little bit scary. At number 2, though, we have Liquid with the world record tag for the Floodgate. We did see world record Floodgate 21 put up in Group A by Holy Method. They ended up timing it, I think it was like 30 minutes and 3 seconds. Whereas Liquid here, they ended up timing it in the 29:30 range. And Liquid have looked honestly fantastic. They had an exceptionally good day 1. And it's kind of that what we've been expecting to see from them coming out of the time trials. I'm really excited to see what they have in store for us today. But at number 1, we have something that I have tagged as Mandatory Fiesta - Wipe Mega Thread. And Mandatory had a tough day yesterday, where they ended up wiping in this Eco Dome Aldani, I believe it was 4 times. They ended up having Obviously, the mob at the end of the Ecodome end up getting pulled in the 22. You might see this clip on screen right here and think that it was the first clip that we showed you during this wipe compilation. But no, it was just a very similar spot, and the exact same thing ended up happening. And, Mandatory also randomly played a Brewmaster Monk in a dungeon. They were also slated to be eliminated at some point. They were actually on the chopping block, even though they are an MDI finalist team. They are a TGP champion team. They are a team that we expect more out of, especially as the third seed, and they looked not good. So they're going to turn that performance around today.
They are. I mean, I like that you tagged it Mandatory Fiesta, and they aren't even one of our two Spanish teams. It was a little bit yesterday, but they got a bit more. They pulled it together in the second half of the day. We'll have to see if they're able to continue with that, though. And as I think those highlights absolutely illustrate, the leaderboard was wild yesterday, with most of our teams deadlocked on scores in the second half of the day. And we also had some major upsets with Mandatory's early day performance. So, Nagura, can you give us the full story of the leaderboard coming into day 2?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was an incredible day. There was just action all day. I mean, especially Mandatory underperforming at the start of the day, even being last in the leaderboard for quite a while was one of the highlights for sure from yesterday. And then at the end, though, if you look at the leaderboard, you can see Liquid in the first spot here with, of course, 65 score and having that world record in Floodgate as well. Out their day, they kind of had to stop early to not mess up their spec variety rule, which gave Mandatory the chance to kind of catch up a little bit at the end. And now they're only 2 points behind, which means that if they time this Floodgate with the 19 2 chests that they have, then they're actually going to be evening out those points with Liquid and meet them up there as well. Now, looking at the rest of the leaderboard, of course, Cousins unfortunately did get eliminated, even though it wasn't clear up until the very end of the day, which was incredibly close and exciting. We also have One Hill, SM Possible, and Los Golfos that are not far behind either, with Los Golfos having that 2 chest, Ecodome Aldani they can still do, meeting up to Liquid and Mandatory as well with that 22. So honestly, anything can happen again today, even though we do see Liquid, of course, performing so well yesterday. Honestly, if they have the same bad day as we saw Mandatory have yesterday, then again, anything can happen today, and I'm super looking forward to this group. This is just a really, really close group.
Yeah, honestly, it was so exciting to watch from beginning to end yesterday, and hopefully the teams are reviewed. Hopefully they have figured out how to play their A game today, because I think that these teams playing at their best are going to, hopefully the teams are reviewed. Hopefully they have figured out how to play their A game today, because I think that these teams playing at their best are going to give us some of the most phenomenal plays in these dungeons, and I can't wait to see how it continues to evolve. But they have to also challenge themselves with our spec variety rule. So days 1 and 2 are very crucial in those regards. And Dratnos, I'll let you kind of give everybody a little bit of a refresher on the updates we've had to that spec variety rule, but also we know now what the bans are, so we can kind of go over those too for the teams.
Yeah, so basically the 2 specs that you play the most on Friday are banned out for Saturday and Sunday. And then at the end of Saturday, we look at all the specs you've played on both Friday and Saturday, and we ban out the next 2 specs that have been the most played. Settling ties in the order of tank, then healer, then DPS. Very important thing to play around, and we can quickly take a look before we get into maps. We can see the bans coming into today. So crucial highlights here. Es Imposible are the only team to ban out 2 of these meta specs, with the Prot Warrior and the Resto Druid. They're going to have a really uphill battle today as a result. Los Golfos had the option of Moonkin or Unholy, and they are banning the Moonkin here over the Unholy, so keeping the Unholy available. And then Liquid and Mandatory both cleverly made good use out of the Havoc in Arakara, its best dungeon, and got it banned yesterday, but they also pushed their Arakaras all the way up to 22, so really good adaptation and playing around that spec variety rule.
Yeah, I mean, everybody seems to be handling it pretty well, but we'll see how some of those more meta picks might affect things if they've been banned out today. And now our dungeon pool was already pretty front-loaded yesterday with some challenging keys right off the bat, but Tettles, what do you think about these additional 2 dungeons coming in for our teams?
Yeah, so far, I think Gambit and Priory the Sacred Flame, the levels that we're looking for Gambit is a 23, Priory Sacred Flame tends to be around the 21. I would not be shocked if some of the top teams that we're seeing over the course of this weekend are able to put up both of those dungeons given the amount of time that they have today, and then maybe circle back to some of the more chase keys like the potential 22 Arakaras, the 21 Floodgate, or the 23 Ecodome, depending on how much time they have available in the day.
Indeed. Well, things are getting started and we're already seeing teams jumping in for Priory, but Dratnos, we will see you in just a little bit as you're heading out for now.
As several of our teams would say, adios, amigos.
Thank you. Tuttles, Nagura, we're coming in. It's day 2. These teams have a lot to prove. Nagura, how do you think they're going to manage it?
Well, we can already see that the teams are immediately going into those new dungeons that have been announced to some catch-up, but it looks like all of the dungeons, or all of the teams are moving into those new dungeons, so we see a lot of Gambits, and we also see Liquid in that Priory. But es imposible! Look at that, that's a Blood Decay. That's the first time we see a Blood Decay leave. I think we have all tanks now.
Is he setting up his character right now? Is that what's going
Not
on?
sure.
Well, maybe we'll be able to catch that later. Taking a look around the horn here, we have
Another Blood
Liquid.
Decay.
Oh my god, we do have another Blood Decay. Yoda's also on the Blood. I thought it's interesting because this is widely seen as like the worst tank on the patch. And so the fact that we have two of them really kind of proves how well balanced tank as a role is this season, where tanks are just so powerful, where they're in control of their life no matter what the role is, and you're picking based off of other, extenuating factors.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We also see a lot of Brewmasters, of course, as well, because we did see the Guardian Druids banned out from a lot of the teams yesterday, so they're now going with that Brewmaster to make sure they have the Prod Warrior available on the high key levels and also for the whole day tomorrow. But yeah, looking at this Gambit, like, I've looked up to see what the other teams have been doing in the previous groups, because right now, as they're doing the 18s, of course we know that this dungeon can go really high, but the initial question at the start of the day is always like, can they 2-chest, can they 3-chest? What is like the best course of action for them to do? And last week, we've seen a 3-chest on a 17 Gambit, though. We've seen two teams manage to 3-chest a 17. I guess the question is, can the 18 also be 3-chested?
I mean, how often was it 3-chested last weekend?
Twice. I think it was Miscount and Scaffolding that did it.
That makes it sound like it's going to be really tough to 3-chest on the key level higher. It's maybe possible. I don't even know if teams are going to want to do something like that aggressive to actually go for a 3-chest in here. There's also, there's a bunch of implications whether or not you actually need the push. You need the homework keys to set up your spec variety rule for the future. There's a bunch of implications whether or not you actually need the push. You need the homework keys, validity, and maybe not pushing as hard as possible for that 3-chest. Because like in theory, you could play like your full meta comp in it, try to push for it if you believe that was going to save you a bunch of time on the day.
Well, we did see the 3-chest in the 17 with off-meta comps too. From previous, but yeah, obviously in the 18 it would be a little bit harder.
Yeah, of course.
And yeah, if you 3-chest the 18, right, it actually would mean that you can be so fast in the Gambit, because you 3-chest the 18, you do the 21 2-chest, because we've seen that as well. We've seen the 21 2-chested and the 22 2-chested even, so I'm assuming that that's possible. And then you just do the 23. So technically you can do this dungeon 3 times and you're done, which would be sick, but yeah, I'm not really quite sure if that is possible.
Dude, look at Yip's damage. He just did Fury Warrior damage on that trash pull.
Oh my god, he actually is doing the insane amount of damage on that Brewmaster.
What?
That's insane.
That's scary for any DPS in his group. Yips is coming for you. Like, what is even going on with him?
Oh my god, I'm glad I'm not playing Moonkin in his group right now. Look at him. Look at him. Just...
I'm telling you, he's put his group on fraud watch. He's out DPS in both the Ellie Shaman and the Unholy Death Knight right now.
Wow. Again, we see that Fury Warrior here too. I do like Wolf's Disc on the Fury Warrior. I think it's very cool to see.
I think Fury is quite good to the point where people were, especially at the early part of the season, looking at potential compositions with a Brewmaster Monk, because Brewmaster is also solid, and they were trying to figure out a way to get Battle Shout into that physical damage dealer group. And Fury, with some of the changes that were made to Slayer Fury in the middle of the patch, that specialization went from not that great to absolutely phenomenal. And dude, look at Yips right now. He is in second place on the damage meter, beating both Boomy and Ashine.
That is crazy. I mean, one thing to note though, like, because I was thinking, you know what, maybe it does make sense to play the Brewmaster if you're going to be doing so much damage. But look at One Hill. Look at Yoda. He's actually doing an insane amount of damage on his Blood Decay as well. Look at that. Yeah. Just like, the off-meta tanks coming in here, just absolutely blasting the DPS. Doing 9 million DPS here on a pull like this. It's actually crazy.
It's kind of crazy. Yeah, but circling back, I'm right here with you. Like, I think that the Fury Warrior selection especially in a composition that has a Brewmaster Monk, it seems good.
Yeah. I like it a lot. I mean, having the shout as well, right? If you're running a physical damage comp, having the extra shout that you're losing from not running the Prot Warrior, I do think it makes sense. Also, another thing, I guess, that we talk about sometimes is when you have to play different comps in the same dungeon, it can be hard to adjust, right? Because you all of a sudden have, like, first you have this utility, and then you switch comp and you have other utility, right? So it can be like, oh, can we do this pull? We have to change our shouts. We have to change the way we're, like, doing this, the way we're interrupting, disrupting. But if you keep the utility kind of similar, because, I don't know, you switch a Prot Warrior for a Fury Warrior, then all of a sudden you have very similar utility still, right? And you switch, I don't know, like, the tank druid to, like, a Resto druid, right? And then you have to keep the druid utility. So that one can be a little bit of an easy way of making switches in your comp and still kind of continue with or being able to still do the same route and the same strategy.
I think that's why we're seeing the Unholy Death Knight. I think that the Unholy DK, I mean, we saw a lot of Frost Death Knight for spec variety last season because it just slots in quite nicely, and kind of the same thing with the Unholy Death Knight this season. You know, Frost is the preferred Death Knight specialization, but in a dungeon like Priory, the Sacred Flame, having that DK utility, particularly for the grips on the sharpshooters, particularly for the soaks on Baron Braunpike, that's where that Death Knight comes into play. And even if it is slightly worse damage, it makes your practice almost seamless, whether it be in the 18, whether it be in the 20, whether it be in the 21.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that is making their life quite a bit easier, since obviously for an MDI like this, they already have to practice so much, and we don't get to see a lot of it, unfortunately. But yeah, if anything they can do that makes their practice time easier, then they will probably be doing that, as long as it's not gonna lower their chances of making it out of groups, of course.
All right, looking around here, mandatory. They had we kind of talked about it at top of show. They had a tough day yesterday. What are you kind of needing to see out of them to be able to kind of recover? Is it just good, consistent play? Is it anything specific that you're looking forward to seeing out of them? Or is it just, making sure they don't make huge mistakes?
It's interesting because even though they did underperform quite a bit yesterday at the start, I think they did so well at the end of the day. And Liquid not playing the full day, basically just, stopping the last half hour, kind of made it so mandatory. Like, they really are just one dungeon behind, right? Which is not actually that big of a deal. Of course, 21 Floodgate is a big dungeon for them to do. It's not something that, like, it is possible that they are going to wipe there a few times. But then, if they go in and one-shot the 21 Floodgate, then they're only one dungeon behind to Liquid. If you look at the other teams, they have, like, there's at least 3 dungeon runs of difference from all the other teams to Liquid, while Mandatory is only 1 dungeon behind. So honestly, I think if they play as they did at the end of the day yesterday, then I think they are looking good, really good.
I think I'm right there with you. It is maybe a little bit concerning for global finals, but that's just gonna. I think I'm right there with you. It is making huge mistakes, but in terms of group play, I think for me they're still my favorites coming out of this group to be able to make it. But I didn't feel great about it given their performance yesterday.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, of course, they're a team that they played better at the start of the day, but we know the potential that they have, right? Mm-hmm. It's not that this is a team that is known to underperform, right? So maybe they can just shrug it off and be like, you know what, this was just a bad day or a bad couple of hours. And as long as they still make it to globals, I still don't think that they necessarily, like, it's not that I would be like, oh, they're never going to make it, they're going to be last, right? I know their potential, and I don't know what happened to them yesterday, but I do think that they can still perform incredibly well. Now, I think the rest of this tournament weekend will definitely tell us more today, but I do think that they can still perform incredibly well. Now, I think the rest, then of course, maybe all is going to be forgotten. But of course, they also have the potential to just maybe fail here and there again. So we're going to see what happens throughout the day. But of course, they also have the potential to just maybe fail here and there again. So we're going to see what happens throughout the day.
Something I just noticed from Boomy is it looks like he's actually playing targeted Earthquake, where Like the earthquake actually gets dropped on the target that he has selected as opposed to using the mouse to be able to drop it. I saw that Hearthjax was playing the same talent last weekend. It's interesting because more often than not, conventional wisdom would say that if you actually place the earthquake, you're more likely to get a little bit more damage. But
especially in a pool like this when you keep moving, right?
Exactly, especially in a pool like this where you keep moving. But maybe there's something with like the brain globals that are saved by not having to like find your mouse occasionally. Because I feel like my mouse always gets lost. It's kind of like the same thing that happens on a Destro lock occasionally, where you're just like, oh god, where's my mouse? and then you just drop your rain of fire on nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's possible, right? And if it's not like, I'm assuming they tested it, like just did both. And if it's not like the biggest damage loss to not have it placed perfectly wherever you want it to, then at that point, why use the, as you said, the brain globals to think about it when it's not like a big damage loss? But yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, and for Liquid here, I mean, this Priory of the Sacred Flame is looking good so far. I like how they have this pull set up where they have a priest on this pack, and then it's a bunch of paladins, but then they have the conjurers hexed, and they use a para on the other side, and they're just whittling down these double priests, making sure that they're getting kicks on them, and then once those mobs end up dying off, they'll probably grip in one of the conjurers and be able to try to nuke that down as fast as possible, because the paladins just have so much more health than the priests. But any priest cast that goes off while the Divine Toll happens, that's a recipe for death.
Yeah, 100%. We do also have a little bit of a look here at the teams that are doing Gambit. Looks like most teams managed to make it to time cap and hooktail now. And it does look like, at least from the teams we see on the screen right now, it is Mandatory that is currently in the lead, even though they had this one death on the board.
Is this 3-chestable?
It's 5 minutes, Sonny. Let's see. I don't think
two
so.
trash pulls and the boss?
I mean, they can do one trash pull into boss, right? Like they, honestly, what we've seen from Scaffolding last week is that they pulled, I think they pulled Devil Starseer with Bloodlust, and it looks like Mandatory saved their Bloodlust too. So maybe that's what they're gonna do here. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Let's take a look at what Mandatory is doing. They might be gearing up to do some crazy pull to potentially 3-chest this dungeon.
Salia's probably still, what, 4 minutes? I mean, Salia is a genuinely, like, pretty long boss.
It is a long boss.
I don't think this is 3-chestable.
I can look how long it took Miscount yesterday to do the last boss.
Well, that team's goated. They got Yargi damage. It's different.
Yeah, that's true. See what they're doing here.
Okay, so what is Mandatory going to do here? It's 1 Starseer. Okay, so they're playing this safe. I mean, they're doing just like a more conventional pull sequencing in this area, which makes sense.
They could pull the second Starseer onto the boss and last that one.
Yeah, I mean, possible. This is where we start to get into pot of greed territory.
Yeah, for sure.
This is where you start to get into pot of greed territory. But yeah, I mean, for Mandatory here, they got the first Starseer killed off. Looks like they're now grabbing that second Starseer while the remaining trash is at 50% HP.
Interesting. So yeah, Lost Golfers is also Lost Golfers might be doing it. I do see them gearing up to do something crazy. Oh my God. There's something happening.
It's gonna be a hole-in-one or a bogey. There's no in between.
Oh, right, so I'm disappointed.
They were just waiting for the pat is actually what was going on here.
Yeah,
with a root on the ritualist on the far side there. Trying to separate out that mob from the pack. This is, like, unless you think that you need the 3-chest for whatever reason, I think that going that hard for the 3-chest really just sets you up as like a recipe for disaster if you accidentally make a mistake. Because I think we saw Scaffolding last weekend wiping in this area, and then they like zoned out to try to 3-chest the dungeon again on the 17. Yeah. That was so, and I remember at the time we were pretty critical of that.
Yeah, it's true, right? Because if you have to reset a whole dungeon at the end here at like 14 minutes just to come back and try to 3-chest when the 2-chest is also like not saving, like it's not a big difference, right? Having the 3-chest in the 18 versus the 2-chest. Let's think about this. Because it's like 3-chest 18 would be 21, the 2-chest stat, it's 23, so you do the dungeon 3 times and then you leave to get the 23 on the board.
Yeah.
Otherwise you do 2-chest into 2-chest. And then, yeah, you have to play 22. So you,
It's
you
a 2 chest and then
save
you 1
one.
chest at the 23.
Yeah.
Okay, so Los Golfos here. With the Starseer still alive, they know that they're not going to be getting another cast of that Wandering Pulsar. They immediately just grab the boss. No Bloodlust is available for them, but it shouldn't be at all a problem. Their 2 chests, it should be fairly lenient, assuming that they don't have a mistake where any of the casts are going off from any of the mobs that are actually in this pool. The Ritualist or either the Assassins could cause a lot of problems with any of their kicks going off. Oh, that Ritualist had a very late Chaos Nova stun on that. But Los Golfos here just doing a good job of trying to make sure that it stays clean.
Yeah, and because Apo is playing MM and not BM, it's actually Mickey on the Rasa Shaman that's triggering the stars here rather than the Hunter, which does make sense from a damage Apo perspective, right?
It's been kind of interesting as to what teams believe the correct answer as to who is supposed to be soaking those stars is. I think that in phase 1, it's normally been the healer, but it hasn't consistently been the healer. You know, some teams use the Beast Mastery Hunter for both phases, whereas in phase 2, it's widely seen as just like, all right, this is a BM job. He's going to walk out in the middle. He's going to walk super far out into the middle of the room. He also has Turtle to be able to get out of a bind if there is a problem whenever you have to dodge all those relic missiles.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense for it to be the Hunter in phase 2 for sure. As we do see as Impossible that also being able to get Time Captain Hooktail. Now, as Impossible looks like they're a little bit behind, but that's because they took a little while at the start of the day to set up their Blood Decay. I'm not really sure why that happened. But it looks like Mandatory did manage to reach phase 2 of the boss, and you can see they have 30 seconds left and they're not going to be able to make it. But you could say it's close enough that you could say, you know what, if a team really wants a 3 chest, it could be possible, right? Like if this was like a speedrunning MDI, we would be seeing a 3 chest, I think.
I think if you told the teams, okay, you need to 3 chest this dungeon, just glancing at the timer, how necessary is it is an interesting question, and the answer is not that necessary. It might end up saving you 30 minutes somewhere, but realistically, it's not a huge deal. And if you like, what is the fail case? Because there are there are a lot of additional fail cases that are added whenever you have to go for the 3 chests, particularly with how you pull this last room.
Yeah, you could argue that the teams, if in the global finals, an 18 Gambit would be the starting key level, then you could argue that most teams should aim to 3 chests it there, right? Because of course the competition is going to be closer. And,
yes.
Right, I'm assuming that a 3 chest in the globals would make sense for the group stage here. Not necessary, probably.
Liquid here kind of slowly chugging along at this Priory of the Sacred Flame. Looks like 2 chest is potentially on the table for them. They do still have Sir Brawn Pike left available. A lot of teams are pulling it with that patrolling pack with that light spawn. That ends up adding in a lot of kicks. And it can be very dangerous, but it looks like Liquid's going for a slightly safer sequencing here, where instead of pulling that into Sir Brawn Pike, they're actually just grabbing it into that left-hand pack, which means that there's going to be less casters, and Sir Brawn Pike's not going to be pulsing on your entire team for your full health bar.
Yeah, these can be incredibly dangerous pulls here. Not only the light spawns, but then also there's just so much control you need for the casters in this pack as well. So definitely makes sense to play it a little bit safer, especially if you think that you're not going to be too close to the 2 chest timer. I think they're still going to be, like, they can take it slow and still be able to get that +2 probably.
Yeah, and something that they did that was really smart there is whenever the mages start to cast that fireball volley, Liquid was actually just like slamming CC on it for like three casts, because it is a much longer cast than just the generic fireball ability. So you get more value on a per CC basis whenever you press it on that longer cast. Ooh, the Footman actually getting that cap totem to where it doesn't explode with that expel light. But then one of the Footmen was stunned inside the circle from the Purifier, gets gripped out by a Shine, and so Liquid avoiding a little bit of a heal on a 0 HP mob. And now Liquid here are into the final difficult pull of this dungeon, Sir Brawn Pike. They really need to just make sure that this guy gets killed off rather quickly. How are you feeling about their timer for 2 chests? Are we okay on this timer?
I think so, yeah. I think the last was made on an 80, like probably around like 3 something, 3:30, I guess. even if it takes 4 minutes, right? They're probably still fine
Yeah.
because immediately after this, they're gonna be able to pull the boss. I think they're gonna be pretty good on the 2 chest timer. I think they're not in a rush.
Here. Late Bloodlust here for Sir Braunpike. Again, I think that's the reason that they ended up not pulling that patrol into the boss, because they knew that it would get a little bit weird if they didn't have the Bloodlust, if they didn't have all their offensive CDs. So instead, they're actually pulling this a little bit slower. You even see the para on the priest on the left side. Ooh, getting refreshed by Yips. Now Yips grabbing that right-hand pack with those footmen. So that parad priest is going to be running para on the priest on the left side. Ooh, getting refreshed by Yips. Now Yips grabbing that right-hand pack.
We've seen a bunch of CCs here for the last boss last week as well. Initially, I was thinking it might be like a funnel strategy to get these mobs in one by one rather than having it all at once. But then it really might just be a safety thing as well, like not having multiple casters here at the end, and just generally not having them explode, right? Like that is also something that, of course, you have to be worried about when you're fighting the last boss that already does AoE damage, and you don't want to have these footmen or something explode randomly in a group and potentially cause somebody or the whole group to die. But yeah, we'll see. One heal here.
2 chest.
Yeah, they're not getting that 2 chest actually.
They missed
Oh
count.
no, they got the boss already. I thought they have to do the boss still.
Yeah, no.
All right.
The boss had
okay,
just
they got
died.
the 2 chests.
Yeah, so we also have a
interesting.
We also have a replay from One Hill where, you know, you see that they are playing that Blood Death Knight here. You might ask yourself, why are you playing the Blood DK? This is one of the advantages of playing that Blood Death Knight. They have the ability to be able to do the soaks in replacement for your Hunter. Now, it might be a little bit better if they have Death's Advance, and you saw Yoda get knocked back into that circle. At the same time, really not that bad. And I actually didn't think that the Blood DK was all too bad here.
Yes, interesting. I don't know. It's
It's not right in the star circle.
I guess he had Turtle available to do this, but then they were like, you know, it does make sense for Yoda to walk up. I like it. I like it. Like having the communication to be like, you know what, this is a little bit of a tricky situation, and Yoda's like, you know what, I got this.
I have a
Makes
permit.
sense. Could have also pressed Turtle, I think, and it would have been fine. That's another good thing to have the Hunters do this, right? Because they do have the immunity in case there's like a bad overlap like this. Or even sometimes they use it when the stars explode at the same time, like the relics shoot the projectiles out. If sometimes, you know, you don't want to necessarily like think about dodging it, you just like run in, use Turtle and like proc those stars.
I mean, it's also kind of an issue where if you don't start the soak fast enough, then you end up getting 2 stacks at the very end.
Yeah.
And so you need to like almost hit it immediately, which that's kind of why you send the Hunter out, because they have that Turtle for that outplay potential, exactly like you were calling out.
Mm.
Which, I mean, I guess, you know, they use the Blood Death Knight, which it's kind of weird to use the tank because then you end up dragging the boss and your melee DPS are kind of mad, but also they're melee DPS, so they're going to be mad regardless.
That is true.
Oh my gosh, we got the Draenei gun flip.
It is beautiful. Look at Misa.
An homage to Speed from last weekend.
Yeah. Looks like as impossible. Even though they're the last ones to pull Celia here from the group, they should still be able to time this key, as we do see their shaman go down, unfortunately. But using their immunity to get back up. Oh, actually, yeah, it looks like it.
Oh,
that is going to be a little bit of big damage loss for them.
Oh my gosh.
She's fine, she's fine.
It's okay. I guess we had Turtle. Not a problem.
Right, yeah, so they should still be able to make it within the 2 chest timer. They have 4 minutes 30 left, which is more than fine. They also are going to get the enemy forces here as they're cleaving them down with the boss. Also, Bloodlust coming up in just a moment too. So they should be fine unless they have something major happen, but I don't believe so. Impossible is vibing. So, yeah.
So, I guess the baseline like expectation for all the teams in Gambit should just be everybody 2 chests, the 18. Seems like the 2 chests is lenient and the 3 chest is a bit tight. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean...
Or healer's dead. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
we
no.
stacked up with the Hyperlight Jolt lines. Ends up killing off the healer for the shaman for Es Impossible. Oh my gosh.
Okay, that was a little bit tight here, as we did see a double Hyperlight Jolt debuff also on the Disc Priest here. Thankfully managed to recover. Yeah, they want to be a little bit careful from here on out to not have any more mistakes. But yeah, I think I agree with you. The 2 chests is something that we want to see from all teams at least. I mean, there's a potential that maybe Liquid decides that, you know what, they want to 3 chest this, but 2 chest is for sure something that all of our teams should be able to get on the board. And I honestly think the 2 chest on the 20 is also something that we probably want to see from all teams as well.
Wildlust has been pressed here, but yeah, I think you kind of called it out. I think you're absolutely right. Where the 2 chests should be the expectation from all the teams. Yeah, maybe Liquid goes super hard for a 3 chest, but it doesn't really feel like it's necessary, especially if you end up losing a little bit of time.
And then we see a replay from Liquid completing their plus 18 2 chests. You can see they have quite a lot of time left, actually. Around 140.
Yeah.
Very
Well,
interesting.
Disco guy's doing a lot of damn, too. Did you see that? He was not 8.5 mil. Oh my god, he's top
overall.
Oh
Nice.
my god, Wolf Disco, take a screenshot, take a bow.
So there's one more interesting thing that is happening currently with Liquid, actually. So they 2 chests the 18, and they're now moving into that 20 Priory. And we saw a few relocks. So we actually see Yips on the Prod Warrior. And it looks like we also have the BM Hunter. And yeah, so this is interesting. I think, I'm not sure, but I think they might be trying to 2 chest the 20 here. And that's why they're relogging. What do you think?
So we've yet to see 22 done. I think it's maybe possible, but at the same time, it seems like a pretty difficult dungeon. I wonder if they just have spec variety rule, like with their push or with their homework keys. I wonder if they have the spec variety rule already kind of nailed down. I do tend to think that Protection Warrior makes this dungeon a little bit easier to play from the standpoint of having that interrupting shout. It just ends up being a little bit better than that Brewmaster Monk. Beast Mastery Hunter is, you know, kind of an insane specialization. A lot of people see that as like the best spec on the patch. I'm not necessarily surprised that Wolf Disco ended up swapping to it. I think it just really kind of comes down to spec variety rule consideration.
I think so. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on it.
It's the only thing that makes sense, but you know, they could just think it's.
We did see a 19 2 chested last weekend twice. So again, one of those things, we don't really have the numbers for the 20, right? But
yeah,
the 19 was 2 chests, but it was a bit tough. Like it wasn't like super easy to 2 chest the 19. So not sure if it's gonna be a possibility, but we're gonna keep an eye on their timer. And in the meantime, we're gonna see what the teams are doing in the Gambit after 2 chesting. All of the teams managed to get the +2 on the 18, and now we see One Hill moving in again in the +20 with that Arcane Mage again and fired up. We see the double Shaman again and sticking to that Blood Decay.
We're starting to get to a point where the composition for One Hill is looking more in line with what these players are known for historically. We're fired up on the Mage Bond on that Ellie Shaman. Chun, he ended up playing, he was a Moonkin main in Season 1 and last season in Season 2. So I think that Moonkin being a comfort pick for him, also helping them rack up some of the spec variety rule picks on that because Bond was playing that balanced druid a lot yesterday. I feel like this composition for One Hill is something that they should be fairly comfortable on, but they still need to be able to 2 chest this dungeon.
Yeah, so they basically, they played the same comp as in the 18, except they switched their hunter out. So Bond is playing the elemental now instead of the hunter from the 18. So slight switch, which means that they have to. Oh, that's just one of those Blood Decay things, I guess. But yeah, I guess they have to change the way they're skipping the Starseers at the end potentially, not having that hunter with Feign Death. But I guess there's some other options that they can do, like use the mage, right? The mage use Invis to skip the Starseer, or even the Moonkin could do it with Shadow Melt as well, or anyone else with a Shadow Melt potion. So they should not have an issue with that.
Yeah, we got Yoda on the Nelf Blood Death Knight. Surely he'll be able to walk fast enough away from the mobs. Yeah, I feel like this pull right here with the triple range composition is quite nice. Yoda almost ends up getting meleeed to death by the Guardians, showing the weakness of this composition actually isn't in the range DPS, but instead the tank survivability from White Swings.
Yeah, and then also these at spotting the purifiers throughout the boss fight. Of course, can be annoying. That's why we usually see the tanks pull the boss to one side to make sure at least one of the purifiers is going to be able to be picked up from a tank as fast as possible, while the other purifier is just going to be gripped in by the DK. As Impossible also moving on to that plus 20, not playing the Blood DK anymore.
Ooh, a tank swap.
Switching to the Prot Paladin now. And also switching the healer too to the Rest of Shaman rather than the Disc Priest.
I think both Resto Shaman and Disc Priest are about the same level of good. Like, I feel like Disc Priest is like the third best healer and Resto Shaman is like the second best healer. But in terms of looking for things for your spec variety role, I feel like they're both, kind of close in that regard. It's kind of this issue where at the absolute max level keys, that's where the Resto Druid kind of comes online because you're worried about specific moments getting heal checked. Like Damien, this guy right here. That guy can become like a pretty big problem on the 21 key level, maybe potentially the 22 key level. Swamp Face, that's where, the Resto Shaman and the Disc Priest are likely to get healed checked, but the Resto Druid kind of cruises through. And that's why you're seeing 22 key level. Swamp Face, that's where, the Resto Shaman and the Disc Priest are likely to get healed checked, but the Resto Druid kind of cruises through. And that's why you're seeing a lot more Resto Druid this season. But I really don't mind the Resto Shaman or the Disc Priest choices by some of these teams.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're both fine for sure. I do want to talk a little bit about S Impossible's spec ban plan though, because obviously they played their full main comp yesterday for all dungeons because they just full standed basically, and they got their Prod Warrior and their Resto Druid banned for today. Which I'm just asking myself, what are they doing for tomorrow? Because if they can, I think it's gonna be really hard for them to not get two of their main damage dealers banned, right? I think it's just gonna be either their Rusty K BM Hunter or Elemental Shaman get banned, right?
I think the writing is on the wall that's if they make it to Sunday, they're happy that they made it to Sunday. I don't know if they're necessarily worried about that. I think that they're trying to play the best they can. I mean, I think that playing your full main composition on day one is basically saying that your goal is to make it to Saturday, even not even necessarily make it to Sunday. So if they make it to Sunday, that's just house money. That's increasing the prize pool. That's
I'm just wondering if there's any way for them to preserve all of their main damage dealing specs. Is there something they could do today to play around the spec variety rule somehow to get a tank and a healer band, to get let's say a Prod Paladin and Disc Priest band? But I feel even if they played in every single key, which they have to anyway because they can't play the Prod Warrior and the Resto Druid, then they would still have to obviously switch away from their main damage deals quite a lot because they played in every single key yesterday, which means that obviously because the tally is adding up from yesterday, it would be really tough. So I think it's just gonna be the damage dealers that I don't think there's much.
I think it is too. Yeah. I think if they make it to Sunday, that's that was their goal to begin with, and they're happy with that performance. Which there's especially this group is stacked. This is by far the most stacked group that we've seen, and so I don't think that there's any if they make it to Sunday, that's not something to necessarily be ashamed of.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
How are you feeling about Los Golfos? Because they came into the season saying that they were going to shock the world, right? They're playing to make top 2, where we also have One Hill in this group as well, and where they probably had the longest reign at rank 1 on the leaderboard.
It's interesting, right? Because Los Golfos at the start of the day yesterday, they did so well. They actually played incredibly well. But then they had this they struggled so much. To be able to get that 22 Ikedo Maldani on the board yesterday, right? And that cost them so much time that they ended up last on the leaderboard. Now, I don't think they actually are really last because they had the +2 that they can still realize, right? So technically, they are 3 dungeons behind, or at the start of the day, they were 3 dungeons behind to Liquid, while Mandatory was 1 dungeon behind, and One Hill was also 3 dungeons behind to Liquid. So Los Golfos, even though it doesn't look like it on the leaderboard with the score, they were kind of in the same boat as One Hill. So I do think that both One Hill and Los Golfos have similar chances to make it to top 2, but then at the same time, either of them could also get eliminated today from what we've seen yesterday, so yeah.
I've seen some One Hill practice in the higher level dungeons and the capstone level keys, and they actually, watching their practice, they've looked pretty good. So I wonder if, because they're running kind of like an abridged practice schedule, they're playing a lot less than some of these other top teams. But at the same time, if they spent all of their time during practice actually pushing for those capstone level dungeons, if they can actually make it to that Sunday, I wonder if there is a world where they can actually, kind of play upset as the 9th seed.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Also, one thing to note here about Los Golfos is that they are playing their main comp here in this +20. So, yeah, that's interesting. Well, maybe not like their full main comp, but they're playing the BM
is
Hunter.
this their main comp?
Well, not the tank and the healer, right? But they're playing the BM Hunter, they're playing the Frost DK, and the Havoc Demon Hunter, right? Which is, that's like as much damage as you can really have, I guess.
What do you think about Havoc versus Ellie in here? Because I feel like it's been kind of all over the place as to what we've seen. I think that in Group A, we saw anti-clockwise. They were running the Havoc Demon Hunter in here. Most teams have elected to run the Ellie Shaman, though.
Yeah, it is interesting because I do think it can utilize the funnel from the Havoc really nicely throughout like all of the bosses, right? Like in Hillbrand you can pull trash on top, and you have the ads from the boss. On Hooktail you can pull trash on boss. On Zalia we've also seen trash throughout all phases, right? With Bloodlust as well. So I think the funnel does make sense, but then at the same time there's also like a lot of really big pulls where the big elemental cooldowns shine as well. So I don't know, I think I like both. It's just like whatever you think you need. Like, do you want the extra funnel, or do you want the like security of having so much extra damage for some of these pulls?
It's kind of interesting because I think the Ellie Shaman, while it is very good, let's say the second pull of the dungeon. So the first pull of the dungeon, you press your Bloodlust, you press all of your cooldowns, and it's a huge trash pull with a giant. All right, your Ellie Shaman looks great. And then you do the second pull, and it's a huge trash pull with a giant. And your Ellie Shaman doesn't have cooldowns, and he is battling the tag. You're like, that doesn't feel right.
Yeah, and if you pulled 3 giants back to back, right? Then I think, especially for that first part, then having the Havoc does make a lot of sense. Like having that extra damage on the Goliath there, it does seem very nice.
Can we cut back to Liquid here? Because something that I actually want to point out is, look at this. So Wolf Disco actually has Hunter's Mark on Tainter Dual Maul here. And the reason for this is because of how Hunter's Mark ends up working. Tainter Dual Maul ends up having more HP than Captain Dalecry. They link HP. So what the correct play is to do is to Hunter's Mark the boss that stays above the 80% health threshold for longer. That way you can get, and then you hit into him the entire time, because then it gives you the Hunter's Mark for a longer period of time. And so that's just a very small optimization from that Hunter. But I noticed it for Liquid here, and I think that that's actually very smart to be able to get a little bit more damage out of a buff that's normally seen in Mythic Plus is not that great.
And that's actually a very good point. I do think, I'm sure most people know this by now, but I think at the start, it was not necessarily the most known fact that this boss actually shares health. So hitting the ad actually is basically the same thing as hitting the boss, right? Yeah. Or doing like a 2-target rotation is like the smartest thing to do. That will yield the most effective damage, right? Some people were just hitting the boss and just ignoring the ad basically because it's kind of weird because it's not very intuitive, right? Because you know that when the boss dies, the ad is also gone. So it seems like, oh, all of the damage I did there is wasted. But yeah, obviously, it does share health. And having the Hunter's Mark there is actually a very smart thing to do. It makes sense.
Well, so even if it doesn't share health, it's actually kind of an advantage to hit 2 targets, because it's going to make you look better on the damage meter, which is more likely to get you invited back into the future. And everybody knows that how you perform on the damage meter is one of the most important things.
100% agree. Unfortunately, we do have Misa dead here for us Impossible, and we don't have a rest for 30 seconds. So
you sit in the intermission waiting for him?
I think we do, probably.
It depends on if you skip a cycle or not. Their timer is starting to look a little bit tight there, by the way.
Yeah, and this is probably also going to lower their chances by quite a lot to be able to get the +2, right? I'm not sure if it would have been possible for them to +2 anyway, because, maybe they haven't necessarily planned for that one. But yeah, now with Misa dead, it's going to be very difficult. They have a rest for her in just a moment, so I do think they should get her up.
Yeah, but I mean, look at this. They're missing the push on the sanitizing cycle, and then now their first boss split's going to be a little bit rough. I mean, we're looking at like 11-minute first boss splits is tight but doable. They're going to be over that. Now it is in a 20, so there is some time that can be made up, especially in the third area, just due to mob HP relative to their gear. But we're starting to reach a point where the 2 deaths and the time loss from all of that is a problem. What?
They're not pressing her. Like, do you think? Yeah, I guess it is possible that there's some connection issues going on. Yeah.
I don't think there's any reason you hold
there's
it,
no
right?
way they're
Like,
saving the rest, right? Like, that makes no sense.
I feel like with the ability to be able to just like rerun the key over and over and over again with no penalty, like you would always just like rip this battle res, and if we end up wiping later on in the dungeon, like whatever, we're going again anyways.
Yeah, so I guess we're assuming there's a disconnect or something like that going on because you can continue running the dungeon right with 4 members, but you cannot start a dungeon with 4 members. And since we're not past the first hour of the day yet, they can also not take their break. So if there actually is disconnect problems, then the only smart thing for them to do is actually just continue playing with 4 and hope that they get their 5th member back and finish the key. Because there's not much else they can really do right now anyway.
This is close on the 2 chest.
Oh, yeah, that is actually very close.
Are they going to miss this? I think my gut reaction is that they're still going to get it, but they don't have Bloodlust available.
I don't have last. They did do the trash, so they can full on focus on the boss here. They're definitely going to get one more intermission.
Yes.
This is actually going to be really close. Yeah, I agree.
I think if they get the second... It's kind of a question as to whether or not they get the second intermission. Now, they do end up accelerating a little bit whenever the Arcane Mage gets into that execute, so... the arcane damage with the Arcane Surge in that execute is like a huge spike for this kind of composition.
You hold the Surge here?
I mean, it's like a minute 18 cooldown. And like I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure you just like press this on CD here.
Alright, so we'll get one more Surge at the end.
They are gonna get one more Surge at the end. It's more of a question as to whether or not they're gonna be getting a second intermission. I think the answer is no, that they're not gonna get the second intermission, but like this is like if they have a death or if they have a death, I think they're in trouble.
I think so too. And looking at one hill on the top right, they're also this last boss. And looking at their 2 chests, they're still in phase 1 here. They have 5 minutes 22 left, so yeah, I also think so. I think one hill is looking pretty solid on the 2 chests here.
I mean, maybe this is the comfort of the DPS picks, right? Where Bond, Fired Up, and Chun have played all of these specs just so much over the course of time that they're able to just be a little bit more consistent in terms of their damage.
Maybe. Let's take a look at Mandatory as they're approaching the end of their +2 timer here. 50 seconds left. The boss is on 10%. I think they can do it. We do see the Surge coming up in a couple of seconds here, in 10 seconds. So that Surge should be able to send the boss as soon as it comes up. So they got it, but yeah, definitely not as easy as it maybe should have been for Mandatory here.
Oh my god, Mode almost died to those fragments. But yeah, Mandatory able in a deathless run to be able to 2-chest this dungeon by 30 seconds at the 23:32 mark. So now we can actually take a look at one hill whenever they're going to be looking to do this dungeon. We were kind of speculating that they're going to be a little bit faster in this place on this final phase and on this boss. But at the same time, Mandatory, you can't be mad at being able to get that dungeon dealt with in a 2-chest.
Nah, definitely not. Do you think they should be moving into the Priory for now? Or should they just ascend at 22, I guess?
I tend to think that you just want to do all of your lower level keys first, and then whenever you're ready to swap onto your Prot Warrior, onto your Ellie Shaman, onto your Hunter, stuff like that, then you just do a full swap.
Yeah, I think so too. It's also easier for you to then calculate the Spectrality rule in case something goes wrong on the lower keys. If you don't 2-chest something that you thought you would 2-chest, then I think it makes sense to just wait for the higher keys.
And I mean, we saw Mandatory have some weird stuff going on with their Spec Variety rule, where they end up just logging on a Brewmaster Monk for one random dungeon in an Aura Kara yesterday. We kind of speculated that that's because they thought they were going to 2-chest the Aura 19, but ended up only 1-chesting it. And it's now they need something for their Spec Variety rule to make sure they don't ban out something incorrectly. And yeah, like you said, just starting out with the lower dungeons, that makes it kind of impossible to mess up because you can just take it a little bit slower.
Yeah, you hope so. Although sometimes even those lower dungeons, as we've seen, can put up a bit of a fight.
Yeah.
But, we are going to have a switch here on the desk. So, Nagura, Tettles, we'll see you later today. But thanks for the start off here to day 2.
GG's.
Bye.
Bye. And we are getting Makes and Dratnos on the desk. Now, kind of like we were just talking about, Mandatory had pretty much one of the roughest days that we've seen from them yesterday, right? But towards the end, they began to pull themselves up, and today they've been making some good headway. So, Dratnos, you kind of had your eye on yesterday, this question of whether or not Mandatory would be able to regain their composure and challenge Liquid this weekend. So, do you feel like thus far they're off on a better foot, or what do you think they need to do to make that happen today?
Yeah, I think that the start of today and even the end of yesterday, Mandatory were looking like themselves again. I think that the goal of challenging Liquid is looking harder than I imagine they probably thought it was going to be going into this weekend, because Liquid are super fast in some of these dungeons. And so even in the dungeons where Mandatory have reached the same key level as Liquid, they are actually slower in both the Ecodome and the Arakaara by a minute in the Arakaara and 2 minutes in the Ecodome. So both of those runs were still not great, but at least they were timed, which wasn't true for some of their builder keys yesterday, right? They had to reset some of those. So yeah, I would say it's, good signs for Mandatory, but they wanted to come into this group and be the best team, and they wanted to come into this group and be the best team by a lot. And right now they look like the second best team in this group, and that's still good enough to qualify for global finals at the end of the weekend if they can hold that, but it's not where they want to be.
I think a lot in it is how much of that was day one and how much of that is going to be day 2, day 3, because of course the group weekend is still pretty young, and while the beginning matters and we're seeing the effect of that on our leaderboard right now, I think let's not call it before it actually does get there. Liquid are looking insane, but Mandatory, like you're mentioning, are catching up, so I wouldn't be surprised if there are some more surprises coming in from Mandatory, for lack of better words. But Dratnos, I know there's something on our screens you really want to talk about, and that's that Blood DK. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I love Blood DK. I'm glad to see Yoda playing it here as well. It's funny because I thought Yoda would be playing a lot of Prop Pally on these alt keys. He's a big evangelist of the Protection Paladin just this season, being quite good. But yeah, we've seen him on the VDH and the Prop Pally, and also here now on the Blood DK. Great to see. It's a spec that it works out really well in the lower keys, right? Like if you're looking for a tank that's going to be really fun to play in a weekly keystone, right? In a plus 10 and a plus 12, Blood Decay is great because if you play well, you're just completely immortal and you feel amazing. In the higher keys, problem is that they can just die. Not in the way that Malik's just gone down, though, as we have a replay. Okay, this is replay of what happened here, but still, nearly a catastrophe. Is this actually a catastrophe? Did they manage? They still have 2 B-reses, so it looks like they were maybe able to stabilize this one. Wow, yeah,
wow.
This is crazy
okay, hold on. They
recovery.
still need to get these stars, else tons of damage. But
yeah, so we
like
can see here's back to live.
Yeah.
They did manage to get through that. Wow, that was terrifying. It looked like a tank maybe hit by that Hyperlight Nova, and then that led to a series of deaths. But the good news for Los Golfos, they're still going to 2-chest this plus 20, and they managed to preserve those B-reses, right? They held the B-reses for the rest of the dungeon run. So, whoa, Liquid having some deaths as well. 2 shamans going down. Now the good news is nobody saw that. Both the shamans are back. No B-reses were used, but a little bit of danger and also a little bit of time loss. Wow, lots of stuff happening across our teams here.
Yeah, it's somehow as if somebody got on cast and suddenly all of our teams are started having issues. Dratnos, care to comment?
Yeah, I can't believe you do this. That's messed up, but you know.
But
okay,
I do want to talk about Los Golfos a bit. I'm sure they will. I think Los Golfos is a team that we were mentioning a lot yesterday as having been known for upsets, having been known to play a little bit higher than their seat. And for the beginning of the day, it looked a lot like that was the case. They had some insane runs. And then as keys got a little bit tougher throughout the day, maybe it was also just the ongoing tournament day, it felt like concentration faltered a little bit for the Golfos as we see a huge pull coming in here from the Liquid with that bloodlust as well. They need to be very careful here with all of those interrupts. How are you feeling about the perspective of the Golfos as we talk about like Liquid and Mandatory, because they're one of the 2 teams that are putting a little bit of heat on Mandatory together with One Hill?
Yeah, I think that the worry for teams like Los Golfos, like One Hill, is that their high key ceiling is probably a little bit lower than Mandatories and Liquids. So even if they have a really strong opener to a day, the part that's going to be hardest for those teams is going to be actually converting and, being able to complete the 22 Arakaras in time, for instance, is the sort of thing that might be only mandatory and Liquid. But if they play like they played in those builder keys, then both Los Golfos and One Hill have the potential to be doing those keystones, although One Hill, they if you look at their Arcara, for instance, they depleted a 21. Now it was with the death, and then they timed the 21, but it was
Liquid?
Close. Oh no. Yeah, Liquid having some more deaths here.
Strikes the board. Yeah, and they don't have battle resist this time around. This is right after their loss. Can Yip survive and keep this pull going as they're trying to fight it out? It looks like it's going to be working here, but it's certainly not an easy task with Boomy down as well. Lots of damage is missing there, but I think they got it. Yeah, okay, we're back together. That was scary. Here's that replay.
Okay, so this is just the ticking damage from Sir Braunpike being in combat with them. Oh, and the Footmen. So that you saw they tried to thunderstorm the Footmen there. If the Footmen are crowd controlled when they die, they don't explode. But if they're not crowd controlled, they do explode, and you can see that hits everybody in the raid for 5 million. So 25 million across your group, right? That needs to be healed each time you miss one of those CCs. Very important to try and chain the CCs on those Footmen as they're getting low. Something that I think is really valuable to do as well is to save your stuns so that those mobs aren't on stun DR as they're starting to die. And I think that was something that maybe Liquid sent a few of those stuns early to just keep the pull under control. And I think it's really valuable with those Footmen to try and save it for the end so that you can actually have maybe 8 seconds of window to kill those Footmen without them actually exploding.
Yeah, that's very, very important for all of our teams as they are working through that key. I don't know if you could hear it, but Ari was riled up by that Liquid near wipe there. She was having some opinions on that. But in general, how do you feel about the dungeons we gave our teams today? Where do you think they're going to be ending in that Priory as well as our Gambit?
Yeah, it's interesting because these are two of kind of the most different dungeons in terms of the texture of the key level, right? The Priory has a low ceiling and the Gambit has a very high ceiling relative to the other keys. Now, when we say very high and very low, it's it's 2 key levels or 1 key level difference between the teams, but that's still a big deal. It's interesting to see that most of our teams opted to start off in that Gambit, which makes sense, right? Because that's the key that goes a little higher. It was only Liquid that were like, now we'll do the Priory first, right? And now Mandatory and One Hill are joining them here as well. But yeah, I do think the Priory is going to cost teams much more time to get up to the same key level as the Gambit. On the other hand, spending more time in the Gambit, investing more time in the Gambit might be able to net these teams a 23 key on their scorecard. And if that sort of thing happens, right, that'll be really valuable because for tiebreaker purposes, first of all, you just get more points from a key that goes higher, but also our first tiebreaker is which key level do you have done at the highest, right? If you've done a 23 and another team's only done a 22 and you both had the same point total, the team with the 23 wins. So Gambit, I think, is going to be a really valuable key with both Gambit and Ecodome now in our pool. I think those are going to be dungeons that teams might do extra focus on and leave the dungeons like the Priory or the Floodgate at something like the 21 if they can get it there, because those dungeons are super hard on the 21, and then trying to push up even past that, I don't think is going to make sense until you've finished in the Gambit and the Ecodome.
Yeah, I do agree with that for the most part. Of course, it is still the group weekend, and if Group A and B taught us anything, it's probably that the teams that are sitting comfortably on the top might not want to show everything they have got. So we'll need to see how many of these world record keys tags can actually be claimed by our teams. But we're going to be checking in with Es Imposible, a team that definitely has their work cut out for them today. The other casters were talking about it a little bit as well already. They did ban out a couple of their main specs from using them yesterday. So from here on out, it is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle, but they will be on track for timing this key here, at least on the 20. Does mean, though, they don't get instant access to that 22 that we're seeing teams like Los Golfos in already.
Yeah, even getting the key to level 22 is going to be a challenge, and I think timing it, with their off-meta comps, it's one of those things where, like, this is going to be a really impressive feat if they're able to accomplish that, because the way that Es Imposible played, like, they and Cousins yesterday were battling to make it to today, and then they were like, okay, well, if we make it to tomorrow and, we have to figure out how to play without our main specs, that'll be a good problem to have, because at least it means we're still in the tournament. But unfortunately now Es Imposible are at the point where that is happening. In the meantime, we do have Liquid nearing the end of this Priory. Even with those 4 deaths, even with that almost wipe, they are still going to be well under the timer here in the plus 20, which is good news. Problem is, the timer is not far enough ahead that if they did the same thing on a 21, they would end up depleting. But that, if they take away the 4 deaths, I think they would have the timer in here. And also, they are playing the Resto Shaman, the Unholy DK, which they might opt to swap into the Resto Druid and the Frost DK, and that could give them a little bit more timer in here. So it'll be interesting to see whether Liquid decide to come back here, or I think probably more likely they'll hop over to that Gambit and pick up 2 runs in that dungeon, sort of mirroring what the other teams have done.
Yeah, I doubt that the route for Liquid involves 4 deaths. I agree with that assessment. So we're going to be seeing them, I think, in the Priory later on. Surprisingly enough, Los Golfos are on that 22, so they haven't ventured into the Priory just yet, which usually we see teams do like a 1-2 take and then switch dungeons, 1-2 take, and switch dungeons, and then they also switch their specs, because they try to limit the spec switching to a minimum. Just makes sense for the most part, not get yourself confused with the spec variety rule, and also not having to switch your muscle memory per spec that you're playing. But Los Golfos are saying, nope, the 18 and the 20, that's not good enough for us. We're actually going to be slamming that 22 in the Gambit as well. So that's really, really interesting, and I'm curious if other teams are going to do that as well.
Yeah, there's sort of 2 competing theories of, is it better to stay warmed up in a specific dungeon even as the key level gets higher? Or is it better to stay warmed up in the sort of builder key mindset and then switch over to the push key mindset, and potentially from your off-meta specs to your main specs, right? And I think there's definitely some merit to both choices. The thing that a lot of teams opt for builder keys first instead is it lets you then play around the spec variety rule with perfect information, whereas if you do one key all the way up to, say, the 22, the 23, then you switch the other one, you don't know how that's going to go and how many runs you're going to get in at the end of the day. You don't know how long it's going to take you to put those 23s on the board at the start, right? So you have a little bit less ability to manipulate the spec variety rule in the event of things going either unusually well or unusually poorly for you over those 5 hours.
We are going to be checking in with Es Imposible. Yeah, look, I was just looking at the smaller box, and I was like, do they time this? It's definitely a little bit close with those 3 deaths that they have on the board, but Celia is going to go down here for them. That is that 20 unlocked we were talking about. The fact that they still need to make their way into that 22 for the most part, so they have their work cut out for them. And Liquid is actually in that Gambit, so we have a little bit of a replay here.
Yeah. So this is
Nisha looking for the correct star. Oh,
yeah,
no.
A little scary as well. So what happened there is there was a lineup of 3 stars in a row, which you have to be really careful of that one, because depending on who is being targeted by which jolt, if you go into that middle star and you have a jolt that's passing through you from both directions, you actually will get killed. So very important to adjust from, usually probably what's happening is Misa is used to going to a specific one far, right? You typically have the kind of rough 5 areas in the room that people will run. But if you get that exact line like that, you need to adapt and have the person that actually is not going to get overlapped run to that one, right? Somebody who is being sort of the person behind them is targeting them, and the person in front of them is who they're targeting, so that they don't end up having the line double back over them and double tick them.
Yeah, so to summarize, try to not take unnecessary damage is going to be the takeaway
Yeah,
here.
if you get double hit, you're going to get one shot.
Work.
Yeah,
yeah, it's not
It's usually not an issue, because with many of the configurations they can go to, you're not in a spot where you're going to get hit by 2 of them. It's just if 3 are in a line, that middle one can have 2 lines going through it.
Yeah. It's definitely something to keep in mind for our teams as they are working on that. Es Imposible, actually, after unlocking that 21, are saying, nope, we are going to run back that Gambit. We still want to get the 21 on the board as well. And I'm just curious what their plan is going to look like. But it looks like it's similar to the Golfos, who are currently working on that 22. I'm curious how their timers are looking in the 22. I'm not sure if we saw 22s in the previous days. I have Group B open right now, so let me Group A. Let me look at Group B.
We've seen the 22s, we've seen the 23s in this dungeon as well.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
Something that
so
we haven't
here's
seen
one.
in this dungeon, I don't think, has been the Windwalker Monk, which Boomy is actually playing it on a character called Boom Spec Vary, which we'll have to decipher exactly what he might mean by that. But this is cool because
idea.
Boomy actually played Windwalker in the Race World First this tier, so this is a spec that he has. I mean, obviously has a lot of experience on a lot of specs. This is a renowned multi-classer for Team Liquid on the raid side, plays all the roles as well, but very fun to see him on the Windwalker here. That's a cool spec to get some use out of.
It absolutely is. I mean, especially normally, I would say in a meta where you have a lot of melee classes, now they're also electing to run that mage with it, which might take a little bit off of it, but I like it. It's Picasso, it's some good work. I do want to check in on Los Golfos because I just pulled up the 22 that we saw from Mist Count, which was the only, it was the only 22 plus 2 that we saw. It was in Group B last weekend. And I just want to check in with their timers. They killed Hilbrand on 8:58, which the Golfos are not on track for that. To no one's surprise, because Mist Count was really crazy fast, but they're still on a good timer for timing this 22 on the overall picture, so just making sure that we're staying on track here when death has already happened, but that hasn't thrown them back too far.
Yeah, exactly. They're not playing for the 2 chest here. That 2 chest for Mist Count was amazing, but it's not even required, right? Because you don't do the 24 in this dungeon, or at least we don't think a team will try to do the 24 in a group weekend. That's something that I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see attempted at the global finals, though, if Gambit's in there. So that'll be a fun thing to tune in for. But here, I think none of the teams, even Mist Count, who had access to that 24, have zoned into it just yet. So just timing the 22 will be a big outcome for Los Golfos, and that'll be really huge for their prospects of qualifying out of this group, because remember, this is one of our lower seeded teams in the group, but they have played around that spec variety rule yesterday. They have got access to every main spec that they want for today, so this is a team that is playing for one of those 2 spots out of the group. It's going to be a huge uphill battle to compete with Liquid and Mandatory for those spots, not to mention, of course, One Hill and potentially Es Impossible as well, but that is going to be the goal for Los Golfos. Here you can see the Gambit timers for the 4 teams that have already done this. So you can see Los Golfos actually had the fastest 20 if you don't look at the deaths, which, of course, our timer does. But, that's a good sign for their route, for their pathing, for their familiarity with the dungeon.
I agree. I think that's actually really interesting because, like you're mentioning, we're kind of looking towards it's maybe a strong word, but a 4-way horse between all of our teams, as we do have a little death coming in for Mandatory Stove to go down there. So it is going to be a factor how their routes are looking and if they're going to be able to keep up with each other, because I would not be surprised if it does come to time tiebreakers when it comes to qualification for those global finals. But looks like Mandatory able to stabilize here. Come to time tiebreakers when it comes to qualification for those global finals. But looks like Mandatory able to stabilize here as they're working on that 18 Priory. For a second, I was scared, but then I remembered Stove is playing a shaman, and so all was good.
Yeah, the Resto Shaman as well, with some of that ticking damage, a bit more danger. But yeah, Mandatory making some good time here in this plus 18. That 2 chest certainly still on the table for them, even with the 2 deaths. And this comp should be quite high single target damage as well. The MM Hunter instead of the BM Hunter, great on single target when you have those cooldowns. The Brewmaster, you can see, is just doing ungodly DPS here on pull. That's a completely unethical single target to start this off. I'm not sure.
A mystery. But, something that's also kind of a bit of a mystery that we're getting more information by the second is, you were both talking about the team. A mystery. But, something that's also kind of a bit of a mystery that we're getting more information. Clockwise, Mist Count, and Scaffolding are going to be awaiting Group C and the CN regions. But from what you've seen with Group C this weekend, do you think that they can compete with such intense competition makes?
Oh, so it's hard to say now, right? Because, of course, for the other teams, we've seen their day 3, which is usually where those world record keys start to come up more frequently. I think they definitely have it in them to compete with those teams. I think Mist Count is looking very, very scary this season in comparison to what we saw from the previous seasons, right? It's one of those teams where, since we've seen them join the competition, they've just gotten scarier and scarier every single season that they participated in. And it looks like they're starting to reach a peak, which might be hard to claim by other teams, but never say never. We are having that kind of theory that Holy Method was actually holding back in their Ecodome, for example, so it's hard to gauge sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. I think that of the MDI weekends we've seen thus far, the best day anybody's had was Miscount's day 3. And I think the second best day anybody's had was Miscount's day 2. So Miscount are looking absolutely crazy going into global finals. Of course, both Miscount and Holy Method have held back. You know, they've ended days early. There's been strategies probably that they have access to, or even just optimizations that they have yet to show us. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more of that. Although this weekend, you know, Liquid and Mandatory are going to be pushing each other to potentially not hold anything back on the last day. So I'll say right now, I think it's pretty clear that Holy Method and Miscount are clear, like, S++ tier teams. The question is, are Liquid or Mandatory also in that category? Mandatory had a very shaky yesterday, but they certainly have the history, they have the potential to be up there as well. And Liquid have looked absolutely great this weekend, and they're coming in with great timers in the time trials as well. So that's the question for me: is which of the are these 4 teams all going to be equally favorites going into the global finals, or will there be, you know, more separation between them? And also, our underdog teams, right, are more, you know, less favorite, more underdog competitors, more dark horses. How will they fare at the global finals? And also, how will our 2 teams from the Chinese region fare as well? Because for those who don't know, we are going to have a weekend for the Chinese servers as well. There will be 2 teams brought there. Their time trials have also looked extremely good. And we're doing a rebroadcast of that as well. So mark your calendars. It is the 17th through the 19th, which is next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, basically. So not in a couple days, but in a week and a bit.
Not this one, but the one after that. Exactly.
Yeah. We'll be rebroadcasting the Chinese group weekend, and then after that it's global finals. So we will have 8 teams there. It's going to be incredibly hype, and I'm actually pretty excited for what the Chinese region will bring to the table this time. It's a little bit of an interesting region because some seasons, all their best players are just on one team, and that team is absolutely incredible, and they've won great pushes before. It's been a very, very powerful region. And then sometimes they show up and it's like, oh, there's, you know, kind of some splits of some of the best players. Some of their best players are just playing live instead and not doing MDI this season, and they end up underperforming expectations. So I'm curious which one we'll get this time around, and you have to watch the group weekend for the Chinese. You have to watch that rebroadcast. It's going to be so much fun.
Yeah, you have to watch all of it. So just take the penultimate week of November off. You get an official permit slip that is signed by Dr. Atnos, and that'll do. So you can watch all of the happenings of MDI CN region, as well as, of course, our esteemed global finals, which is going to be a great show. And I do think yesterday kind of reminds us all that even a team that has consistently looked absolutely insane can have a really bad day. And if something like that were to happen in the global finals, of course, that would change up our predictions, right? We're always operating on these teams at the best that we've ever seen them in, based on that current season. So it's definitely going to be very interesting, and I wouldn't be surprised if any of our dark horse teams are going to be throwing some wrenches into some of these runs. But let's check in with the Golfos as they're currently working away on that 22. We still have a little bit of extra trash to do, and of course Celia is a boss fight that takes pretty long, but your timer, I'd say, is looking pretty good here.
Yeah, this is really impressive out of Los Golfos, getting basically a one-shot in this 22 if they are able to convert on this last boss. Of course, it's a hard boss, but they've made it through a lot of the hardest parts of this dungeon already on their first attempt, so extremely impressed with this out of Los Golfos so far. Hopefully they'll be able to hold it together as they get through this dungeon, because, yeah, this will be an impressive start to their day. At this pace, I think they're on plus 23 pace in this dungeon, which is really valuable, because if you have to pick a dungeon to have be your strongest dungeon, the one that goes to the highest key level is by far the most valuable, and that is Gambit, right? Gambit, I think, Ecodome also goes up to 23, but is much harder on 23, I'd say, than Gambit. I think Gambit is the most realistic 23 of the 5 dungeons that we're showing here. So, yeah, Los Golfos, if they just put this 22 on the board in the first hour and a half of the day, that's going to be huge. We do have a death coming in for one hill. It's fired up going down to that purification from the light spawn. A little bit of a tough ability for this group to handle, because oftentimes you have a DPS DK. I don't think tanks get targeted by that Purification Beam, and so your DK having AMS for it is really valuable, but for One Hill, their DK is their tank, so they don't have that AMS available for those Purifications, which basically will be they have a lot more of that damage to deal with on their tank, so they don't have that AMS available for those Purifications, which basically will be they have a lot more of that damage to deal with on their group. They have to use a lot longer cooldowns, like those Shadow Melds, like those Invisibilities, if somebody wants to actually immune or cancel the damage. And you can see those channeling into players, needing all of the defensives that they can get to keep alive through the massive damage of that channel.
Yeah, I agree. And I think One Hill is maybe the team that we've just kind of been glazing over just a little bit as we were talking about Los Golfos and Mandatory and Liquid, but Yoda, that was very low.
That's no. You have to get the muscle memory right. This is a blood DK. As long as they have 2 or more health, they are safe, right? 1 health is a dangerous amount.
It didn't look like 2.
We're totally fine. This is normal.
But what I was trying to say is I think this is a team that has looked really, really good as well. And they've been kind of flying a little bit under the radar, but of course also having that 20+2 on the board and the Gambit is going to allow them to go straight in that 22. They still have a little bit of extra homework to do in finishing out that Ecodome 22 that we saw from Mandatory and Liquid, as well as the 22 Arakara. Those are the dungeons we haven't seen them in yet, that we've seen the quote-unquote 2 favorites in, as Mickey actually does go down for the Golfos. But I think One Hill definitely has the potential to be a team that could make it to the global finals.
I think so as well, yeah. This is a team that, in some of the lower keys, they missed some of the 2 chests that some of our other teams have been able to make happen, which, it's bad, right? You sort of lose 30 minutes each time that happens. But what are those 30 minutes for? Well, they're for pushing keys at the end of Saturday and for most of Sunday. And if you're good at that, you're totally happy being slow in the builder keys, right? If you're good at the high keys and slow in the builder keys, as long as you don't get eliminated on Friday, that is a good configuration of skills to have for a team. So that is the question for me, though, is will One Hill actually be able to convert in the higher keys? Because with their playstyle, they will need to be able to do that in order to qualify out of this group.
Yeah, that's definitely something to keep in mind as we see them venture into the hierarchies. They did show that they were able to at least get the Floodgate on the board in the 20. Of course, Liquid is holding a 21, but Mandatory hasn't even done that 21/20. They're still sitting on that 19+2 that they can convert into 2, well, I don't want to call it easy point, but into 2 points, as Golfos are having another issue. Their Hunter Apple did go down there. That was, I think, their last battle rest. Yeah, let's look over. This is their 22 as they're working on Celia. They can't have anything else go wrong here. Otherwise, they won't be able to rest. And this is a boss fight that's notoriously hard to do if you're down 1 person, not only because it takes forever, but also because of that star mechanic.
Yeah, exactly. But you go from not wanting to see 3 stars in the line to needing to see 3 in a row to be able to actually hit them in 1 jolt combo. So that's something that the team is very much hoping to avoid. It's one of those things where realistically a death at this point will deplete their keystone. Even though they have infinite time, it's just going to be so hard to deal with all those jolts if somebody goes down. So they need to make sure that no more of those deaths do come through. No battle res for the remainder of the dungeon. But they are going to be able to drag Celia over into the corner here. They also already have count. They're not going to need to pull any trash into this second phase of the boss. So just a question of when cooldowns overlap is going to be when they hit Lust. You can see they have 1 minute and 10 seconds left on Ascendance, which is probably going to be the... Well, I guess we have a Breath of Sindragosa coming up in 5, but we don't have a pillar to pair with it right away. So I wonder what's going to happen here in terms of the cooldown usage, because if you hit this breath right now, you're not going to be able to hit it with the
absolutely
the
do not hit it
Lust.
with that pillar. You're going to be so sad. Don't do that.
Little bit of an unfortunate desync here, but I think it's all going to work out well, because what this is setting up for Los Golfos is after this next immune phase, they should actually... Oh, breath pillar is getting sent right now. Okay, so we're not going to have that in Lust if we hit it on the next phase here. But, looking at the timer here, all this yapping I'm doing about cooldown, multiplication and stuff like that, that's the sort of thing that matters if you're going to be close on the timer. Los Golfos aren't. They are well ahead of this timer. They are looking so great on the amount of time they have left in this dungeon, as long as they can avoid any of those deaths. Although you can see just the base damage of that jolt nearly kills their DPS players.
All right, here's that Lust, actually. Okay.
So no breath.
Maybe we
are
could have
going to get
pulled
this
that
Ascendance
breath.
in the Lust. So that's good at least, and we're going to get the Storm Ellie as well, of course, and the Call of the Wild already going off as well. For Mandatory, we had a healer go down. Luckily, it's that healer that doesn't actually go down on the Resto Shaman. 7%
seconds.
left. So they need to be, they are
16.
on pace still to get this.
15.
They have the damage. It's going to be quite tight, but I think they're there. Yeah, they should be under the 10 seconds. Wow. We needed that Brewmaster damage to carry to get the 2 chest there for Mandatory. One Hill in a very similar situation here, but look at their deaths. 3 deaths for them, and they're actually going to be on the wrong side of the 2 chest here in the Priory. So this just further is an example of that narrative we were talking about of One Hill being a team that isn't able to put up the same 2 chests as some of the other teams in the lower keys. They are going to have much less time as a result to attempt the higher keys. They need to be able to do them, though.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And that gives you a little bit of, I would say, a preview of how this day is going to work out. Because with every dungeon that teams are not going to be able to +2, that just means they need to spend more time in there. And that means they can't afford any more issues. But Los Golfos also can't afford any issues. They need to be really careful with these projectiles that are coming out of those stars. They cannot afford another death here, and Celia is still on 15%. They're good on the timer, like you mentioned, but they need to be so clean right now. You can see that AMS being popped here by Satip, also helping with the damage of that collapsing star, making sure he's not getting any of those debuffs. Just trying to make life for the healer a little bit easier, as you should as a DK with all of the utility that we have. And now they're going to be needing to dodge one more time. In the meantime, we're getting word that Mandatory are actually electing to take the very first break of the day, I believe. 15 minutes after teams are able to lock that break in, they're going to be taking 10 minutes.
Yeah, there we go. We can see Mandatory taking that break, which we also see Los Golfos putting the key on the board, and Liquid also charging through Solia's second phase here with that Windwalker Monk. They've got the last trash they need under the boss here. Ooh, Es Imposible here. 2 deaths to a Temporal Detonation. That's that debuff. Nasty damage from that debuff here for Es Imposible, taking out their healer and their Frost DK. The res does land on the healer. 34% on Hooktail. Are they going to cast a res on their DK as well? I think you probably should, but yeah, it does use your last battle res. A little bit tough with this comp as well, because each of those reses is going to cost you a global and 3 holy power from your prop paladin. So if you're trying to cast 2 of those B reses, you might just die. You might grief your Shield of the Righteous uptime, or your Word of Glory is a little bit too much. So it took a little bit of time to actually be able to build up the resources and the rotational safety to actually cast that second battle res here.
Better safe than sorry in those situations. Yeah, you might have lost a couple of seconds on getting that DK back up, which translates, of course, to damage, but that damage is no good if your tank dies. So I think that was the right call here by Es Imposible, and I'm very curious how they're going to be looking in that 21. We know their 20 wasn't the fastest, so they're actually on one of those additional key rounds that we were just mentioning. Let's check in with Liquid, though, because they're on that 18 Gambit as well. And for them, it's, of course, very important that they are going to be able to get that +2 on the board that some of the other teams have missed out on. But I think 4 minutes, looking pretty good here.
Yeah, no way they could miss the 2 chests from here. Especially with three battle reses available for them, it would have to be a full team wipe before they would miss that at this point. And, this boss, that can happen. You can see there is that collapsing star that they are... Oh, we don't have a hunter that can actually do that collapsing star, but we do have a prop paladin. So with this comp, we can do, like, Ice Cold, and Wolf Disco should be fine, Spirit Link, and then we can do even Bubble and Spell Wards to be able to get through it. And yeah, you can see Spell Ward lands on Zasevi, although Zasevi also Astral Shift, so maybe a little bit of miscommunication about what they need to do to survive that. But the combination of a couple people immune inside a Spirit Link makes that damage just extremely trivial. You can see they do get that 3 relics in a line pattern, but are able to come up with a way to stand that doesn't have anybody getting double hit. So Solia, 23% out of this immune phase, should be dying before the next one. This should be a easy 2 chest for Team Liquid, and I assume we'll see them come right back into this dungeon, although it might be time for them to take 10 of their break minutes as well.
Yeah, that's definitely something that's going to be happening across our teams. I assume the One Hill team logo on the right-hand side is also going to be a break timer, as that +2 is locked in for Liquid. And what a fast 18 they gave us here right out of the gate. They're standing at, let me double check, 21:05. Mandatory actually had the fastest one out of our groups. So we're going to be seeing if they can speed up maybe a little bit more in the higher levels as well to make sure that they're safe on the time tiebreakers.
Yeah, absolutely. As we can see, we have another break coming in as well. One Hill up there also taking 10 minutes of break timer. We'll see what Liquid decides to do as well. We do have Los Golfos, though, entering their 5th dungeon of the weekend. It is that Priory, of course. They've already got that 22 in the Gambit on the board, so this is a team that is really happy with how the day has started. I think any situation where it takes them less than 90 minutes to get that key pushed all the way up to 22, they are going to be very excited about. Now the question is going to be, will Priory go as well for them? Because this is definitely a dungeon that has a lot of ways for things to go wrong, and sort of unlike some of our more preferred dungeons for some of the players, is that this dungeon, a lot of the difficulty isn't necessarily right at the start. There's a lot of difficulty just kind of spread all throughout the dungeon. In fact, the hardest part of the dungeon for most of the teams we've seen is the trash before the last boss, which means that it takes a lot of time to invest an attempt in this dungeon that actually reaches that point where things get super difficult. Of course, the start of the dungeon, also very hard, but I think, yeah, one of the dungeons that has some really difficult trash near the end can mean that it costs more time to do these attempts. Of course, not something we think is going to be a huge problem in the plus 18. At the plus 18 key level, the main thing we're looking at is 2 chest versus 1 chest for Los Golfos. Hopefully they'll be able to land on that 2 chest side of the board like most of our other teams. Notably, One Hill weren't quite able to crest that particular hill, so hopefully they'll be able to continue to improve when they come back from their break. In the meantime, we see Team Liquid. Look at this. They are walking in to Solia's Gambit plus 19. So they had access to the 20 here, but they've decided, okay, you know what? Let's just go into the 19. And the reason for this has to be spec variety rule. This is just fully min-maxing for the spec variety rule. It's saying, hey, look, we can get an extra dungeon run today by doing this key an extra time at this low level. And that will get, hey, look, we can get an extra dungeon run today by doing this key an extra time. Level keys, right? We'll be able to play more of our main specs later by doing basically a throwaway keystone that they don't necessarily need to do here. Now also, if they 2-chest this 19, then they could potentially 2-chest the 21 and then get access to the 23. So this might not even cost them a total dungeon run, but it might let them do another dungeon run with their off-meta specs, whereas if they tried to 2-chest the 20, they might need their main specs for that. So a lot of different ramifications that they are juggling here, but very cool strategy out of Liquid.
Okay, so I just want to say that I only like this if they're actually able to get the +2 in the 19 here, because otherwise you are saving yourself on the spec variety rule, right? Like you mentioned, but you are giving yourself less time in the day. And time is, of course, also a resource. Now, Liquid might be looking at this and saying, we have enough time as is because we're currently leading on the leaderboard and we're feeling really confident. We've seen similar from Miscount and Holy Method. But I would like it a lot more if they were able to get the +2 in that 19 and then go straight up into that 21, not essentially having lost one extra run like you're mentioning, but I do agree. I think it's definitely on purpose. You know, you're looking at the right-hand side and you're thinking, is it? But yeah. I do think it is, and we're going to be seeing how they do. I do agree. I think it's definitely on purpose. You know, you're looking at the right-hand side and you're thinking, is it? But yeah. I do think it is, and we're going to be seeing how they do in this 19 as they make their way towards Hillbrand. In the meantime, let's check in with Es Imposible. They're in that 21 on Celia, and they have 5 minutes left. 1 battle rest as well as a lust is available to them. Might be cutting it close, and they also need trash.
Yeah, they do still need a little bit of that count. They are able, I mean, we're going to be able to pull that in here on the second phase of Solia. So, yeah, this is going to be really tight for Es Imposible. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Do they have
something they can pull in here? I mean, there are some mobs in this area that you could technically pull in, but that's very forbidden. So
there's the 2 3-packs.
The camera pan.
Typically, you have to pull one of those 3-packs to get to the boss. But yeah, this is a weird amount of count for them to be at. 343 out of 346. those 3-packs give more count
Okay.
than that. So you would, they will be able to pull it. But it's a little bit weird because they don't need 2 of those 3 mobs. So maybe they'll pull it at the very end.
I think they'll just do it after boss. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can just focus one down. There's already a skull marker on one of them. So we'll see when they decide to do this. Maybe on the last phase of the boss as well. And that way they don't have to deal with the extra ones. It looks like they're running in that direction. Okay, their Avenger Shield goes out. And we are going to just
Here
pull
we
it in
go. Is
right
that
with the
lost?
start. So,
Oh, we don't have breath.
a little bit less than 4 minutes before the timer is going to end here for Es Impossible. On this 21 key level with the Lust, they're going to need their damage to be quite efficient to be able to get over this. This is going to be quite a tough check for them.
So we're currently waiting for our cooldowns to come up to actually be able to use that lust. It's going to be like another half minute at least, but then we're also going to get the stars, so they might need to delay it a little bit more, which means that right now they're fighting this extra trash, which is of course added difficulty and added damage for the healer to deal with. They need to get through that before they can get a little bit of, well, I don't want to call it free farm, because like you mentioned, they need to be on point with their damage, but that is certainly what they have cut out for them. One of the projectiles just coming straight through the group, but everybody was able to dodge that one out. Rest of the group needs to make sure they're hitting that as well. And yeah, now we would have cooldowns, but we're also playing the stars, so I assume right after this is where that lust is going to get sent.
Yeah, once this boss gets back into the corner, I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. We don't actually have Call of the Wild yet, but it'll be inside this Lust if we hit it right now. The Pillar and the Breath get hit, the Ascendants get hit, the Lust gets hit, everything going into the boss right now. We want to see this boss dropping, I would say, to about 30% before that next immune phase is what we're hoping to see, to be able to kill it before it gets to the next immune phase after that, which I think will be the depletion condition for Es Impossible here. So we really need this Lust to give them a lot of damage. As you can see, they're actually going to put the spell warding on Misa, allowing her to be able to do this a little bit more safely, although unfortunate timing overlap here. Actually forced to use Turtle to be able to do this while the energy fragmentation projectiles are going out. There's going to be a little bit of a damage loss, but it does mean that we're going to be able to actually get this done during that mechanical overlap and avoid the danger of that star just having too many stacks near the end. 40% now on Solia. We're going to get one more cast of that energy fragmentation before we enter the immune phase. Nope, we're not actually. Never mind.
Yeah.
I, in fact, am lying. So 36% on the boss. This is a little higher than I was hoping to see it.
Yeah, I'm also starting to be a little bit
Oh
worried.
no,
So
we missed a relic. This is going to be a wipe here. There's no way to be able to... So they have a damage taken increase. Somehow they're able to survive. The sack actually lands on their... Wow. How'd they live that? Big defensives on everybody. It looks like we saw lay on hand sack. What a hero play from their tank to be able to keep most of the group alive through that. Lay on hands on one person, sack another person, able to survive that second jolt. I'm not sure it's going to save them, though, because they just need to do so much damage to be able to take this boss from 30 to 0. They are accelerating a little bit here. We do have another breath
yeah,
coming.
we just sent breath. Yeah. So I think we're going to cut it right down to the wire. The one thing that they cannot have happen to them is a death, right? That would immediately destroy their timer here. They have 47 seconds to deal with the rest of the damage, and I think having their trash done now, at least fully after that additional pack, they have the damage. Like you're mentioning, we're getting... Oh, we're not even...
So the problem is the immune is going to take so long here. After this fragmentation,
I don't
we are
like
getting
this.
the immune. The boss is going to immune at like 5% health. Now, the jolt doesn't take 25 seconds, but it takes a large chunk of it. They're going to have to get through this jolt cast. Yeah, we can't miss any of these. Ooh, good positioning there from their Ellie Shaman to avoid getting hit by that double overlap in the line. 14 seconds now to deal with 6% on the boss. They need to do a huge amount of damage. We have one more Call of the Wild. No more CDs, though, from our DK
this.
or our
Come
Ellie
on,
Shaman.
5.
Wow!
Yeah, oh wow, what a run. That was incredibly close for Es Impossible, and of course, that tells you something about their 22 as well, right? We were talking about how this dungeon is one of the ones that goes pretty high. If you're cutting it this close in the 21, I don't know how I'm feeling about the higher levels here.
Yeah, I'm very worried about it as well. I think when the 21 is barely possible, the 22 might in fact be impossible. So I'll have to see whether... I mean, there were 3 deaths there, so they might be able to speed things up a little bit. But yeah, that's very scary.
Absolutely is. But yeah, that pun was also very scary, Dratnos, so...
Well, to spare us all from Dratnos' puns, I think I'll just step in here and say, Dratnos, it's time for you to step off the desk. So, bye.
Bye.
Store some puns up for later, I guess. And we're going to be getting Nakura in. So, I mean, we've been kind of reviewing a lot of the teams, and obviously a wild run there, showing you just how close it can be from Es Imposible. And of course, with many other strong contenders this weekend, one of whom at the top on the opposite end is Liquid. So many people have asked, I've even seen chat talking about it today, why Liquid didn't have a team under their name in the MDI. And of course, they always kind of said that they would if they were able to get people together, could make it happen. And it seems like that time obviously has arrived, but they've brought in some former Perplexed members. They've kind of reconfigured. So Nagura, I was interested in hearing how you kind of feel this new constellation of Liquid is working out for them.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid obviously is performing incredibly well, coming in as the second seed, but we did know, so even though they are the second seed, they are the fourth seed in the time trials, right? So it's definitely a little bit of a closer thing going on in Group C here, where Mandatory is the third seed and Liquid is the fourth seed, right? So in Group A and in Group B, the difference between the first seed and the second seed for those groups have been a little bit wider, while these ones for Group C here is closer. But Liquid clearly is outperforming Mandatory and doing incredibly well, right? They already have one world record that they put on the very first day yesterday on this 21 Floodgate. And now, again, they're performing incredible. Now even playing around this spec variety rule with something with an approach that we have not seen before by any of the other teams, right? They're doing a 19 here, even though they two-chested 18, to play around this rule. Yeah, this is very interesting. I personally like it.
You like it? Okay.
Okay, so the reason why I like it is because we've seen Gambits two-chested all the way up until 22. We've seen 18 two-chest, 19 two-chest, 20, 21, 22. Right, so the two-chest potential for this key is very high in all levels. But as soon as you come to the higher key levels, all of a sudden it is very hard to two-chest, and it's very unlikely that you will be able to two-chest if you play like an off-meta comp, right? So if you want to play around the spec variety rule, all of a sudden it becomes a lot harder to two-chest the higher keys. So what Liquid is doing here is instead of going to the 20 and two-chest that one, they are just doing the 19, two-chesting this, getting the 21 afterwards, probably switching to their like main comp on a 21, two-chesting that one, and then getting the 23 unlocked. That's kind of what I'm thinking they'll do, just to give them like one additional key with this like off-meta comp.
Yeah, so I agree with that assessment, and I think it all kind of like it all hangs on the fact that we are expecting them to +2 this 19, right?
Oh, yeah.
I like their approach to the spec variety rule for the reasons that you just mentioned, but only if they are going to be +2ing that 19. I think if they're going to be unable to +2 that 19, it'll feel really bad. So I'm slightly nervous, but we have arrived at Hooktail with no issues until here, which is most of the trash in the Gambit, since it's very front-loaded in terms of mob count. And I'm feeling pretty confident in their split timers thus far to be able to get that +2. And like you mentioned, we've seen many teams do it. However, it would be the first time something goes a little bit awry for one of the other teams, so we'll need to keep an eye on Liquid and make sure that they're actually able to +2 this 19 as they are progressing through that dungeon.
Yeah, if they don't two-chest this, then they would just unlock a 20, which they have already unlocked from two-chesting the 80, right? Which means that this would literally just be... Yeah, I mean, it would still play around their spec variety rule, but it would not be great, because they would be just losing one whole dungeon run as in time, basically.
Exactly.
So, yeah, we're gonna have to keep an eye on them. But another thing I wanted to mention is, like yesterday, Liquid ended up not continuing to play half an hour before the end of the day to not mess up the spec variety rule. And if that's something they would have had to do at the end of the day again, if all of the keys went the way they wanted and the way they planned, then I much prefer this, right? Like, I'd rather have them do something like this than to stop like an hour. Yeah, maybe.
let's not call it before it gets there. They could still be doing both. But I do agree. I think it's something very interesting that has popped up with that spec variety rule, where teams are like, okay, for each tournament day, we have our ideal navigation through the dungeons, right? And that looks like okay, for day 2 dungeons, we get 2 18s, we expect a +2 both 18s, we expect a +2 both 20s, and then this dungeon we expect to go to the 21, 22, and then this dungeon we expect to go to the 22, 23, or whatever. And so, if they don't have any issues, which is always an ideal day for our teams, then that means they have a little bit of extra time because, of course, they calculate for what if we have 1 or 2 dungeons redo. So that is the extra time where our top team contenders are ending up at the end of the tournament day, just in case you as viewers are wondering why that keeps happening. It's just the extra time that they planned for what if something goes wrong, this is the minimum we want to achieve, that they then have left over, and they're like, oh, if we do another run, then that's going to mess with the spec fans. But I would agree with you, Nagura. I think it would be nice if we see them run all the way. Maybe they're feeling the pressure from this group.
Yeah, now that we're talking about the spec ban, I just also noticed something, and it's mandatory. They, at the start of the day, they were 2 points behind to Liquid, and it's because they were missing that 21 floodgate. They had the 19-2 chests from yesterday, but they didn't manage to get the points. Which means that if looking at what Liquid is doing, like if Liquid has to play a 19 Gambit to play around the spec variety rule to be able to like do the high keys and not ban anything important tomorrow, then for Mandatory it's going to be even worse, right? Because Mandatory not only has to do this or wants to do the same key levels on the higher levels today as Liquid does, they in addition also have to do the 21 floodgate, which very likely requires their main comp, right? Because the 21 floodgate is the highest floodgate we've seen.
Yeah.
So they have to play their main comp for 1 additional key, which means that Mandatory is in a bigger trouble even when it comes to spec variety compared to Liquid. So we'll see what they're going to have to do later on to not get one of their main specs banned for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been an interesting thing where the new spec variety rule definitely is a little bit more challenging than the one we had in the previous season. And of course, it's also the first time the teams are dealing with that, right? Once you've done it, once you've done your group weekend, you're like, okay, so this is a good way to deal with it. But in the moment, in that very first group weekend, teams are sometimes getting a little bit confused as to what would be the most ideal approach. Of course, we have Group C now, so they had Group A and Group B to maybe take some notes of how other teams are doing it. So I was kind of expecting these teams to not have as much issues with it, but it's certainly a challenge in itself for our teams to deal with that. And I think for the most part, our teams have done wonderfully with it, right? Look at the variety in tanks. 4 teams on the screens, and we're having 4 different tanks. That's just super cool.
It definitely is. I do think that the spec variety rule is a great addition to the MDI, and also the way we changed it for this season here is very cool. It's interesting because I think the change that happened for this season with the spec variety rule is something that not like the teams didn't quite understand that well. Because I was talking to Stove, which is in mandatory, right? Like we can see him on screen right now. And to be fair, this was like maybe like a month ago and Stove was in Group C, which means he didn't have to play for like 3 or 4 weeks, right? So, but still, like I was talking to Stove, and I personally had also not really looked exactly into the spec variety rule just yet myself, but I assumed that he would know. So he explained it to me, and then it turned out he explained it to me wrong. So when I was talking to production, they're like, no, that's not how it works. Like, what? Stove said that to me.
Yeah.
Like, I thought he would know how that works.
To be fair, like you mentioned, it was a little bit before the tournament, and of course, to kind of jump in, protect our admins, they're talking with the teams about how they want to approach this rule and are making sure that everybody understood it. So lots of extra admin work there, which I'm very appreciative of, and I'm sure the teams are as well. But yeah, sometimes it goes like that. Sometimes you think you understood something, and then that's not how it works. But let's take a look at Liquid here. So that 19, we're wanting this to be +2, and you can see they're already on Celia. They're finishing out the additional trash right now. You can see it on the pack in the back there. Or actually, that's not the pack in the back. Okay, so we still need to do that trash, but they're gonna be... Wait, no, there is a ritualist. Okay, I take it back. I lied for a second, but they're gonna be finishing their trash here. That ritualist is in there. And then when Celia phases, they're going to be on track for this timer to be a +2, in which I do agree. I think this is a good way to approach the spec ban rule.
Yeah, it is for sure a very interesting approach. And the fact that they even thought about this is cool, right? Because that is not like the most intuitive thing to do. Like, oh, we unlocked the 20, which we can easily do, but let's just run the 19, right? Like, I think to think about the rule this way is very creative. So I really like this, and I hope it's working out for them. And the reason why I want this to work out for them is because I want them to do a high key at the end, right? Like I want them to do some key levels that maybe are pushing it and that maybe we haven't seen before. Maybe like something like a 22 Floodgate or, I don't know, a 24 Gambit. I definitely want to see something high coming out of Liquid here. So hopefully that play that they're doing right now will make that possible for them later on.
Yeah, I hope so as well. I'm very curious on when, because you mentioned it, when Mandatory is going to go back and do that Floodgate 21, which we're expecting them to do. It's 2 quote-unquote free points that they have on their leaderboard. You can see it on the right-hand side here as well. But of course, they're focusing on their builder keys for now, just making sure they are getting those out of the way before they can switch specs. As you're seeing, right now, they're still working on that Unholy DK, for example, as they're getting through that 20 Priory. I assume, just looking at their keys, we're going to be playing that 20 that they're in right now, of course. I think they're going to be doing that 22 Gambit, and then that 21 Floodgate, if I were to call a routing that I would expect out of them, but we'll see. Maybe they decide to just push up one dungeon entirely before they switch again.
And one thing to note here as well is that they are picking some of their main classes here, but not all of them, right? You can see Skylarked and Mode are on those like main, like on the Prot Warrior and the Resto Druid, but Maestine is playing the Unholy DK and Soda is playing the MM Hunter. So they're not doing the BM and Frost combo, which we've seen them do on the highest keys. So since it is a plus 20 and this is a hard dungeon on a 20, they are doing half-half. They're trying to preserve their BM Hunter and their Frost DK, but they are wanting to have it save on the healer and the tank side here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I assume we're going to be seeing a switch in the other direction in one of the other dungeons to make sure that they're not going over count with any of their specs. I'm sure by now Stove has understood that rule, maybe with the help of the rest of the team. But let's look back to Liquid here. They are getting their Lust in 25 seconds, which is well within a +2 timer. So we're going to be lining everything, making sure that we can full send it probably after Stars. I'm not sure of where in that spell queuing we're sitting right now. Collapsing Star is definitely up for now. They are just going to let that one run out, make sure they have their immunities running for it. Now we go into Stars, and then after that is where that Lust should probably be sent.
Yeah, then we will also be in Execute, which is going to be nice for Wolf Disco here, with that Arcane Search ready and primed as well. Going to be popping that in just a moment, and then that means the boss is going to be melting. Going to be a pretty easy +2 for them here. And then we will see if they switch to their main comp and do the 21, or if they decide to even, continue to do the 20 with an off-spec comp and do +2 on that one too. I don't know. We'll see how many dungeons they have to play to play around the spec variety rule. They don't want to be wasting too much time though, of course.
Yeah, absolutely, but they're not wasting any time. That bloodlust is still going while the boss goes down. They're finished with that 19 +2. We're seeing trouble strike the board there very quickly for Es Imposible. Your healer did go down for just a second. Is a shaman though, so back with the team immediately as they're in one of the first pulls in that Priory 18 in the top right corner. And then we're seeing the Golfos as well as One Hill work away on that Priory. And Los Golfos are one of the, I would say, most interesting teams in this group because they're such an interesting mix, right? There are 3 MDI veterans and then 2 new players that have joined, are basically making their debut on the MDI just in general.
Oh, no.
And we're seeing trouble as they're getting meleeed by the neophytes. Thankfully, we have enough battle rests. Mickey needs to be careful
now. Oh
yeah.
no. So they can still do this dungeon, right? But they're now going to be over the +2, which is what we have seen the other teams in this dungeon be able to get on the board. Both Mandatory and Liquid got the 2 chests in the 18 here. And managed to unlock the 20. The only team that did not manage to get the 2 chests so far is One Hill. And Los Golfos, in my opinion, they're competing with One Hill a little bit. They're on their same kind of playing field. But the one thing that Los Golfos had going for them, in my opinion, was that they managed to get those +2s and +3s that One Hill did not manage to do. One Heal, on the other hand, they seem to be a little bit more consistent on the high levels, right? So it was like a give and take between those two teams. But if now Los Golfos is not going to be able to get the +2 in the 18 here, then they have to somehow make it up by being more consistent in their higher key levels, as we've seen them struggle a little bit yesterday at least.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a heartbreaker, although with how much, I mean, obviously we lost a little bit of cooldowns and damage and so on, but I'm not sure they were on track for the +2 even without those 2 deaths.
Yeah, it would have been
would
close.
Need a VAR review of that one to make sure. But like you're mentioning, I think that's going to be a big deal for both One Hill as well as Los Golfos, as they're of course trying to get into those top 2 spots to make it to the global finals in 2 weeks time from here on out. For now, the Golfos are going to be taking a 5-minute break as we're being informed, and teams are working away on their breaks as well, which is good news. Let's take a look at One Hill, because like you mentioned, they also weren't able to get the +2 on that 18. They're currently in that 19, and they also elected to do the 20 +2 in the Gambit, have that available as a 2-point conversion, and are currently pushing up that Priory to then be able to switch their specs.
Yeah, One Hill, again, honestly, One Hill seems like one of those teams that they're very consistent, right? As I talked about it earlier, yeah, they're missing the 2 chests here and there, right? But they're very consistent, which kind of goes back to what Tettles said. Apparently, Tettles talked to some of the members a little bit, and they're, of course, very high key pushers on live, and they're very capable players, but they did not have as much practice time as maybe some of like the highest level teams coming in. Like maybe not as much as like a team like Mandatory or Liquid, right? So
I
it
think
makes
he was
sense.
giving the comparison of like 12 hours versus 5-hour days, like half-day practice.
Okay, well, that kind of means to me that, okay, they have the consistency for the high keys, right? Because they know how to play and they know how to do the high keys. But one thing that is maybe not something that is as intuitive to players without practice is 2-chesting or 3-chesting the lower key levels, right? That is definitely something you have to practice. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to do it. And that's exactly what One Hill is not so good at, which, yeah, kind of goes to show that the practice time they had maybe was a little bit limited, and they had to focus on practicing the highest keys, and maybe were not able to put as much time into practicing the 2-chesting in the lower key levels.
Yeah, I agree. That might just be exactly what we're seeing. Of course, this is also a team that partially has some MDI veteranage and partially is new in this constellation there for Shunu. And I honestly think this is a team that over time, like if we were to see them in Midnight Season 1, which is actually coming up soonish, quite exciting, as well as like the seasons after that, this is a team that I could see grow very well based on what we're seeing right now. Like they're looking incredibly promising, even though they're maybe not on that same level that we're seeing teams like Mistcount, Holy Method, even Liquid and Mandatory here today are seeing, but I do think they for sure have that potential as they're engaging one of the tougher polls in that Priory. We did see them have issues with those particular polls towards the tail end of the dungeon where they farmed some deaths on that 18. And speaking of deaths, we're seeing deaths here from Es Imposible as well, as they are resetting their Priory run. And I guess I changed it a little bit, but One Hill having trouble as well. Gregory going down. Is going to be rest back up, but 2 deaths on the board. That was an Ankh immediately, and then a rest following that as the damage just ticked in.
Yeah, that was a little bit rough here, as they did have the Braunpike pool coming. Of course, Braunpike doing an insane amount of AoE damage to group, and then having Greg go down twice on that Shaman. Felt a little bit rough going down again to the Purification Beam, just not being able to survive that. Just so many fixates on Greg, and Bond going down too. They do have this is okay, as Sir Braunpike is very low. They should be able to finish it off here. Actually, no, it's not. I looked at the footman health. Brownpike is still pretty high. They're gonna have to use an Ankh here and be able to recover. As Bond goes down immediately again after Anking.
Right in the explosion!
Yes!
Oh no!
Oh, this is a little bit of a disaster here at the end for One Hill. They might be able to finish this, but yeah, this was just a chain reaction of Greg going down. So much damage coming through. The Bloodlust was running, but Greg going down meant that the healer lost the Bloodlust. The healer lost a bunch of, like, prep, right? And then all of a sudden, everyone had to use their defensive to be able to survive until Greg is back to be able to heal the group. And then it was just not happening. And a little bit unlucky with the purification beams also fixating Greg so many times in a row, too.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of mistiming there as well, and just goes to show. I mean, that was an issue on the 18. It is an issue on the 19. I will say the comp that they're running right now just isn't the best for this dungeon. Once they're going back to playing something like that Frost Decay, they're going to have a little bit of an easier time, because every single time that focus goes on the DK, they're just chilling. They're like AMS and they don't feel a thing. So you have just one target in the group that is way happier at taking those hits from the purification. But yeah, I mean, that makes me a little bit nervous for the higher keys here.
Yeah, I agree. I think, yeah, I mean, hopefully One Hill, once they switch to the main comp, they're going to be able to have more opportunity. As you said, also having the DK on the damage roll rather than a tank roll, having that additional AMS. Maybe that is helping them out. But yeah, they're definitely struggling a little bit in this 19. It's an interesting point to make as well about the 2-chesting, right? Because we've seen both Liquid and Mandatory 2-chest the 18, and then they switched to like mostly their main comp on the 20. But because One Hill did not 2-chest the 18, they have to play this 19 key level. Also like on their off-spec comp as well to play around the spec variety rule. But all of a sudden it's getting closer to this like very difficult key level, right? But you're still playing your off-spec comp. So then it becomes all of a sudden much harder. I kind of think that the 20 might actually be easier for them than the 19 because they're then switching to their main comp, right?
Yeah, for a second I thought you were selling me that One Hill actually has an up because they have an additional run in the day that they can use their off specs in. But no, I see where you're going with this. I think that is true as well. That's of course given that they elect to switch on the 20, which I would think they do because they have that additional run for sure. But like we saw with the other teams, like they still need that 22 Arakara. They still need that 21 Floodgate if they want to have a chance at making it to the global finals. Of course, that's not necessarily a task for today, but it is a task for either today or tomorrow. Now, one more dangerous situation that could come up for them right here, right now, as the ads come up and running to Priory's Mercury. We just saw how that could end for a team that maybe isn't as organized on making sure that these neophytes are slowed down, but it looks like One Hill has that covered. The one that did escape the roots gets cross-chained there, making sure that they're a little bit slower and not going to be reaching the group. So that feels pretty good as we're taking a look at Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid in this 21, so they did 2-chested 9, okay, they 2-chested the 18, then went into 19, 2-chested that one as well, and now they're doing the 21, so no 20 or something afterwards. Looks like Los Golfos is a little bit on a break here. As we're just
production is just trolling like us a little bit. It's okay. Thank you, production. Go back.
But yeah, Liquid doing that 21 as we kind of predicted. And they also switched some of their comp, but not all of it, right? They're still sticking to this Arcane Mage. They're playing the Rest Shaman as well, which they also probably don't want to preserve. They play the Unholy DK too, the Elemental Shaman. So the only like kind of main comp piece that they have in here is that Prot Warrior, and I guess potentially the Elemental Shaman. I'm not really sure. Oh yeah, no, it is the Elemental Shaman, of course, because they banned the Havoc Demon Hunter already. So yeah, it's the Prot Warrior and the Elemental Shaman that they're playing from their main comp.
Yeah, so those two teams, Mandatory and Liquid, they did that 22 Arakara yesterday, and that was also the reasoning why we saw Mandatory go for that 22 Arakara at the very end. Because that is the dungeon they wanted to run that Havoc in. It's just a dungeon that Havoc's really good in, and they wanted to ban it out for today. So that was their kind of Hail Mary run a little bit in a way for Mandatory, to be able to get that 22 on the board to then have that banning kick in today. If they hadn't been able, things could have gone awry for them quite massively, but thankfully it worked out for Mandatory. But for One Hill, for Los Golfos, they still need to do that Arakara, so we're going to be seeing how, why, when, well, why, we know why, but how and when they're going to be doing this dungeon with which specs. as they are definitely slowly but surely coming back from their breaks. We have a view at S Impossible that are currently rerunning that 18. They had a wipe on Amberlands in that previous run where unfortunately it all came apart. And Liquid, who like you mentioned are working on that 21 with like half main comp, half non-main comp. We're going to be seeing them do something similar, I assume, in that 21 in the Priory, maybe?
Yeah, so I guess the interesting question here about Liquid is now, are they able to two-chest a 21, right? Because we know it is possible to two-chest a 21, because we've seen a 22 two-chested even, but we've seen the two-chest on the higher key levels in the Gambit with the main comps usually. So when you look at the damage dealer aspect from their comp here, they only have the Elemental Shaman from their main comp, I guess. Otherwise, it's up their Arcade Mage and the Unholy DK rather than the Frost DK. Now, are they able to do so much damage and to run through this dungeon so quickly that they manage to get the two chests off to unlock that 23, which is where they want to get to, right? They want to have the 23 Gambit that we've seen all of the other teams be able to get on the board as well.
Yeah, so I can give you some timers for that if you're interested in the 21 from Scaffolding, because they had a +2 in that 21 Solias Gambit, and I had their split timers open. So 8:30 was where they're sitting on Hillbrand, which currently Liquid are 30 seconds above, and then 14:59, so essentially 15 is where they finished Hooktail. So that gives us an idea of what Liquid is trying to do, where they might be wanting to sit. There's not too much time off of that 30 or +2 timer that they had, so I'm a little bit scared for their perspective on whether or not they're going to be able to get that +2, but they could. They certainly could. They have like 20 seconds behind right now.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on this as well. Because earlier when we were thinking that maybe like the 3 chest is possible, but under 18, we didn't really quite see any like crazy pulls coming in from Liquid in the last boss room. So we'll see if they're going to be on pace for that later on. It's Impossible having some issues again in their +18 Priory here. Looks like they managed to recover though, used their Battle Res to be able to recover that pull, and they are now moving on. But yeah, they have to be a bit careful to not lose too much time in this +18, because they're one of our teams that are in the most danger, I guess, currently to be able to be eliminated at the end of the day, because they already came in today with a little bit of a disadvantage compared to other teams because of the spec variety rule and them having their Prod Warrior and their Arrested Druid bent out. But now if they're struggling as well to get some of these lower key levels on the board, then they're definitely going to be in pretty big danger.
Yeah, I think the biggest danger for me for Impossible is the fact that their high keys are all kind of sketch on the timer. So while stuff did go wrong in dungeons like that 21 Gambit that we just saw, with the timers that they had in their highest keys, the next level up seems almost impossible. And I don't know if that's just them living up to their team name, but I sure hope that's not the case. So I'm kind of hoping to see a clean run from them, like a 0 death run where nothing goes wrong, to just be able to have a bit of a better idea how their higher keys are going to be looking like. But it doesn't look like that's something that might be happening today.
Yeah, definitely a little bit problematic for them, potentially. As we do see Mandatory now in that 21 Priory. They are switching to their full main comp because, of course, 21 Priory is the highest Priory level we've seen so far in this season's MDI. So we're going to be able to... first of all, we have to see if Mandatory can time this key, because it is a very tough one. And we're probably going to see all teams switch to that main comp here whenever they come to this key level. So we'll see if Mandatory is going to be able to one-shot this, or if they're going to have some struggles like we've seen them have yesterday at the start of the day. But ever since then, I mean, Mandatory does look really good. I want to say, like, we've been harping on them and we've been, calling it out that they've underperformed. But
yep,
after the first 2 hours of yesterday,
it
is true, right? Like, we cannot understate that our expectations, and I guess everyone's expectations, was a lot higher for them than what they ended up like doing yesterday and showing us. But yeah, after the first 2 hours from yesterday, ever since then they have been doing really well, to be fair.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me is it seems to have been a one-off. While that is still a scary thing to see in a team that is as prestigious as Mandatory, it still only seemed to be that one day, which is great news. So maybe, I don't know what happened. Maybe they got out with the wrong foot or whatever, but this was the worst day I have seen that team have ever in the history of the team, even in those earlier days of like Does the Gargoyle stream and so on. And so I'm really hoping it stays with that one day off, and from here on out they're much more stable. From what I gathered from yesterday is that they were really happy to be able to recuperate how their day had went, to be able to claw back their way in a good standing at the end of yesterday, which definitely helped with the mental end of all of this. And from what we're seeing, it definitely looks like they're in a good spot for today, as their dungeons have looked really good. I did pull up some timers for the 21 Priory that we can keep an eye on, because we of course saw a couple of teams do this dungeon in the previous group weekends, just to make sure that we know when they're maybe going over the split timers. But for now, of course, they're still at the beginning of that dungeon.
Yeah, I 100% agree. As we now see Liquid getting to the end of this, and we talked about Liquid potentially being able to two chests as 21 to be able to unlock the 23 immediately. So let's see if there's going to be a big pull coming in for them to see if they're going to be able to get that +2. So far, the timer does look pretty good, in my opinion, as they ended up pulling the Starseer here, and this Ritualist pack can be a little bit tough, but they need to make sure to... So I guess there's two approaches here. You can either focus the Ritualist to then be able to pull in more Ritualists, or you finish off the Starseer first to be able to get in the other Starseer, right? Usually people try to focus the Starseer because... yeah, the Ritualist is annoying because of the interrupts, but the Starseer continues to spawn Pulsars, which takes a new group, and not only is it a lot of damage, but it also is a bigger time loss, because you have to constantly switch to that Pulsar and actually kill it off. So, looks like Liquid is going to be finishing up the Starseer first, and then they're going to be getting in that second one.
Yep, definitely working out for them here. Curious where we're going to be. So their hooktail is actually much lower than the split that we saw from scaffolding. So I think at this point, the +2 for the 21 seems to be off the table, but that happened very rarely for teams, and I don't think it's definitely something that they needed. Of course, that would have been really cool after running that additional 19 there for the spec variety rule to then say, oh, actually, now we have the 21 because we know how to +2 that. But I think the 21 timed is also just a really nice thing, and then allows them to go just a little bit higher into that Gambit, which we're of course expecting to go very, very far.
Yep, we will see, as the... looks like Mandatory is now, again, in that 21, as I talked about earlier, with that main comp, and they're going a little bit slower compared to what we've seen on the 18 for sure. But yeah, this area here in particular can be pretty tough. You need to make sure you are, of course, controlling all of the casters, all of the priests that you're dealing with here. And in addition, you also want to make sure you're pulling the trash to some sort of quarter, so you can end up line of sighting the Knight's Impale and also the Disruptor Shout as well, which is something that people have figured out this season all of a sudden, while previously people tried to avoid pulling as many Knights as possible, because of that Impale just doing so much damage, plus that Shout, of course, as well being very deadly. But now with that line of sight strategy that teams have been adopting, it is much, much easier to deal with those. As Impossible did manage to finish off that first boss now after having to reset the key once, and is now doing their big Bloodlust Paladin pull, which can be pretty dangerous with all of that AoE coming through.
Well, hopefully this one is possible as they're working through this. We're also seeing Mandatory in the bottom right corner as they're making their way towards Dale Cry. So we're going to be seeing where their timers lay in that 21 Priory, a tough key that we're getting from Mandatory there. And it looks like as Impossible are making their way through it. First couple of ads are dying off slowly but surely. Those Paladins are, of course, the big old meanies with those Sacred Tolls, just causing a lot of damage to the team every single time one of these casts finishes. but they're stacking them out really nicely, making sure that they're not getting too hurt there. And here we are. Dalecry has been pulled by Mandatory. We want them to finish this boss at the latest at 12:45. That would be like the last second to be on track for the dungeon timer in the overall, based on what we've seen from other teams. Of course, there's always a little bit of variety, but that's kind of what we're expecting them to be under, and I think they're looking well below that, judging by their timer in the dungeon right now. It's up to 9 minutes, and they're in that fight already.
Yeah, I think so as well. They're looking good for sure. This initial pull can be pretty difficult, actually, for Mandatory, as there's these lynxes, these cats that have been pulled in, and then on top of that, you also have the sharpshooter, plus, of course, all of the interrupts that you have to do in the boss now with the different mini-boss that you're pulling. So you have to deal with all of these casts coming through from Dual Maul, which can be really difficult. And then you have the sharpshooter just constantly shooting at random members. And on top of that, you also have the sharpshooter jump around if you're not stacked, which we do see them use right now. But slowly but surely they are going down here. The cats thankfully are already dead. And because they have the Rasta Druid, they can actually use the trees from Force of Nature to be able to kind of bait the cat's jumps, which I'm sure Moat did utilize initially. So yeah, there it is. Mandatory did finish off the trash. Still has to deal with the boss, of course, but now it's a lot easier with that trash pack down.
Absolutely is looking good here. I'm kind of sneak peeking at One Hill on the top right corner, because they're at a similar part in that dungeon, right? Just one key level below Mandatory. And we were talking about how One Hill is a team that really we're expecting to show up in those higher level keys, as this is what we think most of their practice time has gone into. So I'm eager to see where they're going to be landing. For now, I can tell you that their Dalecry split is very, very fast, as that boss is slowly but surely going down.
Yeah, definitely looking good. As let's take a look at Liquid again. I want to take a look at their +2 timer here for the 21, because we talked about them two-chesting the 18, but then going back to two-chest the 19 instead of trying the 20 that they had unlocked. And we were kind of thinking, you know what, they're probably going to do this because they want to play around the spec variety rule, and they want to two-chest the 19 to then two-chest the 21 as well to unlock the 23. But now they're in a bit of a situation where maybe two-chesting the 21 is not going to be possible anymore. I mean, they're going to be pretty close at least. They are now fighting that the last pack that they need for the enemy forces. They have last ready, but it looks like they might be saving it for the execute, for after this next intermission phase that is coming up. I don't think that 1 minute is going to be quite enough for them. So yeah, they're probably going to have to play the 22 after all, and not get that 23 unlocked as we were thinking that their plan might be.
Yeah, I think from what we've seen in that 21, without much issues, they were just a little bit too slow on that timers. I still think it's a good route. If you think running that 19 plus 2 is easier for you on your off specs than getting that 20 plus 1, then by all means, you're the pro playing team, and I am just a mere caster with an opinion. So I will give that to them. I think they were correct in their assessment. They run the same amount of dungeons based on where we are standing right now. So it doesn't really matter, right? If they think one thing is faster than the other one, then that's just how this team is going to approach it. It's definitely something new that we haven't seen a whole lot in this entire season, so that's why we're putting a lot of focus on it. But let's have a look at Mandatory here as that Bloodlust pool does come in. This is a tough one on that 21.
Now that I think about it, maybe Liquid was like, you know what, we could either +1 to 20 with our off-spec comp to play around the spec variety rule, or to just a 19 with our off-specs. What do we want to do? Like, it doesn't matter to us. Then they're like, you know what? We should confuse the viewers and the casters by just playing the 19. And maybe, and honestly, they have accomplished this as we're still talking about it. It is a big talking point here. But they did manage to finish off the boss after getting one more intermission, unfortunately, at 1% of the boss. And did not two-chest to the 21 here. Gonna have to move into 22.
Yeah, they were actually much faster towards the tail end of that.
Yeah, so that means
despite having that additional death.
I think they wanted the plus 2. Yeah, I think they wanted it because if they would have skipped that last exhibition, which again it was 1%, right? If they would have skipped this, then they would have 2-chested, which means to me that the plan was to 2-chest. Now that actually is going to put them in a little bit of a weird situation now, since if they were planning on 2-chesting and they ended up not doing it, what do they do now with their comp? Because I'm assuming that 22 is a key.
That's a good point.
They kind of have to do with their main comp, right? So looks like Liquid is taking a break and is potentially like thinking about what they're gonna do. Because here's the thing, right? If Liquid did not think that they would only 1-chest this, and they are not sure if they can actually do the 22 with like an off-spec comp, then maybe they have to run this 21 again and try to get to 2-chested.
Mm-hmm.
That would be interesting.
I mean, it was very close, and they did have 1 death. I didn't expect them to be that much faster in that third split of the dungeon, but they definitely were right on that timer. So a little bit of an unfortunate situation, which I'm sure they're going to be talking about right now. In the meantime, updates for Mandatory. They got through that pull unscathed. Bloodlust is now going to be on cooldown again as they make their way towards, or through, I should say, this dungeon. Quick reminder on the timer that they definitely need to be under, which is going to be 2015 for Braun Pike. I think we can all expect them to land under that, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes as they're working away on that key. For me, the big question for Mandatory is actually, when are we going to see them go into that floodgate? Because we know that they need to put that floodgate on the board.
Yeah, they definitely have to. And again, Mandatory might also be in a little bit of a weird spot where if they play too many of these high keys today, maybe one of their main specs will be banned for tomorrow, which they don't want that to happen for sure. So they might have to be a bit careful in what kind of keys they are going to be doing today. And they want to play as many keys with off specs as possible, play around that rule. But of course, for the 21 flat Priory, they have to play that full main comp. So yeah, going to be interesting to see what they're going to be doing. As Impossible now reaching the end. Oh, looks like they have a little bit of an issue here as Mickey did get focused by that light spawn with the purification. They managed to survive though. But yeah, they are approaching the end of this run and they had some issues earlier. They had to reset the dungeon once and then had some deaths on the first pull again. Did manage to get here now without any further mistakes, but the timer is definitely a little bit on the closer side for them. Again, not going to be a dungeon that they will be +2ing, which is something we've seen Liquid and Mandatory do, but as Impossible not going to be able to replicate that. They just have to focus on timing the key at all after having to reset that once.
Yeah, and this is quote-unquote only the 18, right? We know how much lethality lays in that last gauntlet of the Priory, so they will definitely need to be on it there and make sure that they're safe. We know that Disc Priest, not necessarily the best class to get targeted by those purifications, so they need to make sure that that is not going to be happening too much. Thankfully, they do have that Frosty Cake, which is a very happy camper to take those purifications and just pop that AMS like we were mentioning before. We're going to be seeing how that goes for them as they go into what should be Bloodlust with Braun Pike here in that next pull, most likely, as the timer on that lust is getting lower and lower.
We're gonna have to see what they're doing with this lust. I do think the safest usage is for Braun Pike. You could also use it for the boss, of course, but I do think that the last boss is not as dangerous as that Braun Pike pull can be, as we've seen One Hill struggle on that pull in particular. But looks like they are, well, they did struggle in the 19 earlier. But now they are in the 20, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on One Hill as well once they get to this Braun Pike pool to see if they have additional issues. But it looks like they did switch their main comp now, so maybe that's not a problem for them this time around. And as Impossible, also good to mention that they have that DK as well with that AMS that can soak up a lot of these purification beams. But unfortunately, again, having the purification on Mickey here on a Disc Priest, no Shadow Melt available to be able to skip one of those beam fixates. So just gonna have to heal through them if Mickey gets targeted again.
Yeah, definitely not ideal, but thus far they're looking pretty stable. Now, the big thing is the expulsions of those footmen. That is what they need to be so careful for, as we've seen other teams fall prey to it time and time again. Slowly but surely, the first couple of footmen are dropping lower and lower. One is going to be going down here. Rookie getting another one of those purifications on him. Does have to use the pain suppression here. Make sure he survives through the additional damage. Tries to walk away a little bit. Says, okay, don't take me again. But the burst of light does come in on the light spawn, and they have made it through that pack for Es Imposible.
And nicely done. Now they're going to be able to gather some more trash into the last boss here. Need to, of course, make sure that these footmen do not explode when they die on top of any kind of boss damage. So they want to make sure they're timing their disorients properly. And maybe even play it safe, depending on how much time they think they have for the last boss. Mandatory now in the 21, about to finish off Brawn Pike as well. And they're also going to be able to get into that area that is impossible just managed to get through. Which on the 21, of course, quite a bit more difficult. That is 3 key levels higher. As Stove does go down to Castigator Shield. And also has to be rest. Oh, actually looks like he was able to get the Ankh through. So not having to use that battle rest.
Okay, looks like they are hanging in there right now. And I mean, like you were saying, Nagura, sometimes you want to go for more of that play it safe rather than play it sorry, especially when we've seen some mistakes coming out from the teams, but also some really good runs as well. So hopefully they will continue to build up their momentum like we saw yesterday. But we will be currently shuffling things around on desk. So Makes, it was great having you on, but now you're going to be off for a little bit.
Bye.
Bye. And Zyro is coming in. So obviously there's been a lot of discussion today as we've gone through this and over the course of all of our weekends about sort of the strategies the teams are employing, right? Whether they're planning to do the 1 chest, the 2 chests, in really rare moments, we've had the 3 chests coming in on various keys. So I was wondering if you could kind of just sort of go over it for the chat, maybe what considerations the teams are taking into account as they plan out the dungeon runs they're going to do for the day.
Yeah, so there's actually a lot that goes into this, right? And the teams are kind of meticulously planning out a route through the day so that they can make sure that they have the exact correct specs banned out by the end of the day. So, for example, yesterday we saw a lot of teams just playing off-spec tanks and off-spec healers, not off-spec necessarily, but off-meta, for a large majority of the dungeons, and like only swapping to their main meta comp when it was particularly needed. This is a little bit more difficult to do than you would otherwise think. It's not just a matter of, oh, we're going to get to a high key and then swap to our best comp for that, because there are other considerations that you have to take into account. So, for example, in the case of Liquid today, when they 2-chested their 18 Gambit and then decided to go into the 19 to 2-chest that, I'm sure a lot of people were scratching their heads like, hey, you have the 20 unlocked, why wouldn't you just go to the 20? But technically speaking, if the end goal is a 23, 2-chesting the 19 and then 2-chesting the 21 is technically faster, time-wise, than 2-chesting the 20 and then 1-chesting the 22, because you're spending less time in the dungeon if you're able to one-shot both of them. That's like the tiniest min-max ever, and we actually saw it not work out for them because they didn't 2-chest the 21. We'll have to see what their plan is to play around the spec bands for that. But, you know, there are certain situations where, like, 2-chesting a 19 of a key can actually be a lot harder than 1-chesting a 21 of a key, so they might play the better comp in the 19 to 2-chest it, then swap to a less good comp for the 21 so that they can still preserve the proper spec bands. There's actually a lot of planning and thought that goes into this, which is why when you're in certain situations like Mandatory was yesterday, where their 1-hour wipe fest in Ecodome Eldani kind of hampered their plans for the day, they had to make some last-second changes near the end of the day because they had to get the 22 Arakar done because they were banning out the Havoc Demon Hunter, and they needed the Havoc Demon Hunter for the Arakar specifically, but no other dungeon. So, like, these teams are coming up with plans for each and every day, and then making on-the-fly calls to try to fix problems that are just arising because they didn't play exactly like they thought they would. It's really interesting to see.
And there's some things we can only speculate about, right? Because for us, it is very difficult to keep track for all of the teams to see what kind of like specs they currently have played the most in, right? So we're like sitting here thinking, oh, why are they doing this? And we're kind of speculating, right? One thing to note about what Liquid ended up doing now is, and not getting the 2-chest in the 21, I said this earlier to Makes, but I guess there is a potential that they might go and run a 21 again to try and 2 chests with the off specs,
Oh, no.
rather than do the 22 1 chest, which I do think the 22 1 chest is quite a bit easier for them to do than the 21 2 chest. But for the spec variety rule, it's not the greatest thing for them to do, right? So, yeah. It also depends a little bit on the risk, right? Because if they go and do the 21 again, and then they miss the 2 chests again, well, then that's going to be pretty bad. So, yeah, we're definitely going to have to see what they're doing.
You know, relatively bad for them, right? I don't think they're in much danger this weekend from what we've seen from them so far. They probably do have time, if that is the correct call. But, you know, we also don't have the exact spec ban information, you know, up to date on hands right now. So maybe they could just one chest the 22 and 23 and still be fine on their bans for today. So, you know, lots of questions. We'll see what their solution is. Of course, they're finishing the remainder of their break timer right now. We'll see them in just a moment. For the time being, have Los Golfos back. Sorry about the slight interruption of their gameplay. I think we had an issue with their feed on our end. If that ever does happen in the future, there's a team that's just not on stream that you guys want to focus on more, you always can. Click that little +4 right next to the Warcraft stream underneath the feed. And you can just watch one of the co-streamers for the teams. All of them are just co-streaming with us on Twitch right now, so check those out.
Yeah, definitely go and check them out. And in the meantime, as Impossible did go on a 10-minute break, it looks like. And I also wanted to mention one more thing about the teams that we see right now. So it is Mandatory, One Hill, and Los Golfos all in that Priory. One Hill and Los Golfos are in the +20. Mandatory and Liquid already have done the 20. And Mandatory and Liquid actually managed to play some of their off specs in here on the 20, which is interesting, right? Because Los Golfos and One Hill both are playing their full main comp, basically. While Mandatory managed to play the MM Hunter instead of the BM Hunter, and the Unholy DK instead of the Frost. And Liquid managed to play Unholy DK and the Resto Shaman rather than the Resto Druid. So a little bit of a min-maxy thing here for Liquid and Mandatory, being able to preserve some more spec bans, while Los Golfos and One Hill don't quite are able to play around the rule because they seemingly need to play their main comp to be able to time these +20s here.
Yeah, again, it's fine as long as they are preserving the correct specs for tomorrow and they're able to make it through. We don't have that information on hand, so we'll make sure near the end of the day and, of course, tomorrow morning once everything's fully tallied and made sure of and double-checked and triple-checked that the teams will have the correct specs banned out for the final day. In the meantime, this 20 Priory, 1 death for One Hill. It's a pretty solid run for them. This Priest will give them the remainder of the count they need, and they should have plenty of timer left for the 21 right afterwards.
Yeah, I do think so as well. They are looking quite a bit more consistent here in the 20. We were a little bit worried about them after seeing what they did in the 19 Priory. But I do think that the 19 just looked so shaky for them because they were playing that off-spec comp, which they might not have as much practice in as the other teams have with their off-specs, just because One Hill seemingly did not have as much practice time as maybe some of the other teams. So One Hill definitely looks like a team that is struggling a little bit on the lower keys whenever they are on those secondary comps. But as soon as they're switching to their main comp, they are pretty consistent, so it definitely looks like they have been putting most of their practice time into those higher key levels, and it does go to show as it looks like that +20 here is looking very solid for them.
Yeah, when you think about it, like there's actually so many different things that you have to account for when you think about what your plan is coming into the weekend, right? It makes sense that the teams kind of have a script that they're likely to follow for what specs they're going to play in which dungeon. Like imagine if we didn't tell the dungeons in advance, how many different things they'd have to practice for. There would just be too many different combinations of things for them to practice for. So, yeah, it's really tough to just execute even a basic script of dungeons that you plan on doing throughout the weekend. And it's impressive that a lot of our teams are able to stick to their own individual scripts that they've come up with themselves. One Hill, though, fantastic time in this Priory 20. Again, I liken this team a lot to what we saw from 07 last weekend. I think they were going to struggle a little bit on the higher keys that they still had to play off meta in, but I think this team is going to thrive when they get to the higher key levels. This is what they're used to playing on live. They're a very high rated team. I expect them to be able to time most of the highest level keys, similar to our top teams. It's just a matter of how much time they're going to have once they actually get there from the extra time spent on the lower key levels.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think comparing them to 07 does make a lot of sense. Lacking a little bit of the, speed and maybe the practice with their off specs and the lower key levels, but as soon as they go to the higher keys, they are consistent and they are showing up. Of course, they have a high quality of players as well, just high caliber across the board, playing high keys all the time on live servers, so it does make sense. In the meantime, we also have Los Golfos here, our full Spanish team, our second full Spanish team coming in, as the other team, as Impossible, is currently on a break, and they also are working on their plus 20 Priory. And Mandatory approaching the end of their 21 here. This is actually very solid, because 21 is the highest key level we have seen so far in the Priory, and this is their first attempt. So Mandatory looking like they're one-shotting that 21 with only one death on the board too, which is very good in case they are not attempting the 22 later. Then this would be a good thing for their time tiebreaker in case it would ever happen, or in case it would ever matter.
Is it fair to say that Mandatory is back to looking like we expected them to look today after yesterday?
I think so. I also said something similar earlier. I think like the first 2 or 3 hours of the tournament yesterday, they looked really shaky, of course. But I think ever since then, they actually did perform back to what we kind of expected of them. So yeah, the end of the day yesterday and today, the whole day so far, they have been looking pretty good again.
So the reason I asked that is because then I want to try to make the comparison of them to our other, top-end teams. Obviously, we didn't see Holy Method in the Priory, but we did see Miscount in the Priory. Miscount's Priory timer was a full minute and 10 seconds faster than what we just saw from Mandatory. I don't think that's Mandatory being slow, by the way. I think Mandatory still had an incredibly fast run on the 21 Priory. They were more than 3 minutes under the timer. That means they have room for the 22 if they're able to live that key. It just, Miscount. Unbelievable speed last week. And Los Golfos had a couple deaths here on this boss. Able to recover for the time being with an Onk and a Battle Res onto Mickey from the DK here. But no Battle Reses for another minute here. Any further mistakes could easily be a wipe on the first boss for them.
And they have to be very careful moving on here, as especially the start of this boss. It's just so dangerous. Again, you have all of these cats that you have to control. Mickey needs to be able to get those trees out, so the cat jumps are going on those instead of the players. But you can see one of them actually being on their shaman. They do thankfully have that dwarf racial to be able to get rid of those bleeds in case something like that happens. And then of course we also have these sharpshooters just shooting members, while on top of that you have to control all of those interrupts on the ad of the boss. So definitely not easy at all. As One Heel immediately moves back into the 21 Priory after doing the 20. It is interesting. What do you think about One Heel doing the 21 here before they try to attempt some of the other keys?
Why not? I mean, they just did the 20. They had plenty of time left on the timer. If you're feeling it, go for it. Looks like we have an offline Maystine here for Mandatory at the very start of their 22 Gambit. Going to be a quick reset for them. Hopefully Maystine's able to get back in quickly so they can continue to work their way back towards the score that Liquid has achieved so far today. They're kind of holding on to that lead that they were able to put themselves in yesterday. Yeah, I mean, again, going back to the One Hill strategy here, I like it. If you have a strat that works and you're playing well in the key at this point, if this is a key you're comfortable doing and you just did the 20 with 5 minutes left on the timer, yeah, go for the 21. I think this is the right call for them here.
Yeah, I definitely... I think that decision makes sense, but I do also think they still have so many other keys to do, especially homework keys from yesterday. And if they would be worried about potentially getting eliminated today, then focusing on the higher key levels would make more sense to me. But of course, there's still a lot of time left in the day, and they do have time to get those 22s on the board in those other dungeons, in the Arakara, in the Ikodo Maldani, and of course in the Gambit, they might also want to attempt to do the 23 as well.
Yeah, if they do ever feel like, if this dungeon isn't working out, they're having issues, and they need to get a couple extra points on the board, if Impossible starts to, start to time some keys and put some pressure on them, they can probably just bail and go to the 22 Gambit. I've seen them in practice time a 23 Gambit, so they definitely have that in the cards. So I think knowing that, it makes sense to just stick with this. You just timed the key, you're playing well in it, you're executing properly, just continue doing the key. I don't think they're necessarily in too much danger of being eliminated as it stands right now.
Yeah, I do think so as well. I think it does make sense. I do think Es Impossible, unfortunately, is they need to do some catching up before One Hill or any of the other teams feel like they are in danger. But yeah, it looks like Mandatory did manage to get Maystine back, and they're able to get back into that 22 Gambit. So good for them, as One Hill does have 1 death here. It's only their second pull, I believe, of this run, so they wanted to reset. They could, but they did use the Battle Rush, and it looks like they're just going to be continuing, which makes sense. So we'll see if they get this 21 done.
Yeah, I think you kind of expect to end up using your battle res in the first few pulls in this dungeon. Like, these pulls are difficult. They're pulling them incredibly... They're chaining a lot of pulls, doing big pulls, so it makes sense that you're going to use a battle res here. At this point, if they have a second death, they would probably just reset. There's no reason to continue that run. You're only a few minutes in, but for the time being, all 5 players alive, cooldowns are still like in the correct cadence. You're going to keep going. And I mean, look at this. Another massive pull here for One Hill. And, you know, if they have a death, yeah, they can just reset it. So not a big deal. One thing I want to shout out, and this is not tech that a lot of people know, and it's not something that you can always do very consistently, but these sharpshooters, these pot shots, they work similar to the archers did back in Naka Defensive, if you remember. They kind of work as a frontal cone. So if you can get them all stacked up facing the same direction, your DPS players can stand behind them and not get hit by the pot shot. Now, of course, the problem is these sharpshooters disengage all over the place, so the second they start doing that, the strategy becomes worthless. But for the initial pull, when everything is stacked, you can take none of that incidental pot shot damage and be perfectly fine, which makes it a lot easier to live through those Lynx jumps.
It's actually a good shout, yeah. That's definitely something that people can utilize on live servers as well. So make sure, if you're in danger of dying, make sure you don't stand in front of these sharpshooters. So that's a very cool tip to know. Liquid now looks like they did manage to finish off Hillbrand and is now trying to engage Time Captain Hooktail here in just a moment. Did already use their Bloodlust on the trash here instead of the boss, like we've seen some other teams do on the high key levels as well, which does make sense. 934 on Hillbrand. It's definitely still within timing range. I think the 22 in general is not like super close to the timer, since we have seen miscount +2 it, right, last weekend. So Liquid should be fine here.
That's right, they +2'd the 22. I forgot about that. That was that was a ridiculous speed of completion there. Yeah, 934 definitely well under the timer here. We already saw Los Golfos time this key earlier today, 4 minutes under. Not quite a 2-chest, but still pretty quick. And their Hillbrand split was about 20 seconds slower than this, so Liquid definitely on pace. It looks like they're likely going to just go 22 into 23 here. What are some other options they still have on the table? I mean, the Priory 21 is the most likely. That is the cap of that key. 23 Ecodome would put them, you know, well ahead if they're able to pull that off. But, I mean, after this 22 Gambit, pretty much every single key is at world record level. So they're kind of running out of easy options after this key.
Yeah, and another thing that Liquid does have to worry about, of course, is that spec variety rule. We already saw them do something very interesting earlier, where they ended up going into a 19, even though they had the 20 unlocked. So we're going to have to see how many of these high keys they can even do without messing up their spec variety rule, right? Depending on what their plan is, they might have to look into that later on. Maybe I can take a look as well at what it currently looks like and see what their plan is, because all of those keys, of course, that they can do afterwards, they would require the main comp, right? If you go into like a 21 Priory, you do a 23 Ecodome, 23 Gambit, like all of those keys, they would require their main comp. It would be very, very tough to try and do them on some like off meta or off spec comp. And of course, they don't want to mess up their Sunday with, I don't know, banning out one of their main damage dealers or something like that.
Yep, all of those teams taking that in consideration here. Massive pull before Baron Braunpike here for Los Golfos. The last few Paladins that they're dealing with here, only a couple of them left alive. Mickey doing a great job of keeping the team alive through that. They've had another further death somewhere on the trash in between the first and second boss here, so once again Los Golfos is going to be playing for the next 3.5 minutes here without a battle res, and again also without the Ankh on Martita, right? They already used that Ankh on the first boss, so any player goes down, they are dead for the entire boss encounter here. Los Golfos are going to have to play absolutely perfectly for the remainder of this dungeon in order to get this 20 timed.
Yeah, this definitely it's looking a little bit sketchy for Los Golfos. And again, this is a 20 key where like the timer is not super easy in a 20. So having the 4 deaths on the board also means that they probably have to speed up a little bit, and they're not going to be able to do some sort of like save pools later on in the last boss's room. So we're going to have to see if they're able to still time this. Once they finish off Brawn Pike, we're going to be able to get a little bit of a better idea of their timer, as we can then compare it to the other splits from the other teams that have done the 20 so far. But yeah, obviously no battle rest available, so the only person that can potentially die is their shaman, if they have one of those anks available. But yeah, we'll see. This one heal on the top right corner is also in the Priory, but in the 21. So of course for one heal this could be a little bit tougher, as they're currently still fighting that first boss. And this is an area where things can go wrong so quickly with all of those ads, as we just talked about, these sharpshooters and about the cats, the lynxes. But thankfully one heal did manage to finish off that trash already. So they only have the boss left to do, and of course the interrupts have to be able to be done properly as well. But I don't doubt that one heal is going to be able to get the interrupts coordinated properly.
Yeah, it should be no major issue for you. Your early shaman can essentially get every other kick, make sure they have that fire damage taken buff up for as long as possible, just in case a fireball does go on them. I think you actually might be able to live it with like wall plus the 30% DR. They have plenty of kicks to live with it. As a matter of fact, it's not enough to just deal with the 2 bosses here. We're going to pull in a couple extra footmen from that patrol as well, just to make sure our count is perfect for this dungeon. Of course, these mobs in the patrol, we've talked about it several times, but more tech in this dungeon that the teams have been using since Season 2 is for the night patrols. If you CC individual mobs, the pack is not actually connected. So, like, if you root a mob by itself, the pack runs away, you can tag that mob and pull it on top of the boss without pulling the rest of the patrol, which is what we're seeing here with this footman. Do this a couple different times during the boss just to gain a little extra free count, because, you know, AoEing is a little bit more efficient than single target. Savage Mauling on Bond here. A lot of damage into the Earth-Shattering Spear, but Greg going to do a good job of keeping him topped up during that damage.
Yeah, definitely doing a really good job being able to deal with this boss here in the 21. 21 Priory is no easy dungeon at all. There's so much, like, also, like, one thing about the Priory that I think is very difficult is that literally every part of the dungeon is kind of hard. Like, yeah, there's some parts that are harder than others, but it's really even. Like, I feel like you can wipe on almost, like, any part. The first couple of trash pulls are really hard. That first boss that we see right now is really hard. You have the Templars, that is incredibly difficult as well, right after this boss. And then you also have the trash room in the last boss as well, with all of these fixates from the light spawns, and having to deal with the footmen, CC, and any kind of control on these priests and the casters generally.
That's a really interesting spot to press the Ascendance from Bond there. So, boss is at 15%. He presses this Ascendance with the boss incredibly low here.
Yeah.
They have Lust ready for this next pull, but see, in my mind, you would want to keep that Ascendance off cooldown for the massive pull coming up. Obviously, the next pull is a ton of Paladins. You want to kill that pull as quickly as possible. Maybe they've practiced this enough to where that's just got to be the right play. I mean, Bond is... but clearly, like, one of the highest damage LE Shamans in the world when it comes to Mythic Plus. This guy almost never makes incorrect decisions about doing damage. And okay, it's part of the strategy here. They're actually going to go back and pull Elena. They're not going to go into the Paladins right away, so this Ascendance likely will come up at some point during that massive Paladin pull. Interesting.
Okay,
we're going to save the Lust for that for sure, though, right?
I think so as well, yeah. That's interesting, yeah. Because I was also thinking, right, because usually right after Dale'Cry, you walk into that Brawn Pike room and you do that big Paladin pull. And of course, not having the Ascendance for that one would be very interesting. So yeah, they decided to just do the dungeon a little bit differently, do one pull here before, and then they will have all cooldowns available again for that Paladin pull. Yeah, Liquid already on Celia now in their plus 22. 5 minutes left on their timer here for the 2 chests, which might or might not... It doesn't really matter here, honestly, to be able to 2 chest this or not, because I doubt we're going to be seeing the 24. It's very likely just going to be the 23. So yeah, it doesn't really matter if they 2 chests here, but they have more than enough time to get it done.
It doesn't matter for this weekend. It's a pride thing, though, right? If you're able to do the same thing that Mist Count did as a team that's like not expected to be like one of the top 3 Juggernaut teams, you're kind of putting everyone on notice. So while it doesn't matter for the purposes of this weekend necessarily, I still think it would be a huge confidence boost for them to get it. That being said,
That's
like you said, 5 minutes, I don't think there's enough time to get the 2 chest in 5 minutes. This is a very, very long boss. It's probably going to be closer to 5.5 or 6 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
They almost two-chested that 21 when you and Mace are counting them out, though. I mean, they had 51% in a phase. They had the boss
That's
at
true.
1% on the intermission. I think they were still a few seconds over entering the intermission, but it was incredibly close. They almost were able to get the two-chest on the 21. So, I don't know. These guys are capable of some great things. Maybe they can pull this off still.
Yeah, and the 21, they were close to two-chesting it, and they were playing some of the off-specs, right? Like, they weren't there playing their full main comp as they're playing now, so I guess it is possible, in theory, if they manage to find some damage with the Bloodlust. Now, of course, in their off-spec, off-meta comp, they also had that Arcane Mage, right? Which I do think for this boss in particular, for single target burst, is very good. So yeah, we're gonna see if they do have enough damage. But I do want to take a quick look at Lost Golfos in the bottom right, as they did manage to finish off Brawn Pike, and they're now approaching this last boss's room. And we were worried about them a little bit because they have 4 depths on their board and the plus 20s, no easy dungeon. So we're gonna have to see if they do have enough time. Looks like we do have Bloodlust available, and Brawn Pike died at 2042.
That's fine.
Just as it is fine. As a comparison to One Hill and Mandatory, they killed it in 1907 and 1921 respectively. So quite a bit behind, but both One Hill and Mandatory were also like quite a bit under the one chest timer. Like they were like 2 or 3 minutes off, so it should be okay for Lost Golfos here.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the timer specifically. The thing that I'm worried about is a particular little mob. You might see him on the screen there. They've already dealt with Baron Brawn Pike. But have you heard of a guy called Sir Brawn Pike? The ender of runs. The destroyer of many teams. His AoE pulsing damage, in addition to all of the priests around him, has claimed many a Priory of the Sacred Flame run, sending these teams back 25 minutes into the future with every wipe he causes. Can Los Golfos overcome the 4th extra boss in the key? This is Bubbles V2, essentially, at this point. This guy has wiped, I think, more teams than anyone in all of our MDI weekends so far, which is crazy because he wasn't in Week A. So, see if Los Golfos can pull it off here. They're saving the Bloodlust for it, too. They are scared of Sir Brawn Pike.
Yep, they're definitely saving that last. We're going to be able to see if they can execute that one as they get there. In the meantime, Liquid did manage to get into one of those intermission phases from Celia. Their last is going to be pressed in just a moment, probably. Okay, it looks like they are saving it for after the second intermission here. Just playing it, just using it for damage rather than for safety. Because they could be popping it now to make sure that they can finish off that last trash pack. But just saving it for the damage, which maybe means that they do want that 2 chests just because they can.
Just because they can is a good enough reason for me. We'll see if they're able to finish that boss off in time. Los Golfos, in the meantime, have engaged Sir Brawn Pike. The pulsing damage stacking up on the players. It's not necessarily just the damage itself that's a problem. It's the addition of extra mobs into the pool. Los Golfos have gone very conservative, though, only dealing with 3 of these priests. Kick rotations being used, 3 melee kicks there. CC going to be used in between on the greater heals. And then, of course, another round of Holy Smites. Going to be the Ursul's knock there, coming in from Mickey to deal with that into a blinding sleet. Kicks back off cooldown for the next cast of the priests. But Sir Brawn Pike and the devout priests around him are still healthy, Nagura.
And they're still very healthy. Looks like Mickey is able to go into cat form quite a bit, though. Just the Resto Druid heal so powerful to keep the group alive. So they're looking more than fun to be able to finish this off. They do need to make sure that they get the CC through on these footmen as they are dying to prevent that AoE damage, in addition to the Brawn Pike pulse, which would be pretty deadly. We can see the AMS and the AMC popped by the DK, making sure they do have that extra defensive capability in case some of these footmen do explode.
Powerful.
But very nicely done. As Sir Brawn Pike does go down for them, and now they're going to be able to engage that last boss. And Liquid
Oh, no.
going over
It's
the
so
plus
close
2 timer.
again.
Yeah.
This is actually the same speed as their 21. Their 21 was 18 seconds under the 2 chest timer. Their 22 is 18 seconds under the 2 chest timer. They've unlocked the 23, but like we were talking about for Liquid, it's nothing easy left for extra points for them on the board at this point. Every single key left is at that world record key level that they have available. So it's going to be nothing but difficult keys for them for the remainder of the day here. And we still have 2 hours and 15 minutes left of the day, so and a lot of time to work on those. Meanwhile, Mandatory trying to catch up to that 107 scoreline that Liquid have accrued for themselves here. Get 2 of those if they're able to time this key properly. Looks like they're well ahead of the timer. A 9-10 Hillbrand split, scorching fast. Should have plenty of time. Actually, this puts them on good pace to 2-chest this key, compared to what we just saw from Liquid. This is 30 seconds faster than what we just saw from Liquid.
Yeah, so suggestion. What if Mandatory we chest the 22 here, and then they do the 24?
You know, I like where you're going with that thought process. I'd be surprised if we saw 24 this weekend, but I would love to. I would absolutely love to. Maybe we see that. Hopefully we see that. I mean, the power level of the teams we're seeing indicates that, you know, we could be in a situation where we have 3 teams all vying for the top 2 spots, 4 teams even vying for the top 2 spots tomorrow, and they feel like they might need to pull out a key or 2 like that in order to qualify. That would be the ideal scenario, so see if they're able to play up to that level. For the time being, though, Los Golfos still dealing with Priory Merprey here, though, but with 3 minutes 40 seconds left in the key, already into the intermission phase, they look like they're going to be able to time this key. Impressive, considering they played almost half the key without a battle res available.
Yeah,
honestly, Los Golfos, they've been an interesting team, I think, to watch this weekend. I mean, Zyro, you were just pointing out that it really seems as though we could have a lot of contests even for these higher spots. So with Los Golfos, right, they made some pretty confident claims coming in their tweets before the MDI, and yesterday we saw a strong start, but they kind of seemed to slip into that middle ranking, and now we're sort of climbing back up again here in day 2. So, Nagura, in your opinion, do you think that they are on pace to challenge Liquid and Mandatory? Is there somewhere specific you think they need to do work to do that?
Yeah, so Los Golfos definitely looked really strong yesterday at the start of the day, and then they struggled a little bit on the hierarchy levels, which I think that is a little bit of a problem coming through for them. It looks like they definitely did put a lot of practice time in, which is good to see, and they are also performing well. But when they struggled yesterday to get that 22 Ikodo Maldani on the board, that caused quite a few issues for them, because now they're going to be in a spot today where they have to do so much catch-up, but at the same time, they also have to play around the Specularity rule if they want to preserve their main comp for tomorrow. And if that means they can't do some of those high key levels today, and then they have to do them all tomorrow, then that would be a little bit of a problem for them to make it into the top 2, especially now with Mandatory kind of playing like we expect them to play again, right? See, yesterday at the start of the day, I was thinking, you know what? Los Golfos is looking better than Mandatory even. But then it kind of turned around again, right? Los Golfos then struggled in the hierarchies, Mandatory kind of recovered and played well again. So now with Mandatory performing as they are and Liquid performing as they are, I think for Los Golfos, it is possible to still qualify for the Globals, of course, but I do think it's a little bit tougher for them now.
Yeah, I think we saw a similar thing both of our other broadcast weekends, right? Week 1, it was the kind of back and forth between Anti-Clockwise and Polish Mountain. Week 2, it was scaffolding and 07 trading blows the entire weekend. I think we're seeing that from a number of teams this weekend. Mandatory obviously getting the better of day 2. But hey, I mean, if they play it all on day 3 like they played on day 1, they could easily be on the chopping block. It's really anyone's game right now. We were having a question, though, earlier on about what Liquid's plan would be once they were unable to attain the 2 chests in the 21. Would it potentially throw a wrench in their plans for the rest of the weekend? Looks like it hasn't. They've timed the 22 and we're instantly into the 23. Already on a good run. 2 Goliaths dead for them already onto the 3rd.
Oh, wow.
And as we've seen so many times from the past few weekends, the majority of the difficulty of this key is not only in making sure you are fast enough so that the timer isn't an issue, but just living through the first 5 minutes of this key. Most of our teams spend so much time wiping to these first few Goliaths, but once they finally break through, they're almost always getting to the final boss. So Liquid, on their first attempt at the 23 here, looks like they're on pace for a great run here. Just have to get through this 3rd and final Goliath.
Yeah, this is actually looking very solid, as you said. I think it was miscount last weekend that had to reset this 23 probably like 6, 7, 8 times at the start because they wiped to the 1st or 2nd Goliath pool each time. And then as soon as they got past the 2nd Goliath, as you said, they went on to time the 23 in their first attempt after getting those first 2 pulls done. So yes, looking very good for Liquid here. Of course, there's still some dangerous moments left, but yeah, this first part is just so hard on the 23 because these stomps are doing so much damage, and because they're pulling multiple Goliaths, they have to. There's two things they have to do. They have to make sure that they have their defensives properly allocated, right? They cannot blow all of their defensives on the first Goliath because they have to pull 2 more. But then in addition, they also need a certain amount of damage on these Goliaths, because if there's one additional stomp that is coming out from one of them that they did not plan for, then they're running out of defensives for the other title stomps, right? So yeah, this is very, very hard.
But it looks like they've gone through. Yeah, there's a lot that they're dealing with, right? And if their damage is ever like on the low end of RNG and they just like get an extra title stomp on the first or second Goliath, it can really throw off their defensives for the rest of the first 5 minutes here. So the fact that they've been able to get this done in their first attempt in good time too, 5 minutes is fantastic. It means their third Ascendance is going to be ready. Essentially, the second they're through the first intermission on the boss here. So this timing is really good for them.
One Hill having some issues, it looks like, as they did have a couple of deaths coming through. We might have a replay here in just a moment, but Yoda does go down.
Okay.
Looks like everyone else was dead. This is a town portal for them. It's so late into this 21. This is such... Oh man, I really feel bad for them because they looked so solid on that first attempt.
I'm gonna play guessing game. I didn't see what happened. Okay, I'll replay. I'm gonna say it was a purification into a player death not having kick for Firebolt Volley. That's my guess.
It
was just Fireball Volley. It was just a Fireball Volley. It wasn't even a mistake.
Is this an accident? Because this was it looks like it was a pack that was just coming in later. This was not even a mob that was there initially. Yeah, this is one of the volleys from the packs that is inside, you see? They're not aware that they're in combat with this? Or maybe it was a CC?
It's
broke.
supposed to be
A hex or something.
Usually you wouldn't CC just one of these mages on this particular pull, right? Because it's the only kick that you're worried about. So, maybe it was supposed to be gripped in and grip wasn't off cooldown. Maybe they're trying to line it and it just didn't get lined in. It was just casting anyways. Really unfortunate. Either way, that's 20+ minutes gone for One Hill, who are very close to the bottom of the leaderboards, and they need these extra points in order to save themselves from elimination today and qualify through to the Sunday to get themselves a chance to qualify for globals. They needed that point on the board, and looks like they're going to be taking a break now to consider their options for the remainder of the day here. Still a little over 2 hours left, but got to start weighing on their mind now. What do we do? Do we continue to try that 21 Priory that was going so well for us till the end? Or do they go for the 22 Gambit, try to get a easy +2 points on the board? A lot of things for them to consider.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see once they come back what their decision is gonna be. In the meantime, it looks like Los Golfos did move on to try and do that Ecodome Aldani 22 finally that they have unfortunately struggled with so much yesterday and not were able to get those 2 points on the board. But hopefully this time around it's going to be able to be done pretty quickly for them. And I also wanted to take a look at Mandatory for a second, because Mandatory is at the end of their 22 Gambit, and we were looking at their timer earlier and it looked really good for the 2 chests, but I do think it's not going to be happening, which again, it's not that big of a deal, right? Because we're not really expecting the 24. We kind of want to see the 24, but we weren't really thinking that it's something that is needed for these teams to show, even if they're able to get it done.
Yeah, there are like different ways that you can deal with the trash at the end of this dungeon that make it go a lot faster or a lot slower, but with higher levels of difficulty. Something that we're seeing a lot of teams doing when they get to the higher key levels is because they're not worried about 2-chesting, is they'll just pull like one of the small 3-packs with the Starseers instead of doing the Troll with the Ritualist CC'd. And I believe Mandatory probably just went for the safe strategy here because, again, 2-chesting this key, not really that big of a deal. You're unlocking the 23, which is likely going to be the highest key we're going to see this weekend. Unless they decide they have to go for the 24 to qualify, if that's even something that's possible. So yeah, it makes sense. Would have liked to see the 2-chest. Would have liked to see a team compete with the ridiculous runs put up from Miscount last weekend, but unfortunately, for our top 2 teams right now, not the case in the Gambit. One last intermission, just to add insult to injury here, make them wait another 15 seconds or so before the key is timed, but the end result is the same. 22 timed for Mandatory, 23 unlocked. They'll be moving on swiftly here.
Yeah, so this is actually very interesting. Now that Mandatory is finishing this key, they're moving up to 106 points. And if you look at the leaderboard on the top right here, they're still 1 point behind to Liquid, but they have a +2 that they can do, right? They can do the 21 Floodgate, and if they would be going into that dungeon now, then they potentially would be 1 point higher compared to Liquid, unless, of course, Liquid times is 23 now, then they would both be even again. But it just goes to show how well Mandatory has been playing outside of those first, 2 or 3 hours at the start of the day yesterday, because now they're really, close to Liquid. Like, they're maybe half a dungeon behind at this point, if it all goes well for them.
Yeah, I think that's a good assessment. I think the 21 Floodgate isn't something that you can just, go in one shot, necessarily. It is the highest level of that key that we've seen so far. It's very difficult. Lots of things can go wrong for the first 20 minutes of the key, like we saw yesterday. Plenty of wipes in that dungeon, alongside all the others. But yeah, Mandatory have definitely clawed their way back into the competition, putting them in a clear second-place spot for the weekend so far, and setting themselves up for success for the rest of the weekend to potentially compete with Liquid for the #1 spot. It's impressive, considering they literally lost an hour and a half worth of time yesterday to wipe. So good to see that they're back in form. They'll have to continue that form, though, to keep themselves at arm's length from our other teams trying to catch up. Los Golfos in the bottom right, after dealing with the Priory, have said, okay, we're going to the Ecodome, we're going to try to collect on that +2 there, but this is that poll, Nagura, that we saw in the top 5 this morning from Tettles. This poll wiped teams so many times yesterday.
Yeah, let's take a look at Los Golfos and see if they can execute this on their 22 run here, as they did manage to gather up most of the trash, or all of this trash, actually, that they want to deal with in this pool at least. They need to make sure they're using their defenses perfectly, and also need to make sure, of course, that they are interrupting and controlling all of these mobs. The initial part that can be super dangerous is the gathering of the pool, and thankfully they're already through that part, but still just so much damage coming through. We've even seen, lots of tanks go down as well. Now, to be fair, it wasn't the Prod Warriors. We did see Skylarks go down a lot on that Guardian Druid as well on a pool like this, so it shouldn't be as big of an issue here for Malek. But yeah, looking good so far.
So far, so good, but the poll is not done yet. These Phase Blades are healthy. These Runestalkers are healthy. There's still Farstalkers alive that'll be leaping on players' domes. Fortunately, those two win on Mickey, who's going to have a much easier time healing himself than other players. Back to full instantly for the next round of leaps. Got to keep an eye on Malik here. Lots of block going out to make sure he's staying healthy at this point in the dungeon. They should be good to go, but this is just the first of many difficult pulls heading up to Debat Nawaj that they have to live through in order to time this key. The timer, again, not too much of an issue at this level of the key. It's just a matter of living through this onslaught of difficult trash that likes to warp around you and cause all sorts of chaos.
Yeah, it's just so difficult, this whole area. And it doesn't get easy either, as you said, right? Each pull back-to-back is just incredibly dangerous. And people can die so quickly, especially later on when we see some of these Sentinels that most of them are skipped in various different ways, but one of them will have to be pulled eventually. Looks like Mickey is the one that is going to be skipping that one. You can see getting one melee hit, being able to survive that, thankfully, using the Stampeding Roar to get that speed in the bear, and then using Shadow Melt to drop aggro while the rest of the team is moving by. But now Malik is gathering up another pool. This is another one of those dangerous ones, as we've been talking about. So hopefully the gathering of the pool is going well. We do see some of these Farstalkers not immediately walking in, but now the interrupts did come through. One more on the side here. You can see that triangle marker on them, but they managed to get the interrupt through.
Still dangerous. I think the funniest quote I saw from week 1 was now tweeting about how he almost smashed his keyboard from the faceplates in this dungeon, doing so much damage to the tanks. Look at this. The second your tank gets anywhere out of melee range of the faceplates, they instantly warp to them and backstab them, doing a ton of damage. It's a lot of damage for the tank to deal with, but, it wasn't enough trash, so let's get some more in there. Why not? An extra Farstalker, a couple extra Faceblades, a couple extra Runestalkers, more lines to deal with, more zaps to kick. A single zap goes off, it's multiple players dead. A warp will one-shot you if you're in the frontal. In the meantime, Malik just having to take the brunt of damage from all of the white swings that these mobs do. It's just so much danger for them to deal with.
Yeah, it really is. You can see Mickey having to switch into bear form as well once in a while to be able to survive some of this incoming damage here. And Malik surely, like, slowly running out of some of their defensives. The shield wall was running earlier, is now back up, and as soon as it's back up, Malik is pressing the shield wall again to be able to mitigate some of this incoming damage here, even using Typhoons as well to get some of those disrupts through, which is like a last resort kind of interrupt you want to use, because of course it is Apple going down to one of those leaps at the very end of this pool. As I said, they're running out of defensives and running out of CC to control these mobs. Thankfully, they do have the battle rest to get Apple back up, and hopefully they can recover here and finish this pool. But yeah, it's looking a little bit dangerous here at the very end.
Looks like they've gotten through yet another one of these incredibly demanding pulls. Still a couple more, and probably the most difficult one coming up, where they have to pull the one and only mandatory Sentinel in the dungeon. Not the team mandatory, just the mob is mandatory to spawn the boss. But they do have the cooldowns mostly available and ready. Apo has to call the wild ready. Satip is sitting on the breath pillar combo. Taking a long time gathering this up, but we're in. Malik has leapt in. We have started the pull on the Sentinel. The important thing here now is actually to not pop the cooldowns now. And you can see most of them are holding on to that. Of course, the DK going to do a ton of AoE damage with that, but Apo holding on to the Call of the Wild here. They need to have that single target burst to kill this Sentinel the second the shield pops. And the second we see that shield pop, you'll see the Call of the Wild popped. Tons of damage coming out from Apo to make sure they take as little of that pulsing zap damage as possible.
Yeah, you can see Malik also having to use so many defensives to survive this, and there it is. The Sentinel shield is now down. You'll see the ramping damage onto the group. Plus all of these puddles, of course, they have to make sure that they're placing properly while still staying in that F-flow to get those extra heals coming through. Apo dropping incredibly low as some of these stalkers are leaping out, plus all of the damage. Look at that! This is just so much damage on Apo here.
The cooldowns are out too, and remember these teams, they do less and less damage. Damage now crawling to a halt almost as the cooldowns run out. Malik has gone down. They don't have a battle res because the DK has also gone down. Mickey's going to try to save them, but no, it's just going to be another full team wipe to the trash in this section of the dungeon. Tettles, mark that one down for tomorrow's top 5.
How like precognizant of you, Zyra, because it is time for a swap and Tettles is coming to the desk. So that might end up in that reel for sure. I mean, unfortunate to see with the wipe there. Of course, you want to see them make it through, but that trash has proven deadly for many of our teams throughout that dungeon and towards the end of it as well. Now, Nagura, I think this is the last time we're going to see you today, so I guess we'll see you tomorrow for the group finals.
See you tomorrow.
Bye. And Tettles coming to the desk. Now, obviously, there's a lot of action happening here with Group C and all this weekend. But after this, there's still one regional group to go. So our CN region rebroadcast is going to run Monday through Wednesday, November 17th through 19th, for anybody who's curious. And that'll be in the week essentially leading up to our global finals. So you can pretty much have MDI all week if you want. But Tettles, as we keep an eye on the teams, can you give everybody a little bit of a preview with your takeaways from the CN time trials?
Yeah, I mean, so we've seen time trials. Basically, there is a new top dog. So we had Stamp for the last 2 seasons. Now there's Team Anchor. They're the #1 seed coming out of the China time trials. They put up 23 Ecodome Maldani and 23 Gambit. Honestly, pretty good. Their timers in those dungeons also looked fairly solid. And then they're a team that is a mixture of Stamp and Green Player from last season. And then the other team is Chat God. A great team name, by the way. They were the #2 seed. They also put up 23 Ecodome and 23 Gambit. So they are by far my favorites to be able to make it, both of those teams. Everybody else ended up having, slightly lower scores between 22s and miscellaneous 23s, but I think the teams that put up the double 23 are by far the favorites. I'm really interested in seeing how both Chat God and Team Anchor end up performing, since they are both new teams to the competitive scene.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, it's always good to see competitive times being put up by the top Chinese teams, because they've been very strong throughout the years. You have a quick replay of the wipe from another
golfers
on the first pull. Unfortunate from Los Golfos here. Yeah. A little unfortunate. Maybe a little bit of tilt after the wipe late into the second boss room trash area. It's just a minute time loss. I wouldn't be too concerned about it. Yeah, it's good to see them competing, right? Because we've had such strong competitors from the Chinese region before. I think back to the days of Skyline, teams like Team D, Buff Warner, Rogue back in the day. There's a lot of really, really strong teams. So if
Aster almost won a MDI and a
TGP. Here. Yeah, Aster almost won a couple of different things. So if they can compete, we're in for a fantastic finals. Can't wait for that. A couple weeks from now, it's going to be awesome. And when's the rebroadcast again? That's next week, right? Monday to Wednesday next week, the 17th to 19th?
Yeah.
I believe it's the week leading up to finals. Let me double check the calendar.
It is the week leading up to finals.
Yeah, not like this next week as in like the one immediately after this weekend, but the week after that, if that makes sense.
Those broadcasts are always a little bit cooked. Those are always so much fun to cast because you never know what you're going to get. But yeah, I mean, the Chinese region, it's one that has really high highs. And if you watch, like, if you're following the leaderboard throughout the entirety of like the season, you'll see that the Chinese teams have a tendency to be at the very top of the leaderboard. And then, being able to perform at the absolute highest level is always a little bit difficult. I think that, from my perspective, I wouldn't be shocked if the Chinese teams end up being better than, say, Scaffolding and like where Anti-Clockwise were whenever we saw them in Group A and B. So I don't know. It's
fantastic to see.
I think it's going to be a very, very competitive global finals, which is what we want to see.
So looking at the play that we're seeing today already here, I mean, obviously we've seen Mandatory return to the form we expect them to see. Do we think the way that either Mandatory or Liquid have played this weekend so far can match up to what we've already seen from, Miscount and Holy Method?
So, interestingly enough, okay, so Holy Method, I actually think the answer is yes. Holy Method looked pretty good during Group A, and they had the Infinity Stone run with the world record tags, and we were like, oh my god, the Kings are back. They're back. And it's like, and then whenever I saw Miscount, they got Yargi damage. I don't even know what's going on with that team. And while Liquid and Mandatory have both looked good, they don't look like they got Miscount damage. And it's kind of a weird thing to be like, oh yeah, there is a team damage gapping the rest of the field because it's so uncommon to see. Normally there are strategy differences. But what happens when a team is damage gapping other groups? And so, like, in terms of key levels, I actually think that whenever you looked at time trials as well, Liquid, Mandatory, Miscount, and Holy Method all put up the 45 score together. And so you would kind of expect them to be on the same level, key level wise. And so from that regard, I do kind of expect all of them to be very close. But I don't know what if we go to time tiebreakers, are the teams going to be on the same playing field? I think the answer is actually no.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with you there. I think in order, like, just from what we've seen from group stages, if that also is the same case in the finals, which remains to be seen if that's the case, yeah, I think Miscount, huge advantage. Looking back to the last MDI, though, it really wasn't necessarily the speed that was as much of a deal. It was the extra +1s that were the deal back then. There
it's
were teams
always
that
the
just
+1s.
randomly found +1s that no one else found, and 3 different teams had 3 different solutions. Only 2 of them ended up working out, and it was Wunderbar who, like, just went a few seconds faster than Mandatory to secure the win. Those +1s are what I'm going to be looking for, but if Miscount is able to find the same +1s and have their speed, they'll win on time tiebreakers. Fortunately for Mandatory, first Goliath here. This is interesting, though, because the Goliaths have been such a problem for so many teams over the past couple of weekends. We're seeing Mandatory on their first attempt at 23 wipe to the Goliath. Liquid, they went in and just breezed, no problem, 1 shot. 3 Goliaths dead, on to the rest of the run. And look at this, 23 first attempt, we're on Celia. We're about to hit into phase 2. They've got so much time. They're just cruising here. They got this collapsing star spawn. They can just sit here and wait, heal this up, get ready for a perfect transition, and they're good to go. 6 minutes, 45 seconds in phase 2. Plenty of time.
For a team that's never played together with this composition of players, I feel like they're really hitting their stride, like, quickly. Sometimes I feel like whenever you see new versions of teams with a bunch of different high-end players, you see, like, I think Scaffolding's a good example. Their key cap is really high, but then you're just like, the synergy looks like it's lacking in some areas. Liquid not missing a beat. Like, this team just looks insanely good.
Yeah, I always see a lot of cope from, like, Mythic Plus only players saying that rating high level never carries over into Mythic Plus keys. But, like, it's the same thing. It's progression in high-end rating and progression in Mythic Plus is the same thing, except instead of a 10-minute boss fight, it's a 30-minute dungeon that you're progressing, right? You still have to do the same thing. You still have to plan your strategy out for the entire dungeon, make sure you have your cooldown timers properly set up, but it's over a 30-minute dungeon instead of a 10-minute boss fight. And listen, there's a reason people that have been so dominant in the MDI in whatever form it's been in for the past 7 years, right? Gingy, now Mirez, all Echo Raiders, Method Raiders, just sweeping the MDI for so long. It's really no surprise to me that a team full of Liquid Raiders is performing to this degree here.
Yeah. I have a question for you that I was talking with Nagura about it yesterday, or earlier today, I think is what it was. So last weekend we saw Hearthjax. He was playing targeted Earthquake, not like where the one where you follow your mouse, but the one where you have the target selected and it drops the Earthquake beneath him. Boomy also playing that same version of Earthquake, where you don't have to follow your mouse, or you don't have the mouse debuff, I guess is a better way of describing it. What do you think about that? Because I think conventional wisdom would say it's actually a damage loss to not play it to where it's you can actually place it, but instead it spawns beneath the target. What are your thoughts on that? Because Hearthjax and Boomy seem like they're doing insane damage by comparison to other Ellie Shamans.
This is an awesome conversation to have, because this is something that I've had to think about myself for a long time. And this is not only an Ellie Shaman related question, but it's any class that has like a targeted AoE spell as part of the rotation. Something like Destro Warlock, where you're pressing a Rain of Fire.
Inferno Destro? Oh my god.
Yeah, Inferno Destro, where you're pressing Rain of Fire. It's the same thing.
My mouse was like locked to the middle of my screen.
So the choice you're talking about is the choice between Earthquake on your target. So like the second you press Earthquake, it'll just be at whatever your target is, versus at cursor, putting it on the ground wherever your cursor is. In their trade-offs to
reticle.
Okay, none of these players are playing reticle. That would be insane. That's crazy talk. But I guess that's
like a global law. You're losing a global law.
You're literally
gonna press it.
Yeah, that's really bad for high-level keys. I wouldn't recommend it. So the trade-offs are placing at cursor. You can more accurately place an Earthquake to like, okay, I know my tank is going to kite the mobs in this direction. I can sort of lead them a little bit. I'll probably get an extra tick of Earthquake if he was to accidentally move them a little bit further. But at this level, I think if you place an Earthquake on the mob, your tank is going to know, hey, you just placed an Earthquake, I should try to stay here for as long as possible. So even if there is a little bit of damage loss from the targeted Earthquake, it's going to be extremely minimal at this key level. Now, the other trade-off is the intangible, right? If you have your cursor at a spot and it has to be there to press your Earthquake, that means your cursor is in other places. You can't mouse over kick. You can't focus a new target properly in order to get your focus kick on that target.
On the roof.
Yeah, you might put your Earthquake in a place where it's not supposed to be. You might need to cap a target somewhere else that your Earthquake isn't supposed to be. You're losing brain globals from having your cursor Earthquake. So I actually, this season, I play two different things in a raid. I play at cursor Earthquake because I don't have to do utility things. But in Dungeons, I play targeted Earthquake, and that's part of the reason why Liquid is able to one-shot this 23 Gambit with the targeted Earthquake from Boomy. Topping the meters, by the way.
24 is doable.
24 is 100% doable.
So we were talking earlier about the +1s that we think are available for global finals. I think that 24 Gambit 100% doable. We've yet to see it in global in group play. The timers each and every single week have just been getting increasingly, like more generous. You just saw Liquid time that dungeon 3 minutes remaining. I'm looking at the 22s of the Floodgate and the Priory, the Sacred Flame. I think both of those are probably possible as well.
Yeah, 100%. There's another interesting question that you can go along the same lines with Ellie Shaman as well, where people like to talk about lightning rod management.
Oh god.
This is another interesting topic.
Ability is the devil.
This is not something that I do, and I don't think anyone should do it. But essentially the way this works is on your Spenders and on your Tempests, whenever you cast those abilities, it places a lightning rod on your target, or near your target if it's in the case of Earthquake. And if your lightning rod on the target you have is it's like more than half the duration, it'll try to put a lightning rod on a different target. But you can force your lightning rod to go on a different target by, mouse over Tempesting another target, mouse over Elemental Blasting another target. I also think it is not worth the cognitive overload of swapping targets to place new lightning rods. I think you just should target one target, cast everything on that target, don't worry about swapping for lightning rods. And you know why I think that's correct? Because Bond also does that. He just hits the same target the entire time, and he does more damage than any other Ellie Shaman in the world. So whatever he's doing has got to be right.
I think Ellie is also, especially when you're playing P-Wave and you get just so much haste, like this spec has just an ungodly amount of haste right now. This is actually one of the most complicated specs, I feel like, for Mythic Plus, like, almost ever. The min-max on damage from Ellie Shaman is probably one of the most complicated specs I've seen in a hot minute. And so it's just like the decision-making as to what you're supposed to be doing at each and every single point. It's hard. I mean, it's hard to optimize fully, and I feel like it's very rare that you take concessions with damage to just try to make your life a little bit easier. But even watching the MDI teams be like, yeah, we're taking a concession, I think that's so funny, because you're just like, oh, okay, whatever, it'll be okay.
It's interesting too, because it means that there's actually probably a lot of time left to gain for a lot of these teams if they can optimize these concessions that they're doing to make the keys more like easily timable. And when you look at the timer left on a lot of these keys, there is room, a ton of room for them to go faster and potentially have a +1 key level. So I think we actually, even though we're already at like the highest gear level during group stages right now, I still think that there is so much headroom for extra key levels going into global finals from the optimizations the teams can make that people are going to be blown away by like how much better the teams are going to look at globals than they do right now.
I feel like it's kind of funny because on one hand, yeah, you say that people are going to be blown away with how well they're going to be playing. I feel like there's been lack of route innovation over the course of all 3 of these weekends where a lot of the teams feel like they're just kind of copying the Group A routes to the point where I wonder if people are like actually hiding a bunch of stuff. Like not just like, oh yeah, a couple of things are being hidden. Like full routes are being hidden.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I have the tinfoil for like fully on. I think that
I got a conspiracy theory. Yeah, it's a bit of a conspiracy theory, but
dude, I'm telling you, 22 Floodgate, I 100% agree with you. Holy Method's got some stuff cooked up for that key that we're going to see at globals.
It is a bit of a conspiracy theory, but if you're looking at the timers, you're like, okay, this dungeon is definitely doable, and then it just comes down to the fact that the teams always perform the best during the global finals, and they do dungeons that they couldn't even time in practice a lot of the times.
It's the competition.
What's going on with mandatory, man? Is this how many resets have they had at the beginning of this place?
A lot. It's been probably 3 or 4 in the past 20 to 30 minutes, but like this is part of the reason we're so impressed with what Liquid did with the one shot of the 23, right? This is something that's been consistent for almost every team in the 23 Gambit. You're just gonna wipe to some things happening at the start of this dungeon, almost always. Now that was like 6 minutes in, which meant they wiped to the boss somehow. But we've also seen that happen from Holy Method, right? I mean, their healer got domed by one of the ads spawning on the boss while the Guardians were still alive. So again, like the first 5 minutes of 23 Gambit, nuclear difficulty. You expect to see a ton of wipes. If you ever get through that and there's a wipe afterwards, that just makes it all the more devastating because you have to go back and deal with those Goliaths again.
And I mean, that kind of opens up the opportunity for Los Golfos to capitalize on these mistakes from mandatory. Unfortunately for them, though, they have been wiping between 2 and 15 minutes in the Eco Dome Aldani fairly consistently at the hardest parts of this dungeon. Los Golfos have had to reset this dungeon probably 10 times at this point.
Yeah, it's not great. But again, it's kind of a situation where this is the best key available to them from their options. So they're kind of stuck here. It's also the only key they have a +2 in. And we know how volatile it can be, so it's just something they're going to have to deal with. Like, you expect to see wipes. It's just unfortunate that has continued to happen for them.
I'm swapping us to mandatory right now. I want to see what's going on here. Because I feel like the resets here, obviously, it's contingent on the Coastwalker Goliath that you're seeing on screen right here and the title stomps. And whenever you're on a 23, any additional damage that happens to any of your players, so Fishmancer Bolt going off, a trash accidentally get body pulled by a fleeing Murloc, anything like that just immediately wipes you. And to the point, if you get too many of the title stomps, you just run out of defensives to be able to press. Particularly this Elemental Shaman, that guy ends up dying. And so that's why you have to have like a really solid a CD chain with things like Lumithar's Living Silk, with things like your personal defenses and whatnot, to be able to make sure that you're able to stay alive. And then again, if any of those Fishmancer casts ever go off, you're just completely toast. And you see Stove there, he's even getting Iron Barked and still hit 10% HP. What else are we looking for beyond that? Is that kind of the issues here, just how much damage the Coastwalker Goliath is doing, while at the same time we need control on these mobs?
Yeah, pretty much. Now, the control on the mobs is a huge thing. You can see, of course, as these tiny Murlocs, Shell Runners, I think they're called. Can't see their nameplates here.
Something like that,
they get low, they just sprint in a bunch of different directions. Ideally, you have something like an Ursals or a Binding to prevent them from running.
Oh, there's the
main thing is, we just saw it happen right now. Murloc runs off, pulls a Fishmancer, your caster gets a Water Bolt to the face and gets one shot. That's a reset. We didn't have a Binding or an Ursals for that. It's unlucky, go again.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
I don't know.
The thing is, they do have enough CC. Like, realistically, there are enough CC buttons to be pressed with Thunderstorm Knockup, that applies a slow to the mobs. Ursul's Vortex, that applies a slow to the mobs. Binding Shot, that's a really good stun. More often than not, Binding Shot's kind of useless, but for exactly this, Binding Shot's fantastic.
Witchcraft Totem would be another good use.
Yeah, Implosive Trap, very good. I think Blinding Sleet can also get some value, and of course the single grips from DK are all pretty useful. That's why you're also seeing Piercing Howl being a premier talent choice from these warriors, because the 50% slow on the mobs as they start fleeing is just fantastic. The problem is the coordination to make sure that you don't make a single mistake as those mobs start fleeing while working through your very intricate defensive rotation. Plus, you also want to utilize CC to stop the Fishmancer bolts, and so you don't actually have all of those CC tools to stop everything. That's where the problems start to arise.
Yeah, especially if there's more than 2 Fishmancers, right? That means that you're having to use more CC than Kixit actually to stop the
Yes.
at that point. And
Exactly.
that will only happen if you have accidentally pulled an extra trash back that you didn't mean to pull. We've seen that happen with the 3rd Goliath a lot, and teams somehow making it by with like just a Shaman Death plus an Ankh. But that, generally speaking, if you pull an extra pack here, it's almost always just going to be a reset. Ideally, they kill it. Like in the case of this first pull, you can just kill the Shorerunners before they pull extra mobs, but that's not something that's really available to you on the next.
Here's the
couple
Piercing
pulls.
Howl. Here's the Piercing Howl going out as the mobs are going to be starting to hit 30%. And once they start hitting 30%, they start fleeing to actually stop casting. That's why you see them slamming down a bunch of the CC. Ooh, they actually don't get the Piercing Howl on the mobs during the situation where they're going to be fleeing. They're going to be fleeing without that slow on them.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, we got
Looks like
Earth Grab Totem
pretty
with the bind.
Yeah, that
That's
was good.
fine.
That was really clean. Okay. They're going to be all right here. No extra mobs being pulled. Just 2 Fishmancers in this first pull.
I don't really mind them letting the cry enrage go off. We were already wiping if the Fishmancers. So the issue with the cry is if a Fishmancer bolt goes off while the mob's enraged, you just die. However, if a Fishmancer bolt went off, regardless, I think at this key level, you just die. So at that point, the only thing that the cry is preventing is tank damage on the Shellcracker hit.
Oh, another Water Bolt.
See,
another
that's
death.
exactly what I'm saying. Even that Death Knight character with a Fishmancer, he was going to die regardless.
Go again. All right.
So
I mean,
this
we're going to
is-
continue to keep seeing this, right?
What reset numbers? Is this 10 yet? Or what are we on?
Are we going to hit instance cap? No, I'm kidding. I don't think there's instance cap on Tournament Realm, but could you imagine?
Mandatory are now forced to take a 10-minute break due to hitting the 10 instance limit. Dude, I remember the instance cap. Oh my god. I don't know if you remember this. Legion, first expansion that the MDI ever came out in. The second MDI, one of the dungeons that was a part of the time trials was Maw of Souls, which you reset within the first like 2 minutes every single time. And every single team that was practicing that Maw of Souls back then hit the instance cap to the point where it got like Blizzard was basically like, okay, we have to change this for the tournament realm. Like it's literally impossible to practice.
Dude, I remember the timers for that Maw of Souls and time trials back then being like 7 minutes on the fast end. Like some teams were doing like 7:20, 24 Maw of Souls. It was ridiculous how fast teams were going back then. Because you would just do like big pull on boss, big pull on boss, big pull then
Skip
boss.
the Mariner.
And that was the entire key.
Big pull, skip the Mariner, big pull.
Skip the Mariner. That's an important one. Yeah, good point. Illegal mob.
Distract.
Probably
skip that Mariner.
Probably the earliest case of an optional 4th boss in a key that we've seen before.
I don't know who was worse, him or Shadow of Zul, but it was close.
Those are both pretty rough mobs. What are we thinking about this timer from One Hill here? I mean, 2108 on Baron obviously isn't great, but like it's still
People play a
timeable.
lot of count. People do play a lot of count in the first area of this dungeon nowadays. Like last season of 2108 with the route that was fairly standard would be slow, right? You're like, oh, okay, this is gonna be timeable, but it's gonna be really tight. But right now, I feel like groups are electing to skip trash in that Prioress Merprey room more and more as time has gone on this season. Where I think there's like a left pack with like a light spawn in it that basically nobody's playing. Instead, now people are playing this like crazy chain pull where the pats with Sir Braun Pike, like that pull is absolutely insane. But I think their count is fine. So I think our timer's gonna be all right. I think we're gonna be like 2 minutes under.
So you're saying the timer is fine, but it's likely going to be a scenario where it's just team versus Sir Braun Pike to time the key.
I think
Once
that
again.
we are in a situation where it is very, very easy to wipe throughout. Oh my god, this is I think this might be scarier than the Cerebron Pike pull. It's double light spawn. There's a paladin here. They did do a nice. I actually like this trap on the mage on the right hand side. So now there's actually just a priest in this pull, and Bond's going to be able to like kick this priest on CD to be able to get infinite holy DR versus the light spawns and the paladins. So Fired Up can actually feign death off the light spawn beam, the purification beam, and Chun is just a DK. So like in theory, the kind of crux of this is Greg on that Resto Druid able to stay alive. You see him immediately ripping his Shadow Meld to drop the Purification Beam. This is an incredibly scary pull, especially whenever you have those tolls going out as you watch the entire group dropping low. But I like the setup of this. It makes sense logically.
Yeah, and of course, it's nice here, because like you said, look at this. Double Purification Beams. One's on Bond with that 30% Holy DR. The other one's on Chun, who's a DK and just doesn't care. And the other thing about this poll is it informs them about what happened last time around, right? Last time around, it was this mage that fireball-volleyed the squad and wiped them. That CC just must have broken on the previous attempt, which is really unfortunate to lose the key. But this time around, second attempt, looks like they're good to go, as long as they're able to get these mobs out of those bursts of lights. Nice. The second cast started right as the first light spawn died, so they don't have to deal with an extra 25% HP on that second light spawn. This pull went about as good as it can for them.
It's nice because you also just dump all of your offensive CDs into that. That's like a quintessential Ascendance pull. But now there's a question, what do you do now to let your Ascendants come back up? Because you got your Bloodlust available. Realistically, you want the Ascendants on Cerebron Pike, but you see the mob's Hunter's Mark, so we're pulling him. And Bond is going to be a literal NPC on this pull, where we have the Pat with the Light Spawn and Cerebron Pike. So we're just kind of praying that we get good Ascendants RNG, and you see Bond already proccing his Ascendants, doing 25 million DPS. So, you know, he says, hell with the actual press of Ascendants, I'm just going to proc.
And then proc again, too. He's still doing 35 million damage. two procs. He's essentially got the Ascendants anyways here. Greg dropping incredibly low. Might have been an errant bolt cast going off that dropped him low, but for the meantime, health bars nice and healthy. Purification Beam on your DK, but he's a DK. He just doesn't care. The healing is looking great for Greg, but another round of kicks going out here is going to cause issues for them, as they have to make sure that they don't let any firebolt volleys go off. It's a blinding sleet.
Good CC.
Knock up Thunderstorm there from Bond to make sure that they don't let any casts go off into a Shockwave. The stun DR has been ramping up now. It's only really going to be knocks or kicks.
Light Expulsion here is scary. But I'm really worried about the Light Expulsion because it's one of those things that like the longer Cerebron Pike goes on for, the scarier it is for the group. Actually, the late anti-magic zone as well, for if the Light Expulsion happens and the footman ends up killing them off. But I think this was really smart by One Hill. Now, very scary because you don't have your cooldowns for this. A huge time save, and they're able to save one full pull over what most teams are doing on the back end of this Priory, the Sacred Flame. So their timer, if they're able to do that every single time, which again, that's big if, they should be quite fast in here every single time. That was clean.
That was about as clean as that pull can go. That was patrol into Cerebron Pike, which is something we see most teams try not to do because it can just so easily wipe you many times. But now 6 minutes plus onto Prioris Murpray. If they're able to make sure they kill these footmen off at the proper time, that expulsion, like you talked about, definitely something they're going to be worried about. Need to make sure they kill these off while the boss isn't pulsing for AoE damage. That's something they should be easily able to do, though. That's just the main crux left in this key for them.
It's interesting because how that pull is set up, it's 4 casters, it's 2 mages, 2 priests. So you're going to put basically your warrior is going to be on one of the priests and your Eli Shaman is going to be on the other, so they get the holy DR. Then you put your Resto Druid and your Hunter on one of the mages, and then your DK on the other mage. Everybody slams kick, including the Resto Druid on pull, and then the Hunter is kind of playing backup on that. And then you just press like 5 CC abilities in a row to cancel casts, to where everybody's got their kick available. Then the Hunter kicks in lieu of the Resto Druid, because the Resto Druid doesn't want to swap cat form in the middle of that pull. That pull's like kind of nuts, especially with the light spawn, purification beam, and whatnot. So the Hunter will kick in place of that Resto Druid, and then you press 5 more CC abilities, right? Yep. That pull's nuts.
It's one of those pulls that can very easily wipe you if one tiny thing goes wrong, but man, when you get that CC chain done perfectly, you don't miss a single kick, it just looks beautiful, and it has looked beautiful here for One Hill. As these mobs start to die off, Light Expulsion's doing a ton of damage to the group. They're trying to pick off these footmen one by one. 3-4 of them go off! They do have Battle Reses and an Aug, but the pulsing AoE damage is going out. Greg going to try to stabilize them
They can
here.
win.
They still have Battle Res and an Ankh available, but they're going to wait for the Inner Fire to wear off on Murprey before they go for the Reses. Now there's no pulsing AoE damage. They still do have a Priest available. That's why it's going to go up. Blinding Light does kill off Bond.
Is our timer chalked? Are we okay?
3 minutes? I don't think we're okay. I think this is a wipe. I think this is a depleted key, because even though they get the Battle Res in a minute and a half, Bond's body is down here. Do they have a way to get him from upstairs?
I think they're four-manning this boss. Is this boss killable in 3 minutes?
I don't know. It is a relatively low
This
AC
is
boss.
scary, actually. This is a really scary part, because now they have the Embrace the Light with the Neophytes coming out, and they're not going to have the Shaman CC to be able to stop these Neophytes. You saw Chun here having to do the Lord's work to get that Priest gripped all the way up to the top of the platform, meaning that now this shield is going to last even longer on one hill.
Man, the overlapping, and we're gonna get another second set of Neophyte spawns, potentially even a third. Do we even have CC for these Neophytes? Are they just gonna be running at us the entire time? We gotta get out of there. We gotta run.
Shockwave and walk away might be the call here. Ooh, Ursul's Vortex
Walking
and walk
away is
and
less
Shockwave.
uptime on the boss, and we need that uptime.
So, can Greg jump on the railing and res Bond?
I don't know. It's never something I've tried to do as like any of the classes I can res on with. If you can, that would be fantastic. They need the damage, though. We're only 2 minutes left in the key here. We've done about 10% of the boss's HP in 20 seconds, but that's with the help of cooldowns. Let's look at the cooldowns they have available, though. We're going to get one more Breath. We're going to get 2 more Call of the Wilds.
We're going to get one more Ascendance after Greg reses Bond here.
Well, if he can get a res off, we'll see if he's going to go for it in a few seconds here. It's going to be probably after the next Blinding Light that he can potentially go for it. Oh, man. I think... Okay. Looking at how much damage
they're
doing,
him, but I'm not 100. I don't know where his body is first and foremost, and I don't know if Greg's going to be in range.
It's either it might be a problem of LOS or range. He's going to go for it though. Let's see.
This is good.
Don't miss the jump, buddy. If you jump down, you're dead. He's not going to go for it. He's not going to go for it. I think they have time.
Ooh, he has to heal the Inner Fire now too. So like, even if his body's far.
Dude, is this going to be another one-hill wipe to the final boss with one player dead for the final 3 minutes? We already saw it happen in the Arakari yesterday. Another wipe this late into a dungeon for them would be devastating. It's going to be close, though. 20% left on the boss, and I think they're on pace for it from when they pushed into the intermission. But still, it's going to require perfect play and no further deaths. We'll get one final press of both Breath and Call of the Wild from Fired Up, both now active, doing maximum damage. They just need to stay alive with 40 seconds left. I think they're going to do it, but it is going to be a lot closer than it should have been, Tettles.
Yeah, I mean, this was very, very scary for them to the point where they almost, like, I think it just kind of comes to show how good that pull sequencing was in this final trash room, that they were afforded the opportunity to have 45 seconds, actually a minute worth of deaths on this last boss, and Bond be dead for 2 minutes. That is a brutal thing to have happen, but for one hill, you gotta be counting your blessings that you time the key.
Please tell me they didn't wipe on the boss. Please tell me this is a replay of them doing something good. No, it's the worst combination of binding javelins. Usually you would like to get one of either your hunter or your DK paired with the shaman and the healer, but unfortunately the shaman and healer get paired together, which means they cannot immune one of the javelins. It stacks up to 3 or 4 on both of them. They both die, and it is yet another agonizing reset on the second boss for Los Golfos. Just so unfortunate the things that are happening to them in this key.
Just brutal. And I mean, that's the way to qualify for the global finals. You just have to be clutch, especially in a world where mandatory has been the antithesis of clutch. If either Liquid, One Hill, Los Golfos, it's going to be about who is more clutch and is able to capitalize on the opportunities that the favorite mandatory is supposed to be affording them.
Yep, clutch factor absolutely coming in play. The fact that One Hill actually, you could actively see the decision making for One Hill there from Greg on the rest under it. He's like, I'm gonna try to get a res here, and then Bond probably made a call like, you don't need me, man. Just finish.
Bro, my body is so far. Do not even try. Go back.
Just get back there and heal the team, man. Blinding Light's going in 2 seconds. We gotta go.
I know we're kind of not really focused on this pull. I actually think that this pull is insanely difficult. You do see mandatory jams down the Bloodlust. Now, what this pull is it's triple Tide Sage, double Officer. And if you end up having any of those casts go off by those Tide Sages, somebody can die. You saw Soda there. He ended up getting hit by that Frostbolt, but Mode able to heal through with the Trank. If you ever get comboed by any of the officers' row weapon, what's actually the ricocheting blade, I think might be the name of the act. Yeah. You could just immediately die. And you see Maystine and Soda getting hit by those Tide Sage bolts as the pack is starting to get dragged, and Mandatory going very aggressive here. This is scary. I feel like Mandatory is not in control of the situation right here.
I would assume that they know what they're doing here. Maybe they feel like they have to go fast for
So
time
many
just to
bolts
give
have
themselves
gone through.
extra damage. Yeah, the amount of bolts that have gone through is
Mode just got hit
definitely
right there.
worrying. But Mode has definitely been able to keep everyone alive. Also, those ricocheting blades do a ton of damage. If any of these players are ever stacked, it's just extra
Soda
damage they
kick.
cannot afford to take. The second these Tide Sages are dead, though, an in-cap roar to interrupt those casts into a knockout
Skylark to
on
Maystine
top
kick
of
maybe
that
here?
as well. Double kick should be able to be up for the next set of bolts. There they go. They have another round of kicks available from Stove and
Mode.
Soda as well. Or Mode.
Soda and Stove, I guess. Yeah, Mode's just going to sit in cat form.
Sleet for the next cast.
Ooh.
We're just into the boss. The Sages are still alive, guys. I've seen officers pulled on top of the boss. But, like, the Sages? Okay,
I
sure.
mean, it's,
They're just going
it's
for it.
time efficient. I'm scared. Like, it's really scary. You tend to want to play this a little bit slow.
Oh, man.
Is that officer going to get hit by the Infinite Breath? Please, God, get him out of there.
No. Do not knock it away.
He wrestles back in? Okay, we're fine.
That's insane. Insane play. You know what it was, Tettles? It was Maystine saying, "My breath is ready. Pull the boss now." That's what it was, because he popped that the second the boss was pulled.
So, for those who don't know what happens if you pull trash into the boss, let me say from firsthand experience, if the mobs get hit by the Infinite Breath, they get launched to Tazavesh streets. Like, I don't even know what... Like, they literally just get launched so far out into the ocean, those mobs are genuinely gone, and you're just stuck in combat forever with them.
They just kind of stand out there for forever. You ever just killed this boss and you're like, wait, why are we in combat? And then you see just an officer just rumbling in from the ocean. You're like, huh? How long was that guy out there for?
It's really bad. Especially if it's the Tide Sage that's alive too, then they can just like walk back in and start bolting you from afar.
Dude. Not the case for Mandatory, as they've been able to deal with the trash. And again, they just have really, really strong pace in this key. At 925, Hilbrand's pulled on 23.
Yeah.
That's faster than what we saw from Miscount. I think Miscount was 940-ish, 930, 940. So this is very fast from Mandatory.
Mandatory has a tendency to be a team in group play that just shows god strats for no reason. Stuff that they probably are supposed to hold at times, even. I'm interested in seeing if they end up actually showing any god strats this weekend.
Well, I think the nice thing about Gambit is we already got shown the god strat by Miscount, unless there's something better out there.
Last season, though, last season Mandatory, it was something that was really subtle, but like obviously all of the MDI teams noticed it. It was the mind control life grip of the mob in Motherload to be able to get count, where there are these mobs that just like weren't even on MDT, and Mandatory just like randomly shows that in group weekend, and then everybody shows up obviously for the global finals. They're like, okay, it's just genius.
We were talking about how good Mandatory was, and then they missed a brute with the frontal breath, and Maystine's just been getting clobbered by this thing for the past 30 seconds.
He might be
Are they
getting
gonna miss it
clobbered by
again?
longer.
Oh my god.
That's okay.
He's
That guy's
finally
enough
dead.
night.
Well, he was out of range of the boss for a little while there, but it's all good. The mob finally died. And it looks like it's going to be a good run for Mandatory, so let's check in with some of our other teams in the meantime. One Hill, after dealing with their Prior of the Sacred Flame, have also decided it's time to go collect that +2 that we set up for ourselves in the Gambit. Still, I mean, even on 22, though, these Goliaths pose a major threat, right? It's all the same problems of the 23, a little bit lower damage, but still, like, no personal to the title stomps. It's still going to one-shot you on this key level. I mean, look at the damage there.
I think that the difference between the 22 and the 23, you said obviously the damage is on a lesser degree. I think it's actually the Coastwalker Goliaths going down like 1 to 2 casts earlier every single time that makes the key difference here, because then you're going to have more defensives that are afforded. Obviously, the pack doesn't just drag on for so long. And then also the Fishmancers die just a hair quicker, which means that there's less opportunities to have stupid stuff happening, like a bolt go off and kill somebody.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, because we've been talking about this
DK.
a lot.
Our DK tanked one singular bolt and dropped to 15% health.
He's okay. He can live that on a 23. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Not a 23. He can live it on a 22. Probably not a 23.
15%? I mean, it'll do 10% more damage. Maybe he could live. You never know how the scaling works.
Maybe.
He would like to not have taken that water bolt, but we'll get away with it for now. First attempt
Water
at
bolt.
22 looks like One Hill's going to get through the Goliaths. A little bit of a slower pace, but still plenty of time left to time the key, so we're totally okay with this first attempt at 22 for them.
How are you feeling about the position of the teams in relation to one another so far? Like, I mean, going into Sunday, going into global finals potentially, what are your kind of expectations for the teams? Like, who do you think is going to be qualifying right now?
Well, so I think the only clear favorite right now is obviously Liquid. I mean, they have been lights out this weekend. They've kept their mistakes to a minimum, and even when they've made those mistakes, it's really just been kind of like, oh, well, we didn't two-chest a key that was clearly two-chestable. Oops. Let's just go one-shot the 2-1 chests anyways. And then they went and just did that. Those are good mistakes to be your worst mistakes of the weekend. I think they're clear favorites. Now, they're not 100% locked in, right? They could just have an absolute stinker of a day tomorrow, and Mandatory could pass them up, and Los Golfos or One Hill could have just absolute standout perfect days tomorrow and catch up and, provide a bit of a competition for those first and second place slots. I think the team on the chopping block right now today is SM Possible, and I mean, we kind of talked about this a lot at the top of the show. They're a team that put themselves in a pretty tough spot today after getting 2 meta classes banned out. They've been playing without Prot Warrior Resto Druid today, which is you're pretty much setting yourself behind by doing that.
They mortgaged their future a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, it got them through to today, so, that's a benefit of playing it yesterday, but unfortunately, it's just been a rough day for them today, and I don't even want to, chalk that up to just the specs being available. They've just had a lot of unfortunate circumstances in their keys today. Now, they're not out of it just yet. They're only 2 points behind both Los Golfos and One Hill. We've already talked about the struggles that Los Golfos has been having in their Ecodome Eldani, so if they're not able to capitalize on that key and get those +2, SM Possible could very easily push up a couple of their keys, get those points, and qualify through to tomorrow. So there's a lot that can still happen with an hour and a half or so left in the day here. And a lot of teams could jostle these positions in the remaining time we have today.
Everybody take notes. You guys are watching history right here. You guys get to see something that's very, very special. The GOAT of Ellie Shaman, Bond, playing on screen, playing his comfort pick in the Ellie Shaman, able to press his ascendants and do giga damn to Hillbrand and all of these Goliaths, as Chun on this very, very feeble Death Knight walks around, has to get out of melee range, just getting absolutely carried in the backpack of Bond.
I feel like people look at this squad and they see okay, I'm fired up, 7-time Race to World First winner or whatever it is now. It's up there. Yoda, MDI champion, longtime rank 1 Mythic Plus player. Greg, fantastic Mythic Plus healer, probably one of the best in North America. Chun, 44 kill game in Warzone, fantastic gamer. And then you look at Bond and people are just like, man, he's an insane Ellie Shaman, but I don't know what else to say about him. Guys, we got to give Bond his flowers. This guy was in Blood Legion 15 years ago. This guy's been around in the scene longer than almost anyone. The dude's been doing this nonstop.
That guy was
for so long.
You want to know some lore? He was pro in Call of Duty in the mid 2000s.
Wait, Bond?
Yes.
No shot, really?
That guy's
That's insane.
that guy's the GOAT. He's actual unk.
Damn, I didn't know that. Okay,
Yeah.
you taught me something new. I've known the guy for 10 years, and I didn't even know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, he was pro in COD before he joined Blood Legion.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, just goes to show you. And I mean, I'm sure there's things that we've said about this team that we can say for every other team. Every single player we're seeing on screen is just one of the best at their craft, and it's so fun to see them not only come up with solutions to the problems ahead of them, but just it goes to show you how difficult the game is at the highest level, that even players of this caliber are having difficulties with the game when it gets this ridiculously difficult at the high key levels.
Yeah. And I mean, One Hill for a team that I feel like in comparison to some of the other teams that have qualified for global finals, One Hill has definitely put in a lot less practice time. But something that they did that a lot of the teams that qualified for global finals didn't do is One Hill pushed really hard at the very beginning of the season as a team as well. This 5-stack has been playing together since the very beginning of the season. And so they've actually been playing through most of the season in a way that most teams only just they try to get in the hyperbolic time chamber after Tournament Realm opens up, so that way they can practice with infinite attempts. But One Hill, they already put in the brunt work of the practice at the very beginning.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking good for them here. I mean, This is, I feel like, so I you know, obviously I've known Fired Up for a long time, good friends with them. I watched a lot of his stream for their practice this week, and it seems like a lot of their practice time was spent specifically on this Gambit because it's the key that was most easily the highest key, and of course highest key is first tiebreak once you go past points, so it makes sense for them to put a lot of time into this key, and it's shaping up to be a good play for them here. I mean, the timer, you know, 10 minute 30 Hillbrand, not the fastest split, but we've seen how much time there is available in this key, right? If you're just able to get the points on the board, that's the most important thing, and it looks like they're setting themselves up to do just that. Super clean first attempt at the 22 for 1Hill here.
I think it's, yeah, I mean, like the 22, they are in a position where I actually think that they are pretty far away from mandatory, especially if you're looking at score. Obviously, they're 103 to 106. But I think if 1Hill have a very solid final like hour 15 minutes or like a perfect final hour 15 minutes, they could end the day like at the same points as mandatory.
They absolutely could. Now, I think it would require mandatory to like stop gaining points here, which doesn't seem to be the case because they're, you know, at the end of a 23 Celia's Gambit, fortunately for them. After all of their struggles, it looks like we finally have a run on the books here for them. But yeah, again, we're at the point here where like mandatory and Liquid are kind of running out of keys to do. So they're kind of going to hit this ceiling of points that now 1Hill, Los Golfos, and Es Imposible can sort of start to fill up that gap in the remaining time left today. And yeah, I 100% agree. I think they could definitely catch up by the end of the day here as long as they're able to have a solid end of the day.
Oh, absolutely. There's still plenty of time. And even as our final hour looms, a takeover, a change on the desk also looms above us as we will be saying goodbye to Zyro and Tettles here. Thanks. We'll see you both back at the end of the day.
GG.
Peace.
GG. And Makes and Dratnos coming in for the full swap. Now, there's a lot to dig into, there's a lot to talk about, but I would be remiss if I didn't go ahead and give you both a slightly lighter toned question here that the chat submitted earlier.
Okay.
So, Makes, I'm going to toss it to you first, but Mucky in chat did ask earlier, if you could cosplay any dungeon boss, what would it be? And I'm going to go ahead and limit it to this pool, so we can keep focused on the action, obviously. But if you could pick any of these bosses to cosplay, who would it be, Mix?
Mm-hmm. Oh, it absolutely would be Captain Hooktail, right?
Me too!
Is that
What?
even a question? Is that even a question? Dratnos, what about you?
I think I would go with Swamp Face from Floodgate. I think that's it's actually pretty
Very
easy.
fitting.
You just miss a couple of showers, you're already, you know, prepping for that cosplay. It works out nicely for me.
Wow, I love this. I wasn't expecting either of these answers. Makes I really thought that me wanting to do Captain Hooktail was like a total curveball, but I'm so glad that you're also a Captain Hooktail enjoyer here as we get to see 1Hill
look at
tackling
him.
it now. Yeah.
A super cool dragon that's also a pirate. I think that's a very obvious choice. I'm curious what chat would say, honestly, assuming that question came from them, but we do need to kind of call out that Mandatory is flooring it, Dratnos. They
Yeah.
are super fast in this Gambit.
This is a very quick 23, and that's good news, because if you have some sketchy runs and some great runs, it works out really nicely if your great runs are in the highest keys. Not only because, of course, sometimes that's the difference between timing and depleting at that level, but also because that tiebreaker, if we go to, you know, the full tiebreakers, the last one is timer. And so having a good timer in one of your 23s is extremely good news for Mandatory if they can get this boss killed off here before the next immune phase. And I think they are on pace to do that. Okay, after this immune phase, they'll be able to kill it off before the next one. So yeah, they're still going to have like 4 minutes before the end of the dungeon timer, 3.5. Great pace in the 23 by Mandatory. I think it's a little bit slower than Miscount, but not by much.
Yeah, I just looked it up. So I was looking at their timer trying to say, oh, they might be faster. But Miscount locked in 25:32 just as that immune phase kicked in for Mandatory is where they would have been. So it's going to be a little bit slower than the one we saw from Miscount. Still incredible feat. Very, very, very fast here by Mandatory, locking in that 23 in the Gambit. And of course, the big question is this where we finally see them zone into the Floodgate? Because that will have to happen at some point during today or tomorrow. I assume they're still maybe fine for today, seeing as some of the other teams are a little bit lower in score on the overall, but I just want to see it, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that would be an opportunity for them to actually move into first place. If they could put a 21 Floodgate on the board right now, that would bring them to 109 points, which is more than Liquid, who are at 108 right now. Even if Liquid time this Priory, which is looking like they're about to do, they will only move up to 109 as well. So it could be an opportunity for Mandatory to tie things up and have basically the same keys across the board. The great news for Mandatory is that they were slow in the Arakara and Ecodomes, which they and Liquid put up yesterday. But they were actually almost a minute faster in that Gambit that they just finished. So Mandatory today looking a lot better than Mandatory yesterday. And yeah, both of these teams are pretty far ahead now of the rest of the field, which means there shouldn't be danger of elimination today for either.
I would say it's going to be very hard to look worse than Mandatory yesterday by their standards. So I'm very glad that they look better. We do have update on our break situation. We just confirmed no penalties are going to be kicking in as our break timer crawls up closer. They have 11 more minutes to take them, and all teams have taken their breaks.
Yeah, great news for the break fans in the chat. Of course, I know there's a lot of us that we're mostly watching the MDI to see the breaks and hoping to avoid any of those unfortunate break penalties that they haven't actually happened, but Mandatory is the team in the world that's lost the most to the break rule, having to zone out halfway through a dungeon last expansion after a wipe made it so they wouldn't have had time to finish the key and then take their break. But yeah, Mandatory are zoning into that 21 Floodgate as you were hoping. That's exactly their plan, so this will get them up to 109 points if they can get this finished. But the first to that point total is going to be Team Liquid as they nearly finish, and in fact are about to finish, the last boss here in this Priory of the Sacred Flame. It does look like Liquid need count, although maybe there's a priest that they're also in combat with. In fact, there was, and it has just died as well. Perfectly timed, perfectly executed by Liquid, moving up to 109 with a fast Priory as well. Priory is a pretty slow dungeon. 2903 is faster than Mandatory by about 20 seconds. So Liquid are faster in the 4 dungeons that both teams have completed at the same level. Liquid are faster in 3 of those 4, which is great news for their prospects of not just qualifying out of this group, but being the first team in this group.
Yeah, absolutely. What is showing in basically their first cup in this team constellation ever, right? I feel like we've been talking about Liquid the entire time, and of course many of these players are so known that it just feels like, oh, that's Liquid, that is, we know this team, but in this constellation, they have never played a season of the MDI or a cup even, and they're showing up here in a really, really big way. So I just want to emphasize that one more time. Very, very awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Big, it's very exciting to see. We've had Echo team in the MDI for, of course, many years. We've had Method teams in the MDI, but it's been a long time since we've had. In fact, I think this is the first time we've really had a super competitive Liquid team joining those in the MDI. We are going to see this replay though of the end of this Gambit from Mandatory for those who may have missed it, such as perhaps us as well. Yeah, they were able to get this with just a little bit under 4 minutes left. I did see a death come in for One Hill, their healer, in this last same section of the dungeon where One Hill are currently working. Now, this is a team that, it's really good news, actually. They're so far ahead of this timer in this 22, which is great. This is a team I was worried about because yesterday, no, another death comes out. You cursed them. Yeah, I mean, the timer's looking good, but the B-Res situation is now very, very sketchy because they won't have one for 2 more minutes, and then that'll be their last of the dungeon. But the thing that's better than yesterday is, oh my goodness, Yoda, One Hill for Yoda, please.
Yeah, no, none available. The team is going to crumble right here, and they are getting a full team wipe. Big question is, if you know you're not +2ing this key, do you just keep going? And it looks like One Hill are electing to do just that. They know that the timer in this dungeon is good enough. They're going to be skipping just by again and restart that try on the trash. Thankfully for that spawn point, that's very, very close for them right here. And thankfully for being able to get that skip out. But hopefully from here on out, they're a little bit more stable. I was so excited for this team, based on what we've been seeing yesterday and also throughout today, especially because everybody kept telling me that they mostly practiced the high keys and therefore once they would go onto their main specs, everything would look even cleaner. I have come to find that that is not necessarily the truth based on the high key runs I've seen from One Hill, but they're for sure impressive. I think they just maybe need to clean it up a little bit around the edges.
I think relative to their low keys, they are better in the high keys, right? Like, there were some keys that they were one-chesting that other teams were two-chesting, and now One Hill are doing better than those teams in the 22s and the 23s, so I do think there is some element to that, but yeah, clearly there is still maybe a bit of a gap between them and, say, Mandatory and Liquid, although not an insurmountable one. But yeah, hopefully now with their timer, I mean, I was talking up how good their timer looked. That was before they wiped. Now that they've wiped, they're in a timer situation where it's going to be very close in the 22, but it is a testament to how far ahead they were able to get, that they are actually still able to continue this after a full wipe. Not a lot of plus 22 keys that you can continue after a full wipe, but Gambit, if you're far enough ahead, is possible, and that's exactly what One Hill are doing right now.
Yeah, very, very cool to see. Something that's also very oh no. Oh, I wasn't even looking there, Dratnos.
Okay, we've got to stop saying good things. We've got to stop saying good things about One Hill.
I was looking at the Golfos. I was looking at their 22 Ecodome. I was really excited that we're finally seeing that, and then unfortunately in that big square, now the timer is no more good. One Hill will need to zone back out and restart this dungeon run. This means they have a chance to have a fast run again. But we're getting Liquid in that 23 Ecodome, and we're getting the Golfos on that 22 Ecodome, so high keys all across the board.
Yeah, this is exciting. I mean, this is how it works on Saturday. You run out of these lower keys to do. We do have a death coming in for Liquid. Very rapidly battle res here in this first pull of the dome, but with the 7 going down as well, it's very quickly going to turn into a wipe. All good right at the start of the dungeon, right? So this is a very hard pull. A lot of enemies all involved in this one, but it's very cheap to reset this as many times as you need to get it right.
Well, there are limitations. I agree. It's a very convenient spot to reset. It doesn't take you too much time, but let's not be extensive with it. Let's try to get this done in a couple of tries, not as many tries as the day takes. I'm sure Liquid can do it as they're going to be getting that key up and ready again. We're also seeing One Hill just rezoning back into that Gambit, but Tragedy immediately strikes the board. Bond does go down here, followed by their healer, and they're going to be porting back out again. Dratnos, I don't want to be like, personal in that sense, but ever since you joined this cast, things have gone awry. Statement?
Yeah, my bad, team. That's on me. I'll take responsibility for that one. But it is really important for One Hill. The last 5 minutes have just been awful for them. It is very important that they don't let that turn the next hour bad, because they need this time. They need to get these points on the board to stay competitive for one of the slots out of this group.
Yeah, absolutely. They will need to lock in, because we can see that Los Golfos are doing just that. They have made it through a crucial part of that Ecodome already. They're getting ready to clear the boss area for Tabat and Awash, which we know has that pesky sentinel in it, a very mean old mob, and they will need everything they have to deal with the packs that are coming up. You can see stuff like that trap there on the Far Stalker, just making sure that they can pull in the rest of the pack without having to deal with that. It's sitting trapped in the top left corner. Now we're into the fight with this Sentinel, and we're going to try to survive as best through it as possible.
Yeah, this Sentinel does so much damage, but mostly it's when that shield is destroyed. Before the shield is destroyed, it's just doing these tank arcane slashes, which are scary for your tank, but there's not too much other raid damage going on here. The scary part comes after that shield gets broken. So you'll see here, Los Golfos, they're holding Breath of Sindragosa, and they're holding Call of the Wild, and what they're going to do is, as this gets pushed here, they're going to press those cooldowns pretty much right away, and just get through the 50-0 burn, because during this burn, the Sentinel is doing random ticks of damage that do huge chunks of people's health, and leave behind these purple puddles, forcing them to move. But they've managed to just kill that Sentinel so quickly from 50-0 by saving those cooldowns. That's a really important thing when playing this dungeon that makes it so much safer.
Absolutely, and well done by the Golfos. They also have that Lust available to them. that I assume we're going to be sending on that boss. But before we go there, Malik is going to take more of this trash. And we know that this hill pack is not an easy pack to deal with. They're going to need to be very, very careful here with the extra damage from that Far Stalker, or the several Far Stalkers that we have in there for sure. You can see actually Apple having to revive his pet there as he does get charged by a couple of them. And now Malik is going to try and have himself bounced into the rock wall behind him as these Far Stalkers and Faceblades are coming for him. But the danger is definitely not over yet.
No, it is not. This dungeon, I think the Sentinel is probably the highest throughput check, but the random damage of these mobs is very high, very scary for them to deal with still, and for most of the rest of the dungeon, they are going to be in a lot of danger. But yeah, this pull, until they can clean it up and start killing off those mobs, which you can see, a lot of low health bars, right? These mobs are going to start dying, and that's going to be a little bit of a breath of fresh air. The problem is that then they're immediately going to start chaining. They're going to start looking to go into the boss once a few of these are dead, and that's going to be right back up in the difficulty.
That's right. That is exactly how that is going to go. Quick check-in with Mandatory as they're currently working on getting that 21 on the board. They did have one death there already, which is a little bit unfortunate this early in the dungeon, but you're not going to be too upset about it. Quick reminder, Liquid is currently holding the world record key on that dungeon, and as we're speaking about it, everything falls apart, mode goes down, Skylark is going to follow, and this is going to be a town portal for Mandatory.
Yeah, not good news for Mandatory. Again, both Mandatory and Liquid, right, they have a lot of points, although Liquid have a couple more than Mandatory, but they are at these key levels where a lot can go wrong at the start of a dungeon, so unsurprising to see a few resets here or there. One Hill having a similar problem happen right at the start of their Gambit, right? The very start of these dungeons, a lot of very difficult pulls that teams will front load into them. So really demoralizing, though, for One Hill, because they were just at the end of this dungeon. And that's what feels the worst, is when you're like, man, we were right there. We just had to get through the final bit of the dungeon. We even had 2 tries at it, and we messed it up, and now we have to go back into these attempts at the start of the dungeon again.
Listen, I'm not even sure I'm daring to speak about good things now, because every single time I'm like, actually, good news, this team is doing well here. Suddenly everything goes horribly wrong all at once, but I do want to put attention to Liquid in the bottom right corner, because they have made it through a pack that was very hard at the beginning of this dungeon. Now, I'm not saying they're looking really good right now or anything. I'm not trying to curse any teams, you know, that would be far, far past me, but they are looking right now, and so are we.
Yeah, exactly. No way that Liquid could deplete from here, as they're nearly done already with that first boss. So things going great for them. Los Golfos, though, now into the actual second boss fight of this dungeon. This is one of the hardest ones as well. That spear damage is just so nasty on multiple players in the group.
Absolutely is. They will need to be very, very careful with that, and of course, at the same time, there is a little bit of extra trash on there. Javelins are going to come in right now, and they will need to make sure they deal with them quickly.
So Malik here actually got hit by one that wasn't, you know, as the tank. That's an extra javelin out. Now, luckily, the tank isn't in too much danger from this dot, but that was not part of the plan there. They were still able to get both of those javelins killed off before either stacked up to 4, so before it got into that sort of natural one-shot territory if you don't have a defensive up. But still, not how that was supposed to look, I think, for the Golfos. Next set of javelins comes out. This one is going to be on the DK, one of them, so that one will be AMS'd, and the other one gets to be focused down under the AoE stack. It is on their healer, but a little bit of focused healing. Resto Druid actually has a pretty easy time if one person is dying. It's 2 people dying at the same time that Resto Druid has a lot harder of a time dealing with.
Yeah, that's right. You're pretty good at just getting one of those targets up, but now everybody is going to be taking some damage here as the Arcane Overload does come in. Thankfully, it's not going to be as much as with the Javelin. Still some faceplates in the mix here as well. Malik needing to go on over to get that destabilized proc. While that does come in, we're going to be adding more trash, because the more the merrier as Los Golfos are trying to chew through this boss fight. We are getting another reset in from Mandatory. It was one of the first pulls that has gone wrong for them in their 2 minutes 30 into that dungeon. Is going to be a quick reset for them. And Liquid on their way to that second area of the dungeon. that has cost lives before.
Yeah, this is, again, early resets, it's okay, but of course, like you said, you'd still rather not have to do any early resets, so hopefully the teams will have time. The good news for Liquid is, after they finish off this 23 dome, they are at the keystone level ceiling that has been set by teams like Miscount and Holy Method in these dungeons, so they're pretty much there after they can get this dungeon on the board. That's a great place for them to be into as they move into Sunday. I mean, they've been so efficient at getting these keystones onto the board. Question then becomes like, hey, are we looking at something like a 22 Priory, like a 24 Gambit for tomorrow? Because in the previous weekends, we saw a lot of teams kind of holding back a little bit. We saw Holy Method and Miscount holding back a little bit because they were like, okay, yeah, we've safely qualified. We're far enough ahead. But this weekend, I think Liquid and Mandatory are close enough to each other that, you know, of course, both 1 and 2 qualify, so if they feel like they're far enough ahead of third, they might be able to hold something back and still qualify. But getting first instead of second in the group is a big deal. You know, there's more money associated with that. It's something the teams will want to do. I think it'll be worthwhile. So I think both of these teams are going to be in less of a position to hold back any strategy, any tech that they have that might give them an advantage even this weekend.
Yeah, it depends on how much you value that tech that you might have on the back burner, right? If it's something that you think the other groups aren't aware of, then maybe you still want to hold on to it and try to get that first place in the groups in another way if it would give you a significant advantage in those group stages. But we'll see if it comes to that. I'm actually quite curious for, of course, tomorrow, as we will have that showdown then and there. But Dratnos, before we keep cursing teams, you know, I have a little bit of a different idea. We're, of course, going to be watching and keeping you updated to everything. But in the break time that I have been watching chat a lot, as one does. And a lot of people are here that have never watched the MDI before. So maybe we could give like a very short re-explanation of what exactly this format is and what teams are doing.
Yeah, so the teams are trying to push up the keys to the highest level that they can go. We give them 3 dungeons on the first day, and then 2 dungeons on the second day, and then 1 dungeon on the third. But they can go back to the previous day's dungeons as well. And each keystone level that you do is an extra point. At the end of the first day, we eliminate the team of the 6 that has the lowest points. At the end of the second day, we're going to eliminate the next one, which Es Impossible have stepped out, so they will be getting eliminated at the end of today. And then at the end of Sunday, the 2 teams with the most points make it through to global finals, and the teams in 3 and 4 become very sad, but at least we're glad that they competed as well. So during this time, we basically give them 5 hours on each of these days to play the keys and push them up like you would on live. They are like resilient keys on live, so they don't deplete when you mess them up. You can reattempt them at the same key level. And then at the end of those 5 hours comes my favorite part, where any key that the team is already in, they are allowed to finish, but they can't start a new key after that point. So we get a very exciting overtime window at the very end of the day. If you want a great example of the excitement of overtime, check out the VOD from yesterday's end of day, where 4 teams were all on the brink of elimination, and a different team got eliminated than the team that was in 6th at the start of overtime. Very fun watch.
That was absolutely insane. I was just listening to you guys as I was cooking, and it was crazy to hear everything that was going on in that overtime. I wholeheartedly recommend watching it back, as did I later on. And yeah, I mean, you said team 3 and 4 are really sad. I'm sure they are, but I just want to add that they're, of course, also feeling the vengeance to come back in the next season. And even you in chat, you know, I've been seeing a lot of people saying that, you know, they're, of course, chat, they have done all of these runs already on every level imaginable. You can play in the next season of the MDI, and who knows, maybe you make it to the great finals, which are going to be on the Blizzcon stage. So that is pretty awesome. It's a pretty big goal to have for a lot of people. Just, you know, sharing that thought with everybody that might feel enticed to try their luck and their skill in a format like the MDI. I'm sure that's something many people will think of. I've heard from a couple of players that haven't been competing for a little while that were like, oh, you know, maybe I'll try again. I'm sure it's going to be a really awesome season of the MDI, but we are getting back to what has been going on screen, and I think we need to check in with the Golfos. So, Los Golfos, a team, is having trouble right now making us go down. They do have a battle res, are going to be raising him up immediately here. Was a warp that actually took him out here. One of these battle reses is now not available anymore as they're making their way towards the end of this dungeon.
Yeah, the ability to lose a healer here and not have anything else go wrong is a good sign, though, for Los Golfos, although they aren't in combat with any of the big pulsing AoE enemies yet. That has just changed. The Pact Speaker now in combat means that if somebody is to go down, it's going to be very hard to stabilize this because now all of their kicks are being used and their raid damage from the erratic ritual that the Pact Speaker does from time to time is going to be very hard for them to stabilize if people start going down. But you can see that Lumathar trinket comes out, provides a pretty big shield onto everybody right away, and yeah, Los Golfos in great shape once again to get through here. As the Pact Speaker's been stabilized a little bit, that spirit goes down, much of this trash is starting to die. Phew. That was a little sketchy though for a bit.
It was, yeah, and I don't think the danger is entirely just gone yet. Every single time I see these warps, and we're usually on the POV of Malik, he likes to really dip into those warp lines and then dip out last second, which always gives me like a mini heart attack when I'm watching that team. But so far, so good as they are getting closer and closer to finishing off that ritualist. Of course, there's a second one waiting on the other side. They still have a little bit of extra trash they're going to be taking into that as well. And in the meantime, we are going to be checking in with our other teams. Liquid is working away on that 23 as well. After a couple of redos, they have made it through Azakar again. Malek dropping really low here for the Golfos is able to recover.
Yeah, we have all of our teams, 20 players on the screen right now, and all 20 are alive. A rare sight this late into the day as the teams are in this high of a key level, but hopefully every team hoping to not be the first to break that trend. Liquid reaching that midpoint of the dungeon, have already finished off that Sentinel. They'll be able to get into boss combat here in just a few seconds. Probably want to wait to kill off these low health mobs, but it looks like Ashine's breath is up, which means, yep, he's telling Yips, get in there. Breath is up. These other mobs will die very quickly, but you gotta pull the boss because I've got to press this breath.
I mean, as a DK brain, I'm just telling you that is exactly how that goes. You see that button ready, you know there's a big pole that could be getting hit by that breath. You gotta ping your tank. You're like, go in there. Buttons.
Yeah, we gotta
press.
get moving.
And that's exactly what they're doing here. Javelins are finished off in a timely manner for Liquid in this 23 Ecodome, and they're gonna be trying their best to get the boss into phase very soon.
Yeah, exactly. They are making good time through here, and sometimes you can actually speed up by pulling into the boss when it's not just speed, but it's like safety. You look at a spot and it's like, okay, we have 4 mobs. They're all at 20% health. But if we don't chain pull right now, if we just wait for them to die, they're going to live so long because nobody's going to press their cooldowns, right? Everybody's waiting until we pull the boss to press their cooldowns anyways. So even if these mobs are a little bit dangerous, and even if pulling them onto the boss is extra a little bit dangerous, they will die very quickly once you get your cooldowns rolling and once you get them under the boss. So sometimes it can be a little bit counterintuitive, but it's sort of like a bicycle where if it's moving faster, it's sometimes actually a little bit more stable.
Oh, wow. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. The bicycle, that really, yeah, very profound.
Thank you.
I took the liberty to look up the timer on mist count from their 23 Ecodome to give us a little bit of an idea where Liquid are sitting, as I'm sure everybody would like to know how fast are they actually in their 23? Are they looking good to be on time? As we take a look at the Golfos who are on that last boss, 5 minutes still to go, lust pumping. I think they're going to be fine. 23 Ecodome mist count had 6 minutes 13 on Azakar. Liquid was sitting at 6 minutes 17. Now, of course, it depends on the second boss to see if they're continuing to be on that very, very fast trend that mist count had in this dungeon. So we're looking for them to be close to or even under 18 minute 12 for Tabat and Awash.
Malik goes down for
Oh,
Los
no.
Golfos, and that's going to be another death as well that follows from the auto attack here. And that battle res that we lost earlier is coming back to bite us now because we will be able to get the tank up, but the DPS player that died in the meantime is not going to be available to get res here. Now, 77% on Soulscribe is a long time to do a boss down a player. Oh, yeah, this is going to be very, very, very sketchy. I don't know if they're going to have the damage here at the plus 22 Keystone level. Lust has expired. We've lost the DK, though. The DK is a lot of single target damage. It's not potentially as much, especially on this fight, as the BM Hunter and maybe even the LA Shaman, but this is still going to hurt them a lot. I think their timer is going to be extremely suspect now.
Yeah, I believe that one is on me. I said their timer looks good. You know, you
It did?
feel free to blame me for that one. It looked good, but it looks way less good now that they're lacking 1/3 of their damage. Essentially, we could be calling it 1/4. You know, the healer and the tank together, but definitely some significant amounts of damage now missing. And of course, that makes this whole fight a lot harder for them. Mickey also going down here is not going to be able to recover this. Malik will pull out Soulscribe, and they're going to be hitting that town portal in an absolute of a heartbreaker in this 22 Ecodome.
Yeah, live reporting Zyronic reaction right now from the Discord. No, man, they were free. But this time, unfortunately, they are not. They must go back once again into that 22 Ecodome. Absolute despair for Los Golfos, but hopefully they'll be able to overcome. The good news for Los Golfos is that they are not in danger of elimination today. Es Imposible already eliminated, already have stopped competing today, so Los Golfos have the time today, but I think they are going to be so disappointed if they can't put this key on the board. They will, staying at 103 points, especially if One Hill are able to reverse their fortunes here in this 22 Gambit. I guess both teams are in a pretty similar spot where both had heartbreaking wipes as they tried to move from 103 to 105, and whichever team does that first is going to be the best shot at potentially third place, but also potentially competing for first or second, because remember, we've got a lot of time left tomorrow. Mandatory and Liquid are going to be nearing the ceiling on these keys, so that point threshold that separates these teams is going to be possible for them to close, especially if either One Hill or Los Golfos can get some fast timers up in these high keys that will help them in the tiebreaker situation. They could be still fighting for first or second, but their chances of doing that are way higher if they can actually succeed and get that 105th, 106th, 107th point today instead of needing to recollect those tomorrow.
Absolutely, that has to be front and center for everybody, but the Golfos just zoned in back to that 22, and immediately tragedy strikes as they're gonna need to zone back out. Now, I do have good news as well, I promise, because I've been looking at Liquid, and slowly, stealthily, but steadily, they are zooming through this 23 Ecodome. They actually had the boss on 1% as it went into the immunity phase, otherwise they would have killed it 15 seconds faster at least. But right now, they have exactly the same boss split timer as we did see from Miscount in their 23, and Miscount had one death. So, I don't want to jinx it, but Team Liquid are looking mighty fast right now.
Yeah, this could be very impressive for them because they're not just competing to be the fastest team in this group weekend, although, of course, that is their main goal right now, but they are also trying to test their timers against teams like Holy Method and like Miscount. And if they can be the fastest in the 23 after Holy Method were the fastest in Group A, and then Miscount stole the world record in Group B, if Liquid can steal it in Group C, that is going to be such a great sign for their chances in the global finals.
Absolutely. I'm starting to get really giddy for global finals. Of course, we also have the CN teams coming in there, which we saw some time trials. They looked very promising. I'm quite excited for those teams as well.
Yeah, for anybody who's missed it, we are doing a rebroadcast after the Chinese weekend happens. We'll be doing that on this channel in a bit over a week's time. So the 17th, 18th, and 19th, we will be showing we'll be doing an English broadcast of the Chinese weekend. For the MDI. They're going to be qualifying 2 teams to join the 2 teams each from groups A, B, and C of the everybody else region, and we'll be having that competition in the global finals, so it should be really fun to see how strong those Chinese teams look, because when we watch the Chinese group weekends, oftentimes we just see some of the very best strategies and some of the strongest teams in the world in some MDI seasons. And if we don't see that, we see content. We see it's one or the other. It's a win-win, right? Either the teams have some crazy strats and they work, or they have some crazy strats and they don't work. And either way, it's great to watch.
That's right. It's always great entertainment. That is the CN weekend for sure. We're looking forward to that as well, but we are also looking forward to see how our teams do today, this group weekend. Who are going to be our two teams who make it there? Of course, right now, Liquid and Mandatory are looking very promising, but there is another day and around about 1 hour, if we count in overtime as well, before teams solidify those placements. And Los Golfos, after having just rezoned back into this dungeon, this is going to be a go again. We don't mind these too much. It's the very fast resets. You know, the only thing they are really bad for is maybe your mental, which hopefully the Golfos, with all of their fans that have been cheering for them all weekend long, I assume they're going to have great mental.
Yeah, both Golfos and One Hill are really being tested here because they did both lose their keys on the last boss or right before it, right? That's a extremely difficult thing to overcome. But yeah, I think both of those teams are resilient players in these resilient keystones, so I think their chances are good.
Absolutely. Checking in with Liquid. They still need to deal with the pack that you're seeing them on right now. Then there is another Ritualist pack, which is currently sitting behind them, so to say, that we're going to be taking some extra trash into, and then they could be on their way to Soul Scribe. That is the game plan for them. Quick reminder on timers, 23 from Mistcount came in at 29.05. As Sevi goes down from a Farstalker leap, does have a battle res. We'll need to be careful with accepting that.
Yeah, a little careful needed for sure for Liquid. 2 B-reses still available, but that's their one death. That's the same amount of deaths that, of course, Mistcount also had in this dungeon. As they pull now into the second pack speaker down the side here. They have that Ritualist trapped off from the patrol. That'll probably come into the boss with all the other trash, just be the one mob that they do need to interrupt under the boss. But the first order of business right now is to focus damage on that pack speaker. Not only is that important because it summons the last boss, but also the longer that enemy is alive, the more often it's going to summon these erratic spirits that you have to swap to, and the more often it's going to get a big shield that you need to chew through. So really important enemy to focus damage into whenever you're fighting one.
Absolutely. They need to be very, very conscious of that one. Los Golfos are back in it as well. The Bloodlust is running. Mandatory are making a good way through Big Mama right now in their 21 Floodgate. That is 2 points that they're going to be getting on the back of that. If they time, they're going to be, of course, tying with Liquid in overall score. But if Liquid times, then they're going to be 1 point ahead once more. So that has to be the goal and front and center of both of these teams' minds. One more time, that ritual from the Pact Speaker is going to be coming in here, but they should be able to kill it off before another spirit spawns. Face Blades go down. Yips is on his way. He's going to be tagging some more Face Blades and then take whatever is currently trapped in the middle there as well back, as well as 2 Creepers. All right, we're taking the whole dungeon.
Yeah, this is everything we're gonna need for the remainder of count for Team Liquid here. That Ritualist getting gripped forward, keeping it under control, getting interrupted, and besides this Ritualist, we just have Phase Blades and Creepers in this pull with Soul Scribe, mobs that are a little scary, but are pretty easy to keep under control and notably don't require any extra kicks or anything like that. Although Yips does have to be careful of these Gloom Bites, pops that shield wall as he is going to get hit by those. Sometimes we do see tanks try and backstep and avoid them that way, but with just 2 of these Creepers in the pull, it looks like Yips is prioritizing keeping everything grouped up, even if it means he's going to actually take that big hit of damage and that huge healing absorb, and he's using shield wall to kind of answer that instead.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier for classes like your BM Hunter, like your Frosty K, that really just want to cleave in there to have very, very efficient damage. So very thankful as a DPS player to see those kind of stacked nameplates there in the middle, making sure that all of your damage goes exactly where it needs to. Those faceplates are getting lower and lower, but those Gloom Bites cannot be understated.
So-
They do a lot of damage.
He's actually been avoiding all but that first cast on each of them now. So for the remainder of the fight, they both have Gloombite queued up. Every time they get near Yips, they're trying to cast it, but he is dodging them. Look at that heroic leap away, kiting around. It's a little bit annoying because the creepers do sometimes burrow and charge and then desync their bites. But yeah, you can see Yips is continuing to avoid getting hit by any of those Gloombites. Looks like maybe this one creeper has gotten one off on him and is now back to auto-attacking, but the other one still has that bite queued up if Yips stays too close to it when it's not doing that eruption. Looks like these creepers are starting to die, though. They've made it through all the trash, and it's just the boss separating Liquid from a plus 23 dungeon. This is a great pace that they are on.
Oh my god. Whew, that burrowing eruption was really close to where he needed to go for his copy, but they finished off the creepers. 60-something% yet to go. No lust, but of course, they're going to be getting 2 more sets of their cooldowns, and the dungeon timer remained. And question is it going to come to that even, or are they going to be way quicker than 23 Ecodome? 29 is right around where Miscount put theirs. That would be 2 minutes from now, and I think Liquid are actually faster based on what we're seeing here. They're flooring it.
Yeah, they are zooming here. That timer we were looking to beat, I mean, they have like 2 minutes to beat that by just damage on the boss. Okay, so if you look at the damage meter right now, you can see they've been in combat for 225, and that was with Lust. So if we added another 225 to their timer, you know, there was trash involved there as well. Maybe they were a little bit inefficient. I think they're on pace here for a like 29:40-ish, something like that, which wouldn't be a world record. It would be a little slower than Miscount and than Holy Method. But if they can accelerate from here, they are going to be getting to another Ascendance, although they would be getting the Ascendance after they've lost the world record tag here. They will be getting one more breath before that world record tag goes away from them. But yeah, a little bit over a minute left. Still a lot of boss health to chew through. I think Liquid are going to have a great time. I think they're going to be very happy with this. I think they are just going to be barely on the wrong side of the world record tag, though.
Yeah, I think you might be right. We were sitting at like 64. In that 1 minute, they dealt with nearly 30%, but unfortunately not all 30% and then some. So I agree. I think they're going to be a little bit over it, looking by how their damage is going through that boss right now. But of course, they just want that dungeon on the board. They just want to show that they can be at similar speed to what we've been seeing from other teams. And for sure, it is an awesome dungeon run that they had in this 23 Ecodome here. Took them like, what, 2 tries, 3 tries that they had to redo? That's very impressive.
Yeah, this is definitely looking very solid here because, remember, 23 Ecodome is a very hard dungeon. This is a dungeon that has an extremely high wipe rate, even for teams like Miscount and especially Holy Method that eventually got those on the board. It was not easy for them to do. Liquid, you know, getting this on the board here on Saturday is a great outcome for them if they're able to hold on and actually defeat this boss. You can see Boomy and Wolf Disco milking until the very last second there before tapping their spirit, just getting that absolute maximum uptime of the 3-stack of the damage increase. That's going to be all they need to take this boss down. It's a little bit slower than Miscount and Holy Method, but it is still an incredible run out of Team Liquid.
It absolutely is. And of course, the big question is, now that you have this one on the board, where are you going to go? Or are you going to go somewhere? Because of course, we know from the other group weekends that some teams like to not do that. But we're checking in with One Hill. This is where their previous run went completely awry at the 22. They had everything go wrong at the tail end of it. This time around, 3 battle rushes available. Bloodlust is pumping right now, looking much more stable.
Yeah, 0 death run here for One Hill. This is going great. I mean, this run is looking very strong for One Hill. It's looking fast. It's the kind of run that makes you think they can do this dungeon at level 23, which is very important, again, for tie breaks, for all their chances of doing well this weekend.
Oh, can they recover this? So Mickey for the Golfos did go down there for a second. They are a little bit further in their Ecodome run. This is a very familiar spot. We've seen Mandatory have tons of problems at this particular spot in their 20 Ecodome yesterday. But the Golfos seem to have stabilized here after that one death, able to get Mickey back up and be able to have Malik live that whole pack.
Yeah, it looks like we are stabilized. Again, that B-Res is an important resource, but It's not something that they need to be able to do this dungeon. It's just something that they want. But yeah, this section of the dungeon is super scary. This pull has been, I think, besides the Sentinel pull, one of the most lethal ones across our 3 MDI weekends. So not surprised to see it claiming another victim here out of Los Golfos. They are able to get it taken care of, though, and they're starting to walk through now, avoiding these Sentinels. 3 Sentinels they're trying to skip. 1 does get pulled, but that will be shadow melted off by their healer in just a second here.
That's right. We're going to be checking back in with One Hill. 9% to go on Celia. 3 minutes 30 in the overall dungeon timer. They're going to get one more immune phase here. They need to get those stars right. That is one way and how you can make your life a lot harder on this boss fight. You can see Fired Up even electing to use that turtle there, making sure no additional damage is taken. Just being very safe, as he was in a situation that was maybe a little bit dicey, but Celia does go down, and that is a 22 Gambit on the board for One Hill.
Yeah, nicely done by One Hill. Very impressive as well, overcoming a dungeon that, they just wiped 2, but they were able to get that done, taken care of. 105 points now for One Hill, just 2 behind mandatory, 2 behind the amount that they would need right now to qualify to global finals. But of course, mandatory are looking to open up that lead further. They are playing for not just their 108th, but also their 109th point in this floodgate that they are currently in.
Gonna be seeing how they deal with this pack. This is the part of the dungeon where some teams are actually electing to use their lust just to make sure that they can deal with this in a quick manner, because of course it's a lot of dodging and that just slows down your entire pull here. But mandatory are saying, nope, we got this one, we know how to deal with it. CCs are coming out, making sure that everybody stays where they're supposed to. Stove getting hit by a lightning bolt from the electrician is going to be able to just onk that. Back with the group now. Gotta stay aware of those inspectors.
Yeah, inspectors are a big danger here, but just the electricians as well, and the passive damage from the jump starter is extremely scary. Those debuffs as well, Stoneform going to come out from Stove to answer one of those debuffs. A lot of them do come out on this pull, so it can be a lot of pressure on your entire group there. One now goes out on mode. Going to be able to dispel himself, though, and keep this run going. And yeah, jump starter down. Now they just have to finish off the rest of these. There's 1 high inspector there off to the side. Actually, 2 that are high on health, so they'll try and focus those down and keep this going. After this, it'll just be time to do the skip. 6 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock for mandatory, so their timer is looking great.
It absolutely is. Of course, that skip, something can go wrong with it, but we're not expecting that to happen, so mandatory on their way to get this dungeon done.
They are indeed. It's great seeing mandatory kind of pick themselves up after the rough start yesterday and really start to charge ahead in the way that we know that they can. Going head to head now, even with Liquid in a lot of these points that they've been able to get up on the board. But as we come upon our last 30 minutes for our teams to instance into dungeons, we are going to take Makes off the desk, but don't worry, everybody, she'll be back tomorrow. I hope you have a good night.
Bye.
Bye. And we'll be getting Tettles and Zyro in here so that the trio at the end of the day is complete. And now, there's a lot that we've seen play out this weekend. I think it's honestly been one of the ones that has some of the most unexpected action. But we asked at the start of the day how these teams look compared to the current global finalists. And now that we're at the end of the day with a solid 23 Ecodome from Liquid just being completed, Zyro, has anything changed with how we think they might perform in the bigger picture?
Better today. I don't think they played up to the standard we would expect from them, but I think they just were particularly bad yesterday and are scrambling to make up for the mistakes yesterday. What do you think?
I don't want to be like a hater, but my expectation for them is, the same team that we saw last season that was going toe to toe with Holy Method or Wunderbar last season, and timed that Theater of Pain that people didn't know was possible. And it's or the Cinder Metery that people didn't know was possible. And what I've seen this weekend is a mandatory that has looked incredibly lackluster. And to the point where they were they probably reset that Gambit 23 10 times and Liquid one-shots it. If that happens in the global finals, Mandatory might get eliminated like very early on. Like a wasting time on stuff like that is like if they play the same way that they play this weekend in the global finals, they will get eliminated like day one.
Interesting. What about you, Dranos? What do you think? Are you on either side, or do you have a different?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Mandatory definitely they did both look better than they did yesterday, and also still be under their expectations. I believe probably their own expectations for themselves. Again, the important thing though is that Sunday is the most important day here. That is going to be the very important thing to see for them. We do have a little bit of a replay though from One Hill as they fought the first boss in Dome on 22. An auto attack took down Chun from one of these scavengers. That's not good. And no B-res available as they'd already lost one, so this was the start of their run going away.
One taunt? Hello, tank. Unfortunate for them. Do they continue, though? Is there another further death, or is the replay over at this point? Do we have another death?
No, it looks like that was just the end of the replay. We're back at the start of it now.
It looks like they're at the start of the dungeon, so something further has occurred. To send us back to the start of the dungeon and do not collect $200.
All right, meanwhile, we pop over to Los Golfos, who are lusting. They are fighting that second boss here of the Dome in the 22, as Liquid are indeed done for the day there after putting the 23 on the board for them as well. So 110 points is going to be the point total they stop at. Mandatory might actually be able to catch up to that. There are still 27 minutes left in the day here, so there is still potential for this to be matched by Mandatory, but it also, for Los Golfos and One Hill, that gap between them and those first place spots is something they are going to try desperately to close in the final minutes of our second day here.
Yeah, for Mandatory, I mean, you see them finishing up the Operation Floodgate on the right-hand side. Liquid's world record tagged Floodgate is 29:26. Mandatory already slower than that. Now, they did have 2 deaths, and I saw as they skipped into this room, Skylark did have a death. So that's probably, 15 seconds worth of death time plus probably like 10 seconds on the res, so it's like 25 seconds lost there. But at the same time, they're not putting up a world record Floodgate time, but being able to time the dungeon on 21, not the biggest concern. Now for Mandatory, they need to go to Ecodome Aldani and time that dungeon on a 23 to be able to go all the way up to 110 points to be tied up with Liquid. So that's kind of the expectation, is that they try to get some really solid attempts in for the last 25 or so minutes on the day.
Drano settles. Some sobering news. Our
Okay.
sound guy is trying to mute us so that we cannot curse the team. So now we're just going to have to try extra hard to.
Dranos and I kind of stay hate watching at all times, so.
Oh, I'm in the same boat.
Okay, I'm glad that we're all here equally
All right.
hate watching, including Rook.
Banger.
Even.
Yeah, oh no, well, you know what? Before you include me in that, I was going to say, Tuttles, I did find it deeply ironic that earlier you said, I don't want to be a hater, but in my head I went, what do you mean? You literally always, that's your brand. What do you
mean?
Okay.
Sometimes you're just born a hater. You don't necessarily want to be one, but you play the hand you're dealt.
That's true. Tuttles, I think you're doing great with what you've been given, honestly. I'll keep love watching, though.
Malik, they're missing the warp strike into the boss. Now the boss ends up coming out of the destabilize with an additional cast of that warp strike. For Los Golfos here, they had an exceptionally good first 4 hours of the day yesterday, and this Ecodome Aldani 22 has kind of had their number.
It's been so unfortunate as well, because the very last boss was where they lost one of these attempts, their most recent kind of deep attempt there. Very, very disappointing way for a dungeon run to end, and something that they're hopefully able to recover from, because they are very much still in this competition, but they really want to get this dungeon done right now, so they have time to go get another one done today as well. 24 minutes are left for teams to start new keys today, so if Los Golfos finish this run, they'll have time to do another. If they have to reset from this point, they won't have time to do 2 more keys.
Do we think it's going to be just like a 3-horse race tomorrow, or like do you think it will actually be a very close finish if Los Golfos time this key?
I think it'll depend on which versions of Mandatory and Los Golfos show up tomorrow, and of course, with One Hill showing up tomorrow, because we have seen some inconsistency in the power level of these teams across our first 2 days. Some of that is to be expected, because as you start getting to really high keys, these are pretty low success rate keys, but for Mandatory in particular, some of the high success rate keys were the ones that they struggled in. So that's a team that needs to stop happening immediately.
Has Liquid
for
had a
them.
reset, by the way, this weekend?
Yeah,
Liquid's had a couple of little oopsies,
Couple.
but nothing big. Yeah, one of the biggest things was just a slight miss on a 2-chest. But yeah, they have reset a few dungeons, just not really any like heartbreaking last boss incidents.
What was it that Ashine said to you? Unlucky, we have to do an extra run now after not getting the 2 chest in the 21.
Yeah. He was unlucky. We got to do one more dungeon today than we could have. We could have been faster, which is like, yeah.
Speaking
okay.
of which, they're done for the day. By the way, they've hit us with the we no longer feel like we can accomplish anything else today without messing up our spec ban. So we've done everything we want to do. We're not going to see Liquid again until tomorrow, which is fine. I mean, they had another great day today. But yeah, no, the point about Los Golfos I think is really important because like we've seen super high highs with them. First 3.5 hours yesterday were fantastic. They were near perfect for the first 4 hours of yesterday, but we're seeing lows today. I mean, the last 2 hours they've spent on this Ecodome have just been brutal.
Yeah, it's been a very impressive start to the day, though, especially for a team that's sort of a little bit lower seeded. You wouldn't think that they would be especially practiced in the builder key meta, and especially in playing the off-meta specs in the builder keys in the way that they did, because, you know, a lot of our teams, yesterday we saw Es Impossible and Cousins looking pretty good at the start of the day, but they were playing their meta specs. Los Golfos were playing around the spec variety rule, right? They were playing their off-meta picks and still able to perform extremely well yesterday. So, yeah, there's been some highs, some lows, some Golfos for the team, but hopefully this is going to continue with more of the highs and less of the lows for the rest of today and going into tomorrow.
I want to see okay, so Mandatory right now, they're in that 23 Ecodome Aldani. That's going to be a huge deal. That is by far the most important run that's going right now. They do an interesting, they do some route deviations in this dungeon, particularly related to the one hill, where they don't pull that trash that's in the second boss room. Instead, they like to pull a pack speaker at after the second boss. But they also, I think they pull triple Waste's Creeper into the final boss, which I believe might have a 50% chance to wipe them on the boss. I think we're going to have to wait and see, because last time whenever we saw them in the 22, they accidentally pulled the Thanos Creeper, but it's like, I was routing it a little bit last night, and I couldn't figure out how they were supposed to get count, but I think it might have to do with triple Creeper into the last boss, which you guys were commentating, Drytness and Mix were earlier about Yips's movement on that last boss, getting hit with that Gloom Bite and how deadly it can really be. With the third Creeper, you know, the boss ends up moving around a lot more, and it can become a lot more sketchy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where dodging 2 creepers when they're both jumping around is hard. Dodging all 3 can be almost impossible. You just sometimes have to face tank some of those, or else be running, you know, leaping 20 yards away and not charging back in, and just completely griefing your earthquakes, everything like that. So it is a difficult trade-off. We'll have to see what it actually looks like in theory, because we know that their count was messed up last time we saw them there, so they didn't have to necessarily do the exact same pull that they are planning to. But yeah, hopefully we do get to see Mandatory reach the end of this dungeon, because if not, you know, this team has been looking quite shaky. They are not safe for qualification into the global finals, right? Right now, they are 4 points ahead of One Hill, but if One Hill put this point on the board, and if Mandatory don't, that is going to be a very, very feasible gap for One Hill to close tomorrow, because remember, we're only adding 1 new dungeon tomorrow, so tomorrow is going to be all about pushing those keys, gaining those points, and this gap that Mandatory have is... It's not the one that they were hoping to have, right? They were hoping right now to be already at 110, to be at 110 with some world record tags, to be at 111, right? To be at those kind of point totals. And being at 109 at the end of day 2 is really highlights the vulnerability that this team has shown. Less so today, but still today, and especially yesterday.
Yes, and One Hill, they actually need to time this 22 Ecodome Aldani in this run specifically, and if they can time it fast enough, they can actually start on an additional dungeon, probably that 21 Floodgate if I had to wager a guess, because One Hill actually has some, I would describe them as difficult points to be able to obtain so far. It's the 22 Arakar, not an easy dungeon, the 21 Floodgate, again, not an easy dungeon, and the 23 Gambit, but also the 23 Ecodome Aldani. So One Hill does have a lot of, a bit of a climb, let's say, to be able to get to some of these keystone caps. But if they can actually get 2 of those points by the end of the day today, that would be huge for them.
At the same time, though, I feel like those are the keys that really lean into their strengths as a team, though, right? Because for a team that hasn't put, you know, they don't put the same level as practice as the top teams in, but they've already got a ton of, like, fake practice just from, like, doing high keys regularly on the main servers, right? They're one of the highest IO teams in the world, or they were before they started focusing more on practice for MDI.
Yeah.
So I feel like the lower level keys, +2 these, that's going to be more of like the weakness for them. But the higher keys, that should be their strength. We should see a sort of rise like we saw from 07, consistent high time keys, and they should be able to put some pressure on Mandatory if we do see Mandatory continue to play shakily like they did yesterday.
I think One Hill's consistency should be pretty good, especially in these higher level dungeons.
Yeah, I am also really excited to see them there because we can sort of see whether that's actually true, right? Whether their high key practice is going to pay off, whether it was just, whether it was in fact a good allocation of practice, because we talk about like, oh man, they've missed 20 seconds, 20 minutes here by missing this 2 chest, right? But none of that matters if you can't actually use those 20 minutes on Sunday to get new points in dungeons, and One Hill might be very well positioned to be able to do that in several of these dungeons. I'm a little worried about their Arakara, but I'm not super worried about, say, their Gambit, and if they can time this Ecodome, I'm not super worried about that either. So
yeah.
They have some strengths on their board. That 21 Priory for them also already being on their scorecard is great news. The timer for it, a little bit less great news, but, it is what it is.
Ooh.
We have, it looks like this is Mandatory. This is, I think, a replay for Mandatory.
Yeah, it is.
As we have 2 copies of Mandatory on screen right now, so I believe this is in the past, as they had a little oopsie with setting up the skip. But it did work out in the end. But that's minus 15 seconds of the death, plus another probably 15 seconds of the skip being slow.
They're in a 23 as well, which is it's kind of tough. Something that we did see on the picture-in-picture for One Hill, they ended up having a death. I believe it was on I'm Fired Up on that Beast Mastery Hunter. Zyro, say the line.
There's no way they can wipe?
No.
The Black Arrow thing.
The one about the Hunter.
Oh, dude, he lost his stacks and his Prism stack. This is brutal for him, man. He's like doing no damage with this next cooldown press.
Perfect.
It's over.
It's
over.
Say the line is like, it's so open. There's so many other things that go there so
whatever
well.
we say, say the line to Dratnos, it's the bear and the camper one. Whatever you say, whatever we get to say the line for you, it can be the one about the Black Arrow stacks. Yeah. Bond presses his Ascendance right on pull on the Sentinel here, and now the Sentinel is finally going into the Shattered Core where that shield is broken. And for One Hill, they're going to be fighting this Sentinel with basically 0 cooldowns running. This is going to be a bit sketchy.
Yeah, this is a little different than we've seen some of our other teams do it. We've seen some teams holding the Breath of Syndragosa for that shield break moment at 50% health. One Hill deciding not to do that, and this Sentinel is going to be alive for a very long time for them.
Bang!
Beautiful, deeply rooted elements, though. Yeah, wow, that's just going to absolutely eliminate that overcharged Sentinel from the playing field for One Hill, making very short work of it. And they are completely stabilized, which means, of course, it's time to pull more trash.
That could have just been one of those weird scenarios as an Ellie Shaman where you're like, okay, I'm at 8 stacks of my tier set. I don't want to proc this before I press Ascendance. I'll just press the Ascendance right now. And then, like, you just didn't get an extra stack of your tier set at all during Ascendance. So you're sitting there like, well, I should have gotten Extends, but I didn't, and that feels bad now. It worked out in the end for them, though.
They have to complete this dungeon in under 27 minutes, right? One Hill does?
To be able to start another key after?
Yeah.
To be able to start
Yeah,
another
I think
key.
so.
How feasible do we think that is?
I think their pace is... I think it's possible. But yeah, it's going to be tight. This is a team that has had some pretty tight timers, even in the keys that are a little bit below the top level as well. So, yeah, I'm definitely not feeling great about it, but I do think it is still within the realm of possibility. It's going to be very exciting, actually, to watch as we approach that 3 p.m. timer. Los Golfos, though, well ahead of that 3 p.m. timer. They'll definitely have time to start another key if they can get through Soulscribe. This is, of course, a boss that has just wiped them. Not with any of the trash, nothing like that. Just the boss itself wipes them last time they were here. This time around, they do have 2 battle reses, though.
I figured it out. It's Los Golfos versus the Sand Trap. It's their natural nemesis. That's why they've had so many problems with Ecodome Aldani.
Oh, yes!
They're literally caught in the Sand Trap.
This is why you
see.
always go to the chipping green right before playing around to make sure you've got your sand wedge ready to go. Otherwise, you wipe in the Ecodome for 2 hours.
Yeah, look, maybe they didn't one-shot the key, but they're probably still got a birdie or something in this if you think about it, right? So
we are
that's
in
pretty
triple
good.
bogey territory, bro.
Triple bogey? Oh, that's not good.
That is not
That's
good.
Great at all.
What's the other one? There's is there Albatross? Is that in golf? Or
Yeah,
is that
Albatross. That's the well-known golf stroke, Albatross.
That's a triple birdie, but it never happens because you have to hole in one a par 4 or just dunk a second shot on a par 5. I don't think there's how many. Dude, if you look up how many recorded albatrosses are, that's like a once in a lifetime thing. That just doesn't happen. But
Zyro, I'm learning that you know so much
I
more
love
about
this, yes.
golf than I ever thought.
dude, I know a lot about
Crock
a
a
lot of
deep
things.
well of knowledge out of Zyro. That's all really fun. Like, oh, that's something you know about that I didn't know you knew about.
Yo.
Although I will admit you could be making it up, and I would have no way of knowing. Although I guess
promise
chat
you,
can probably
not made
fact
up.
check. Yeah. Oh wow! One of our production people is also a golf person because apparently there's also a condor. Wonder what that is. And wow, 139 albatrosses in PGA history since 1983. I wonder if we could think about these dungeons ever in terms of like what's the par number of attempts to get a 23 Ecodome done, for instance? Because we know that Holy Method took 7 or 8 resets of it to get it in Group A weekend. Is that a do we think of that as over par, under par? What's the expectation coming into this dungeon at these really high key levels?
I think we're reliant on you to set the lines, right?
Yeah, okay. I feel like 23 dome is that's like a par 4 attempts or 5 attempts maybe
Okay,
for
well,
our best
mandatory.
teams.
I think they're going a little bit over par here. Another wipe in the 23 Ecodome.
Yeah, set up for a bogey there.
Do we want to just start rating teams based off of arbitrary golf scorings on how they played in the key? So like mandatory is 23. Gambit was like a bogey, but like liquid albatrossed it.
Okay, here's some bad news for Los Golfos, though. They've just gained 2 points, and in golf, that would be a bad thing. 'Cause by golf scores, you want low points, so that may have been a mistake for them, but I'm sure they're still really happy about it, putting that 23 Ecodome on the board, moving up into 3rd place, just slightly ahead of One Hill. Although it isn't by time tiebreakers, it's actually by the 3rd highest key tiebreaker? Or 4th? Yeah, 2nd highest key tiebreaker. Sorry. Yeah, our tiebreaker system is a little bit fun. Basically, we look at your highest level key done. It's a 22 for both teams. We look at the 2nd highest key level done for both teams. Oh, it's a 22 for Los Golfos, and it's only a 21 for One Hill. So right now the tiebreaker actually goes in favor of Los Golfos. We don't get to comparing the dungeon timers just yet, but of course, if both teams end up timing the same keys as each other, we will eventually look at those dungeon timers.
Okay, so what we're looking at for One Hill here, we need them to be able to complete the dungeon in like around 27-ish minutes to where they're able to start an additional key in that overtime threshold. That would be huge for them. I don't feel great about the prospect of a 27-minute 22, but I think it's
especially
possible.
with the second boss split here is going to be over that 17-minute mark, so I do think it's going to be very hard for them to get another key started after this one, but it's going to maybe still barely be possible. We're going to have to really watch this in the final 10 minutes of our day.
Let me see if I can find the fastest 22. It was a 26:35 by missed count last weekend.
Gosh. Yeah, that was it was the 2 chest. Oh, no, it wasn't the 2
They
chest,
didn't
right?
two chest. No. They one chest.
It was very close to a 2 chest, though.
They got Yargy damage. I don't know. That team's doing different stuff. Ooh, what is
It's
it?
just crazy.
Talking about teams doing different stuff. Los Golfos are grabbing count that's never been grabbed before in the Aracaro. What is that first pull?
Are they just trying
Yeah,
to
this
get the
is-
tailoring done? Is that it?
Running down to the left, right? Grabbing. This is a
Maybe.
this is a live pull that I do in my weekly keys and get yelled at. So let's see if this. I'm really glad to see it being done in the MDI because now I can be like, look, no. This is a good pull.
Well,
I have the evidence to prove it.
The reason that it's not normally done is because it slows down the gather time of this first pull
Right.
by a significant amount.
Yeah, but it looks like they're just saying, you know what, these mobs can funnel in later and it's fine. We're just going to keep blasting during this. But yeah, it does take another 10, 15 seconds before you actually can dismount and get into combat.
The fun and funnel here is certainly whenever your healer gets healing thread and then gets melee to death by the mobs that come in late.
Thanos, whatever
you
happened to
could
the
see-
routes, man? Where are your routes at?
Oh no, Lost Goblin. Okay, first pull,
Okay,
first
well,
pull not going to go great for them.
never mind.
Down they go.
Don't use Dratnos routes, guys.
Yeah.
Wait, what
Do
was
not ever
that
do
death
that.
that I just saw to one of the players? It was like a scream. It like died to Hold on, I need to find a clip of that.
You know
What
what's
was
crazy?
that?
Whenever we see a replay, we always know that something bad's happening. And for mandatory, something bad is happening. Mode ends up going down on the first pull to a Gorge cast from the Might, which will spell out disaster here for mandatory, wiping them, and they will be going again.
All right, 9 minutes left in our day. One Hill charging into the final boss section of Ecodome Aldani. They are looking great on the timer in this dungeon, but they're looking less great on the secondary hidden timer of being able to do this dungeon and then start another run, which they would really like to be able to do. So they're trying to get this done
Yeah.
very quickly, waste no time putting this on the board so that they can actually go and gain another point, potentially ending the day at 107 if all goes perfectly.
I mean, they really have a tough path to.
Oh. Okay, here's the good news. Normally a death costs you 15 seconds, but it doesn't cost you 15 seconds against the end of day timer. So if you think about it, that's actually kind of the best way to have a death.
That is quite unfortunate.
Zyra, you found
What is that? What is that?
It looks
You
like
found the screenshot of Malik going down to the ability called AUG.
Ugh.
isn't that that's a spec, right?
No, AUGH.
I
I just noticed that in our death notifier. I'm like, I don't even know what that is. It only hit him for 8K. What is that?
It looks like an ability
Chat.
from the crawler, but I did think the crawler had an ability.
Okay.
Aside from the ambush,
So
right?
I found this item effect on Wowhead. It's used by the giant death web egg toy, which is just a toy that I think covers you in spiders. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
So
what's-
here's what I think happened: is
he died to something else
Malik
at
maybe
the same
used
time he
this
used that?
toy, and then jumped off and died to the death plane from jumping off in Arakara. And then our death log thing looked at the last event that happened to him, which was this AUG event from using that giant death web egg toy for cosmetic purposes.
I think
But this is why
I think
you
you
never
had
play
to be.
Invoker.
That's my prediction. That's my answer for what happened.
But it's got the
Oh, man.
icon. Okay, maybe it isn't. It is
It is the same
spider
icon
toy.
as the that I found on Wowhead for that spell effect,
Yeah,
so
okay.
it would make sense. It just also looks like a spider effect from the start of Arakara.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Yeah. Amazing.
What-
What a time to be alive.
Ugh, one hill
Love
here.
seeing
Dude,
these random
this
things you never learned
pole-
about.
Why is this pole
This is
still
awesome.
alive?
They gotta start chaining like crazy if they want to get another key in. But I mean, at the same time, can you risk it? Do you go for the pot of?
I feel like
go
you
for
don't.
the
I
extra.
think you just say, look, we've got to focus on this key ahead of us. We've got to time this key. If we can get an extra run afterwards, that's great. But let's not go crazy here.
Last boss is like 4:30, but I think these next couple of trash pulls are probably going to be like 2.5 to 3 minutes. So I mean, looking at the time remaining at the bottom left, I think they're going to be like 2 minutes over the timer for starting an additional key. But they're going to be under the timer, I believe, assuming that no mistakes happen, for timing this dungeon. Now, this is one of the, if not the last very difficult pull that they have remaining. It's a bunch of creepers, which can cause a bunch of damage to Yoda. It's a ton of far stalkers that will continue to leap on top of people. And at the same time, you have the pack speaker with the eradication ritual AoE damage that is just pulsing on the entire group, causing potential problems. As you see Seraphine XD, Greg there, getting hit by that far stalker as that eradication ritual damage coming out. He is able to keep all the players alive. That pack speaker looks like it's about 25% HP, as it's going to be something that evokes spirit. Once one hill get that evoked spirit killed off, that pack speaker gets stunned by the consumed spirit. If they can get this pack speaker killed, they are kind of out of the most difficult part of this pull.
They have no damage though. Like all the cooldowns are down. Bond's not proccing. This shield is still active
Good
on the pack
AMZ.
speaker. They do have a Call of the Wild in 10 seconds, but by that point, I think the shield is going to be spawned again on the pack speaker. So yeah, I think we're just playing against dungeon timer here. I don't think there's any way they're able to complete this dungeon before end of day. Start another one.
So that's why this dungeon, in my opinion, is just so difficult, is because exactly like you pointed out, every single pull that you do in this dungeon, you want to have offensive cooldowns for. Every offensive CD you want to have available for this, for all these pulls. And you just have to fight packs natty with nothing. So you fight triple far stalker pack speaker pull with absolutely nothing, and you're just like, how did we even get here?
Yeah, it's one of those things where it gets harder during practice as well, because when you initially practice, you just have your cooldowns, and then you encounter this phenomenon where you're just faster and faster, and that means you have less cooldowns for each of the pulls than you previously expected. You have to refactor, redesign your strategy to take that into account.
I think there are certainly like weird breakpoints you can hit in certain dungeons though, where a pull lasts long enough to where you can actually just press a second set of like 1 minute on it and still have it back up for the next pull. That's very weird. Those are situations that don't happen often. It wouldn't surprise me if there's like a breakpoint in Gambit where that can actually be possible. Like, I wonder if the 24 is actually timeable because you feel okay as a hunter just pressing a second Call of the Wild on every Goliath, and that makes that mob not die, take it quite as long as you would expect it to kill on a higher key level. we'll have to see. I think we're all pretty much like in agreement that the 24 Gambit is going to be like an outlier that is probably going to be timed by whichever team ends up winning the globals in a couple weekends, if not by multiple teams.
Are we going to give Mandatory the benefit of the doubt for global finals, like that they can perform to the expectations and the level that we always kind of expect from them, or are we going to hold them to this performance as like what we should expect for the global finals? Because if they were in global finals right now, they would genuinely be probably eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they make it to global finals, which is by no means a sure thing, right?
I guess there's the thing where it's like, oh yeah, I'm maybe assuming that they're making it to global finals, but that's not even guaranteed at this point.
Yeah, they're still fighting for that spot versus One Hill and Los Golfos, but if they do make it to global finals, I think in no world can we put them in the same tier as Holy Method and Missed Count, and potentially even Liquid going into that. I think those teams have looked incredible, and Mandatory have looked vulnerable.
At the same time, they've done a good job catching up today, but yeah, the level of play we've seen overall from them this weekend is definitely not on the same tier as the two winners from the previous weekends, and also of course Liquid from this weekend. Now that could change tomorrow. They could show us some things that maybe they've been working on, but at the same time, you would kind of want to keep secret strats that we haven't seen left saved for globals. So I have to see if it's in the cards for them. Here's a replay of the first poll of
I bet this went well.
23 Eco Dome. You think this went well? Yeah.
Yep. I
You want to bet on it?
talking about how. Yep. I'm happy to.
Replay has never had a good thing attached to it.
No. I think they just killed off the poll. I think as soon as you complained about us only replaying bad things, I think production heard that and we're like, we're gonna throw a little wrench at them and throw a poll here where they look, Mode barely survived but did survive.
Oh, the proc
gameplay
from Stove too. Proc from Stove.
Yeah.
He's gonna kill the pack and nothing's gonna go wrong.
I will admit that I was able to cheat a little bit because I can see Mandatory in the bottom right have 0 deaths and are past this point in their dungeon. So a little bit of reasoning and logic got me to figure out what was going on there. Nice try though.
Okay, how much longer do we have until the end of the day? Are One Hill going to be able to actually start another dungeon?
One Hill, 1 minute to get this boss killed. I don't think that's going to be possible for them. 70% on Soulscribe is a huge amount to chew through at the plus 22 Keystone level. So yeah. I think that this is going to be the last run of the day for this team, which is a little bit unfortunate. It feels pretty inefficient, right, to be getting into overtime and then immediately finishing a key. Much less good feeling than starting a key right before overtime.
Yeah. You have to remember sometimes there's like a little bit of give and take. Sometimes the timer's not completely accurate for all the teams because maybe like something would have happened where an admin had to reload and it cost the team 30 seconds of restarting a key. So it doesn't line up 1-to-1. That timer that we see in the bottom left isn't 100% exact. It's until we get the call from the admins that the runs are final, but it's going to be close to that. And I don't think even if they were to be given like an extra minute over that timer that they would still have time to restart another key. So this is very likely just the final run of the day for them. They're just going to be worried about putting this point on the board.
I've seen some teams have like a 5-minute false start at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, I don't think... Usually the admins would tell us if there was a big disparity, so... That. We will see, though. We will wait for their confirmation as that timer has hit 0, so we will wait until the admins confirm that all runs are final, but that should be coming in just a very short amount of time now, as One Hill still 44% on this boss. So much to chew through at the end of the day today, but they've got to keep their eyes on the ball here, and indeed all runs are final. They are all locked in. These are going to be the last runs of Day 2 of Group C of the 2025 Mythic Dungeon International. Part 2 edition, because I guess we kind of had one earlier this year.
Good point.
Fired up, waiting until the very last second there to collect his echo. Just the right way to play around that. You can see he's actually the only person on the group that has that 3-stack still. Maybe a good spawn for him where that one actually wasn't clipped for him, but all of the rest of that spawn for the rest of his group was hit by the first cast of that Eternal Weave. But yeah, Fired Up, able to min-max that and get a little bit more damage out of it than pretty much everybody else in his group. A little bit unfortunate, though, because that 3-stack did not line up with his Call of the Wild cooldown, which is now coming up as he's only got a 1-stack from that Ceremonial Daggers cast.
Golfo's in the picture-in-picture in the top right. I know we're kind of looking at the end of this Ecodome for One Hill, which is going to bring them all the way up to 106 points. Golfos are going to be able to make it all the way through the first 10 minutes of the Arakara, which we always kind of cite as a very difficult point. Now, since all these runs are final, I feel like Golfos are in an okay position to maybe look to time this key. And Mandatory still have the hardest part of this Ecodome Aldani 23 ahead of them, which we're going to have to really be watching out for that second boss area, because that has caused so many problems for teams across all the weekends.
Well, specifically them, right? This is their kryptonite this weekend. We
Well, that
saw
was a
them like
20.
it was in 20, so this is like 40% harder. So if they've figured it out, they're going to have to prove it to us right now. Overtime, no more resets on the day. Get this 23 Ecodome done to catch them up to the same scoreline as Liquid. In the meantime, One Hill have completed their Ecodome 22. They've put those points on the board. They'll end the day on a high note. Plenty of time to re-prep for tomorrow. Take a look at our scoreboard as we end the day. We are sending another team home today. Es Impossible. It was going to be difficult for them today with their spec bans, but they still gave us a good show. One final round of 07s in the chat as we send them home for the day. But the 4 teams we have for tomorrow, guys, it's going to be a banger.
Absolutely, yeah. These teams have looked so good. This group has been my favorite to watch so far because there has been signs of life from our lower seeded teams that are really inspiring, and signs of weakness, signs of vulnerability from Mandatory in particular, our top seed coming into this weekend. So tomorrow it's all going to be to play for. But first, before we get to tomorrow, we have 2 overtime keys that are still in progress. We have the Arakawa 22 from Los Golfos. This would be a huge get for them if they could put this on the board, and it would propel them back into 3rd place. And we have that Ecodome 23 from Mandatory, which would tie them up for 1st place here. We do have a replay coming in for them of this pull after the first boss, and this time around it was not a bait replay. It was indeed a wipe for Mandatory, which does mean that 23 Dome will not be happening for them today. They will be finishing behind Liquid, but really importantly, much closer range still to One Hill and to Los Golfos. Los Golfos, though, sustaining a death here on their healer. That's going to be their first battle res used to answer this time, but you can see the damage still pretty intense here. Oh, that alarm shrill as well, slowly starting to try and cast, but blinding sleet.
Talking point for Tapa show tomorrow, but say they're not able to convert that point, and either Los Golfos or One Hill are, that is a huge tiebreaker criteria advantage. And honestly as well, like with the additional 5 hours and only 1 dungeon being revealed, there's only so many homework keys that you have to do, and you're able to do your homework keys on your like main composition, so there's no spec ban criteria that you have to watch out for. Like, and like Mandatory have not looked good in that Ecodome at all. At any key level, every single time they've been in Ecodome, they have just looked really bad, which is worrying to me.
Dude, the curse of Dratnos, it's collecting its due. Too many teams went 20 to 30 minutes over overtime yesterday, so it was due, causing the wipe from Mandatory and the death from Los Golfos instantly here. Dratnos, are you done? Or
it would be a shame. It would be a shame if this alarm shrill were to go unnoticed here by Los Golfos. Oh, the Chaos Nova comes out, though, as they do manage to. It would be a shame if this alarm shrill were to go unnoticed here by Los Golfos. Oh, the Chaos Nova comes out, though, as they do manage to avoid that wipe. We actually have seen that this particular alarm shell has, and that's going to be, I think, the last dangerous stag shell of their route, as the remaining stag shells, actually, I think they might pull this next one. You can see there's a freezing trap on one of the casters in the forward pull here. Let's see how they approach this area, because we have seen a couple of different paths that different teams have taken, but I actually haven't watched Los Golfos attacking this exact section before. Going to be a leap in, so there is one more stag shell that we are in combat with.
Stag shells are mobs that you want to pull every single one of them if possible. They are the most count to HP efficient mob in the world, in the world of this dungeon at least. And so you want to be gathering every single one of them if possible. That was a bit of an unfortunate death there. We ended up losing our Pillar of Frost and our Breath of Sindragosa on our DK.
Yeah, it's a time loss for sure. And here in the 22 Arakawa, the timer it's doable, right? It's been done by several teams, but it's not free, right? It's not one of these timers where you're like, yeah, if we just don't wipe, we're chilling, right? If you have a death on cooldowns on your DPS players, all of a sudden this timer could end up being quite tight for Los Golfos at the end of the dungeon. But yeah, Stag Shell does go down, and they're going to be immediately gripping in the next one. Like you said, Tettles, these are very efficient enemies, although they are also extremely lethal. That alarm shrill cast, you could basically think of it as a town portal scroll cast, right? If that thing goes off, you're suddenly going to find yourself back in Dornagal real quick.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, like, there's so much other more challenging stuff too. Sure, it does have that almost immediate wipe condition because it summons a hulking Bloodguard and you lose the count for it. But those are the type of mobs that you see and you're like, well, what happens if we let the alarm shrill go off? And then somebody just responds, we didn't deserve to time the dungeon anyway, so we let the alarm shrill go off. Just don't let that happen.
All right, Malik going to be grabbing some more stuff as we have grips coming in on the two forward stag shells. And we'll be taking this on top of those two. Going to be AoE CCs that'll be needed for those, but a shrill. Oh my goodness! Nearly goes
you
off.
wanted it.
Wow, flirting with death there was Malik, but lands that very last second shockwave.
What's the strat for the next web mage that's just sitting there channeling on the gate for Los Golfers? Are they
Looks like
about
we have
to
a healer running ahead?
Yeah, so he's
doing
grabbing
something.
He's grabbing the Bloodworkers. I think what Los Golfos are going to do is that I believe that they're going to Typhoon or Thunderstorm that caster mob to unlock the gate and then pull that caster into the hulking Bloodguard.
Yeah, that sounds very very principled, very smart here for Los Golfos. Looks like they're positioning to do just that here.
Maybe we just want the assistance and stuff on top of that web mage, because he only becomes active if you actually hit him with the displacement effect. Oh yeah, okay. So look at that. We unlocked the gate, and we're gonna just continue to chain on into this hulking Bloodguard. So it's exactly how I drew it up.
Yeah, the slow backpedal here from Malik, making sure to keep these mobs under control. 2 kicks needing to land on that web mage as well to bring it in. But yeah, now that the Bloodguard's here, all of these other enemies are going to be taking reduced damage until it dies.
They also pulled additional Bloodworkers. So ideally, those Bloodworkers that we saw Mickey go and grab earlier are dead prior to you pulling them into this Bloodguard, because their dash cast just does so much damage to the party. And if that's overlapped with the Locust Swarm, you can get targeted by like 2 or 3 of them, and you can just immediately die. And that's where one of the really big danger points of this hulking Bloodguard has been.
I'm actually so surprised that routes are including this particular mob in the dungeon route. Like, because remember back to Season 1, this mob was almost never pulled, right? We saw a lot of tech where the boss was pulled over the wall with spatial, but there's other ways to get past it, right? You do have to kill the mage at the top, or at least unlock the doorway, but you can jump down to the boss room through a number of different ways, pull the boss, and still get your team in by skipping this Bloodguard.
So the strat would be heroic leap over the wall, tank tags the boss ports you. But the problem is the 4 remaining members of your group are literally standing there AFK. Whereas whenever you had spatial, you would snap the mobs through the wall with the spatial tag. Which, I don't know if it's faster. I think the hulking Bloodguards kind of stink for the exact same reasons that you were outlining, but I'm not sure what the premier strategy really is. I know that all teams have been pulling that hulking Bloodguard. It's also wiped a surprising amount of teams, though, just due to the Bloodworkers.
Yeah, the Bloodworkers being pulled into the boss and all of the charges going off on the same player has caused a number of random deaths. I mean, I feel like just things like that are things that the players can improve upon with their routing if they have a secret strategy on how to deal with this section of the dungeon faster. It's certainly something they would like. That are things that the players can improve upon with their routing if they have a secret strategy on how to deal with this section of the dungeon faster. It's certainly something they would like to save for globals. So, again, just another example of things to look forward to once we get to that competition, I think.
I think if you were Los Golfos or at least one hill in this situation, you are holding 0 strats for globals. I think you are emptying the bag in terms of strategies. There is a time and place to hold strats, and that is if you were Liquid, and every other team should probably be unveiling all of their strategies. Even if Mandatory tries to hold back some strats, I think that they're in a dangerous position if they are trying to hold anything back at this point.
I think even Liquid, like, if you're holding back your strats, you're really kind of betting that Mandatory aren't going to massively improve tomorrow, which that's a dangerous bet. I don't know. Mandatory is a team with a lot of history. It's not a team that I would want to bet on not doing well tomorrow, even though they haven't done up to their potential, especially yesterday, but even a little bit today.
Is Mickey dead?
As we saw there with that wipe at the end.
Okay, he's alive. He tanked the dash in bear form there against the wall. Realistically, I'm pretty sure this comp, the charge is supposed to go off on Apo every single time, but Mickey was just like wandering out at range. So he made himself an eligible target.
Yeah, it was interesting. Well, either way, it worked out fine for them. The D1 minute marker.
Our count's
not
good.
Fast by any mean, but count is good.
Yeah,
count is actually really high, so they don't have to. They don't have to do the other side of trash. They can just go straight down the left side into the boss. So they should be okay on timer. Although it still is going to be pretty close.
Yeah, there's bloodless
I feel
consideration.
It's not a knife edge. A couple deaths would be a problem for them, right?
They pulled that patrolling Bloodguard, right? They pulled a lot of that trash after the first boss. They did a bigger pull at the start of the dungeon as well. So they've really spent a lot of time at the start of the dungeon, but they are going to get to reap those benefits and not have to fight nearly as much count at the end of this. They'll just get to basically beeline from boss to boss, which, yeah, I mean, their timer, it's not perfect with the 2 deaths, but it's definitely looking very, very feasible because of that.
Yeah, something as well that's kind of a different strategy that might be at play here. Looking at their bloodlust timing, there is consideration as to whether or not they're going to bloodlust that huge drone plus Flyer plus double Overseer pull that we've actually seen take out some tanks just because of the raw amount of tank damage. I feel like that's something that we saw some teams over the course of the season bloodlusting. I actually don't think it's a bad bloodlust in terms of either time or safety, because that pull is just so brutal. More often than not, though, most teams just don't have it available there until you are in the absolute highest level of keys and you're kind of tight against the timer. Where Los Golfos here, they're going to be tight against the timer and they're in one of the highest level keys. So I could see them jamming that bloodlust on that trash pack on the left side.
Just for comparison's sake, the two other 22s we've seen timed this weekend, Liquid had a Noobzek down at 19. Just for comparison's sake, the two other 22s we've seen timed this weekend, Liquid had a Noobzek down at 19:48, and Mandatory had theirs down at almost exactly 21 minutes. Now, of course, varying levels of trash, we don't have that marked down.
I think that Mandatory play a route more like this, and Liquid play a route that's more trash at the end.
Mandatory play a lot of trash in the beginning to the point where they had like an 11-minute or it's like a 10:30 first boss, and it was just like, oh yeah, hold on, this is a lot of count.
Probably similar to this then. But
Yeah,
either way,
it's
Los
actually pretty
Golfos
exciting. Little variations in the route.
Yeah, either way, Los Golfos are on the slower side of this, so we do need to get a move on here and have a very clean next couple of pulls. We've seen those massive Overseer pulls. They have caused some issues, specifically for tanks, right? They can definitely just get locked up and go down very easily if they aren't properly dispelled on that pull.
I don't really know what the first pull of the dungeon allows Los Golfos to skip, right? I mean, we saw them grabbing trash from the Dratnos route. Again, not really a common first pull of the dungeon, even though Dratnos loves to do it.
Yeah, it's good tech. Grab some extra friends. Front load the danger, and then backload the fun.
They're posturing to actually continue forward here as opposed. Are they about to go triple Overseer?
Yeah, triple Overseer.
We
saw them from this earlier this weekend.
I find this to be very scary, considering we don't have our Bloodlust yet.
Yeah, so they're going to be getting a lot of value out of dodging forward here. One of the nice effects that they are going to have here is the AMS from the DK as well, if they do need to ever clear any of those puddles. But yeah, they do a really good job of just going and baiting all of these swirlies in the side
Malik
and then
might
moving
die.
as a unit here.
Malik's up to 20
all the
stack.
focus is on Malik here.
Look at the
100%.
drones. Look at the drone stack. So every single time Mickey can actually dispel him, he's slamming that dispel on him. But Malik's getting all the way up to like 15 to 20 stacks every single time. Now he does still have that dwarf available, do tools like binding shot and whatnot. But 24 stacks.
25
This is this is scary. I am terrified for Los Golfos here.
Or give that guy a binding shot. Give him an Ursul's. Okay, there's the Ursul's. That's good. That'll be a reset. To a stun. The Overseer's going down is good, though. It's less damage intake, but the drones are still alive and still going to be stacking that debuffs. Dude, he's just going to be kiting nonstop, I think, for the rest of this pull. They need to use any CC they have available. The Dwarf was already used 30 seconds ago. It's just the Dispels from Mickey available at this point. Still scary, even though one of the Overseers is already dead.
Yeah, I mean, it is certainly the drones and the tank damage that could wipe them here, because if your tank dies, you immediately wipe. Like, there is almost no recovery. I mean, it's kind of like what we saw from Skylark earlier whenever he was playing the Brewmaster Monk in here on, like, the 20. He ends up dying, and then it was just like, oh, okay, they had 3 deaths immediately.
20 stacks again, into a Dispel. Okay.
We're walling here. I mean, like... That was scary. They didn't have Bloodlust available for that. Like that's one of those things that if their Bloodlust is 45 seconds earlier, they would have had Bloodlust for that. Would have made that pull a lot more doable. Is this count? I know this Overseer is really high count. I can't tell how many drones that is.
Drones are 5 each. Overseer's 20. I think we're good to go.
Okay.
It does look perfect here from my end. They're going to be, in fact, 3 count over after all is said. In fact, they're going to be 8 count over when all is said and done here. But yeah, tremendous amount of respect for the Overseer, waiting for that final Erupted Winds cast before going into the boss.
So it's the 0 flyer route.
For the Overseer, waiting for that final Erupted Winds cast before going into the boss.
So it's the 0 flyer route. That's what the additional count at the very beginning affords them to be able to skip all those mobs that leap onto players. The issue is that they can accidentally get body pulled in this boss if you accidentally stand too close to the entrance of this arena, kind of where those patrolling mobs are. Look at this, you get the world markers here, building that wall. Just do not walk over there. That's what they're saying with those world markers. This is off limits. Do not stand near here.
Even that pool by the skull marker, I think, is off limits. That can pull if you go into that pool. So they definitely cannot go that far. They have definitely plenty of tools to deal with it. Hunter can disengage every single one, so they don't need a pool. Warrior can leap. DK can just stand still because they're a DK. Yes, advanced cheating. Love that. So they only really need
Yeah.
2 pools every single time. So as long as they have 1 or 2 mobs procced near them, which the hunter pretty much does automatically, they should be good to go.
Yeah, it looks scary when we watch the hunter do the disengage, but when you are actually playing it, it's pretty reliable. The important thing is you have to wait until the turbo grip. So the way it works is the boss is like slowly gripping you in for most of the Singularity cast, and then at the last second, it does a tick of a massive grip that will pull you in even if you're really far away, and that is what you need to cancel with your disengage if you want to go for it. Looks like here for Los Golfos, Apo not interested in trying to cancel it that way, instead just going into one of those puddles. Heroic Leap being used by Malik, though, to cancel it.
I actually don't mind this route from Los Golfos. I'm sitting here thinking about it more and more. What skipping those drones allows Los Golfos to do is just do this entire area in one singular pull, and then it's just boss. Like, intuitively, that makes a lot of sense in terms of just time, a huge time save. You are front-loading your count a little bit. I also think the hulking bloodguards kind of stink, so, you know, there are some
it's the bloodguard
considerations.
that I have the most problem with, but it's really nice if you're not fighting any of those winged carriers, nobody's going to just be getting randomly killed by them, which gives a great deal of reliability to the pull that is otherwise pretty volatile.
So it's like you're saving a pull, but you then have to play a mob that's worse in the hulking bloodguard. And it's like, which one is better? It's like, it's really hard to identify which one is better.
I think this is a more reliable strat, though, because the Bloodguard is dangerous, but it's predictably dangerous. And also, skipping the Bloodguard is unreliable, right? That's the kind of thing that walking around on the side while you're in combat in that second trash area is something that we've seen go wrong before. I like this. I feel like it might be, in theory, on paper, a little bit slower, but I think this is a higher success rate strategy than the other run.
No, we always talk about it. Like, front-loading difficulty into the key is usually something you want to do. I think we saw the same thing from Scaffolding last weekend, right? Where they pulled that middle island at the start of the dungeon that we almost never see pulled in the Arakara. And it was a similar strategy of, like, let's get more count at the start and make these first pulls harder, but it just makes the rest of the dungeon easier if we're able to get through it. It's good. I mean, either way, though, Los Golfos here, they've given themselves plenty of time to deal with this boss. About 4.5 to 5 minutes is usually what this boss takes in this key level from what we've seen the past few weekends. They gave themselves 6 minutes, so as long as we're clean for the rest of this boss, only 40% now, they should be good to go, get this overtime point on the board, and set themselves up nicely for tomorrow.
Yeah, and this is really good news, again, for their chances, not just of, you know, third place, but second place, first place even potentially, but second place really tomorrow, extremely in sight for Los Golfos and for One Hill, because, you know, we talked about the overtime points. One Hill got an overtime point. Los Golfos are on track to get an overtime point right now. Mandatory missed their overtime point, right? They depleted their key in overtime. Again, another sign of vulnerability from our top-seeded team that really needs to improve going into tomorrow in order to make sure that they actually even get to Global Finals, which, let's remember, that's a team that their goal isn't to get to Global Finals. That's a team that is only happy, I think, if they win Global Finals.
That's the thing, right? Like, as good as a team as Mandatory is, there appears to be, like, a very clear weakness in one of the dungeons for them, and that's a dungeon they will have to time tomorrow to get to get one of those top 2 spots to qualify, right? It's that 23 Eco Dome. That's the dungeon that they've spent probably 2 hours of the past 10 wiping in.
They're bad.
So
they are bad in that dungeon. Like, I don't know what is going on with them.
I'm worried for them tomorrow. That's something their tomorrow could be a completely different day based on how fast they get that key done. I feel like they could go in and one-shot it, or they could be in there for 2 hours and not time it. Like, it's that volatile.
If they one-shot it, it's a situation where they are very likely to be able to make it to Global Finals. And, you know, this is just going to be kind of a talking point going into Global Finals is like, what mandatory are we going to see? If they spend 2.5+ hours in there, there is a real chance that they do not qualify.
We are, though, seeing on the screen here, Los Golfos, not to detract from their accomplishment, are going to be putting this key on the board with a little bit less than a minute, so quite a tight timer, but they get this point here, 106 for Los Golfos. That's going to move them back up into third place, so both Los Golfos and One Hill, as we were saying, in striking distance of the top teams tomorrow, earning one of the 2 tickets out of this group. The top 2 teams will tomorrow.
I just can't believe how this continues to go back and forth, how this like narrow margin just continues to exist between these teams. And it's amazing to see. Now, while Liquid is in the lead today, and of course, as we mentioned earlier, S Impossible will be eliminated as of today, for all of the teams still remaining, moving on to group finals, this is going to be the opportunity to get in there, leave your mark, and make your way to global finals. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. But Zyra, I mean, Group C continues to keep us on our toes. Things have changed a lot since yesterday, but give us the lowdown on what our team showed today through the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing that looking at this leaderboard is you might think, wow, Liquid and Mandatory are running away with this right now. They're clearly going to be our top two teams. That's not the case. I think that the best teams will hit very quickly, but then they'll kind of stay there for a while. And we saw that a lot with Mandatory near the end of the day. Today we saw that a lot on day 3s of both of our past 2 weekends. And in the meantime, Los Golfos and One Hill tomorrow, with only the one added key, will have a lot of time to catch up and potentially overtake Liquid and Mandatory. Now, the big thing, we were just talking about it, that Ecodome 23 is still on the board for Mandatory. That's a key that's incredibly volatile for them, could take them forever. One Hill is a team that's done a lot of high key pushes. They've done these keys on live. They've done them in practice. They could upset easily. Los Golfos, we've seen high highs from them. We saw fantastic play from them for the majority of yesterday. Today didn't go quite as well, but we saw in the first couple of weekends, guys, like, teams have shifted from great one day, bad the next day, to back to great on day 3. That was what got anti-clockwise into that second place slot in Group A. We could see it for Los Golfos tomorrow, too.
100%. I mean, it's anybody's game, and we're just excited to see them play it. Now, there's only one more dungeon. 100%. I mean, it's anybody's game, and we're just excited to see them play it. Now, there's only one more dungeon entering the pool tomorrow, and you were kind of alluding to it earlier, Dratnos, but where can our teams kind of narrow the gap or overtake the competition with the dungeon lineups?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. With only one dungeon tomorrow, and it'll be presented at a higher keystone level as well than our dungeons today and yesterday were, so they will have, you know, an hours, depending on that dungeon, to push it up into the highest key range. And then, of course, they'll need to succeed in that dungeon at that level. And then they'll have, you know, 3 hours to really try and, in the case of Mandatory or Liquid, maybe earn one of those really stretch goal keys. And, of course, Mandatory does still need to get that key that they missed in overtime today. Whereas Liquid, you know, maybe for them it'll be a case of going for one of those stretch goals. During that time, though, Los Golfos and One Hill, if they are fast, if they can succeed in the new dungeon tomorrow quickly, they will have so much time to try and catch up, to do the keys that Mandatory and Liquid have already done, and to potentially overtake one of them for one of the spots out of this group.
Oh man, it's gonna be so close. I mean, okay, Dratnos, if you had to pick the dungeon for tomorrow, what would you pick? What would be most
I want to see
efficient?
streets.
Okay, all right.
I'm a streets enjoyer, yeah.
No, I mean, look, I love a good streets as well. It's a long one, but a good one. So we'll see if that gets added in and how our teams face it down. And finally, of course, all of our team's strategic dungeon runs this weekend. They're planning with everything involving the spec rule. We'll basically make sure to see if it pays off or shortchanges them tomorrow. So, Tettles, where do you think we stand, at least right now, with banned specs, if you had to guess?
I feel like the top 4 teams were pretty aggressively trying to play around the spec variety rule. You know, these were the teams that had very strong plans coming into this weekend as to what they were going to be doing with the spec variety rule. Did a lot of practice in some of the lower level dungeons and kind of came up with all of the permutations of things that could go right and could go wrong to make sure that even if something did end up going wrong, they would not ban out some of their premier specs like Protection Warrior or Restoration Druid.
Yeah, you know, some crucial ones, which we'll definitely be seeing, I think, tomorrow. I would be shocked if we didn't, but, you know, as these keys push higher, you gotta bring your best up to the plate, and I'm excited to see what they can do with it. But, of course, everybody, I mean, Group C, it has been a wild ride, and while the gap might seem to be widening between our teams, there is still an entire day ahead to bring it back or bring home victory. With high-end keys and close competition ahead, any of our Group C finalists could push themselves to the limit and become one of the 2 teams moving on to global finals. The climb for the crown begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET on the Warcraft channels. Tune in early to catch our pre-show, or, you know, I don't know, come late. Just be there. Just be there. Bye all.
Anytime, really. Show up
anytime. Come in. We'll be here.
Be square.